Well, good morning everybody and welcome to live coverage on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for round 2 of the 2022 Super 1 Karting Championships, live here from Rowrah. A very picturesque Rowrah as always on the 3rd of April 2022. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. I'll be your commentator throughout the day's racing here at Rowrah. I'm really excited for this one, really excited to get another Super 1 stream underway. We had the first round yesterday, some very, very good racing was had here at Rowrah. Here's the circuit for you, just over a kilometre in length, 12 turns, established in 1963, and those familiar to Rowrah will already be aware that we're inside an old quarry here, so it's a very unique circuit across the British karting scene. Very tricky for the drivers also, particularly on this weekend where it is a little bit chilly, 5 degrees at the moment, and it's not going to get much warmer than that, so getting tyre temperature is going to be key for all of the drivers here today, as it was yesterday for round number 1. No rain forecast. I will leave it when I see it. We are in the Lake District after all, but at the moment the conditions are dry, a few clouds in the sky. You can just see the blue sky peeking through in places. Let's go through the order of events for today and how today is going to work here at Rowrah for round 2 of the Super 1 Karting Championships for 2022. 11 classes here today at Rowrah. And we'll start things off with the C50 Bambino New Era and C50 Bambino Pro categories. They'll be running out on circuit at the same time. Honda Cadet will be second. IAME Bambinos will be third. And we'll go up a little bit in the age categories. We'll go to the Junior and Senior Rock categories. They'll be running out on circuit at the same time for all of their sessions here today. Rotax 177 will be following them. Then we'll have the Mini Rock category, which is one of my favourite categories from 2021. Mini Max, followed then by Junior Rotax, and then Senior Rotax to finish. So that is going to be your order of events throughout all of today's sessions, and each of those groups are going to do 2 heat races of 7 minutes and 1 lap, and then a final to finish off the day's racing, which will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Well, qualifying has just been completed for the Senior Rotax category, so we are ready to go then for racing here for round 2. 50 Bambino New Eras and C50 Bambino Pros. C50 Bambinos then, their grid looks like this, set by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. And so there's 2 classes running together. Harper Das has pole position for this first race of the day, and we'll actually have the second race later on, because the same qualifying sets the grid for both heats. Ellis Wildchild joins him on the front row of the grid. Bertie Clark, a rookie in the Pro category, starts there on row 2 alongside yesterday's round winner in the number 7, Austin Oman. Riley Murrow and Amelia Dael start there on the 3rd row of the grid in the first heat for the Bambinos here today. Alfie Mayer and Cole Teal start on row 4. Chester Fawkes and yesterday's winner in the New Era category, Lewis Kirkcaldy, start on row 5. Ethan McClelland and Chloe McGill both raced very well yesterday in the New Eras. They start on row number 6. And then we find Rex Pooley and Jack Mellon on row 7. Henry Algar and Jensen Biglands on row 8. Charlie Page and Soren Gallagher starting from the 9th row of the grid. Buddy Hugo and Theo Poyser start there on row number 10. Cooper Earsman and Harry Chapman on row 11. Elliot Payne and Mason Hibbert start on the 12th row of the grid. Then we find Grace Mayer and Marley Wordy. It looks like he's disqualified on our timesheets from qualifying. Will complete 26 karts due to be out on the racetrack for this one. So, as we say, 2 categories racing in this next session: the C50 Bambino Pros, the C50 Bambino New Eras. We'll also talk about Rookie Cup a lot, so on your entry lists, anyone designated as a rookie, this is their first time in Super 1. They may have done some racing elsewhere, but it's their first time in this series, so we'll be keeping you up to date with the drivers doing well in that respect. Let's talk a little bit broader about yesterday and round one, starting with the pros. As we said, Austin Oman won the round yesterday, took a clean sweep of both heat victories and the final, so the driver from Stockton-on-Tees very, very pleased about that yesterday. Bertie Clark was top rookie and finished in second place overall in the finals. That was a really good final from Bertie because he was fifth in both of the heats, so had some work to do, but did it and was rewarded with a really strong result. Ellis Wildchild completed the top three. Top six get trophies in this category, so completing the podium yesterday you had Harper Das, Riley Murrow and Cole Teal. So that's how things looked in the pro category. In New Era, we did have two podiums actually yesterday, because initially your winner was Rex Pooley, but he unfortunately was disqualified yesterday for a technical irregularity on his kart, which handed the win, still very deservedly, because both drivers drove brilliantly yesterday, but handed the win to Lewis Kirkcaldy, who did a fantastic interview, which we may be able to show you later on here on the stream, but we definitely will have it up on the Super 1 Series Facebook page. His dad said to me, it must be difficult interviewing the 7-year-olds. It's actually, the 7-year-olds are sometimes better than some of the older drivers. But yes, so it was a win in the end for Lewis Kirkcaldy, and he took the first place trophy ahead of Chloe McGill in second place in New Era, Ethan McClelland P3, Marley Wordy P4, Chester Fawkes P5 and Henry Algar P6. There they all are. There are our Bambinos, all set and ready to go then for their first race of this second day of competition here at Rowrah for Super 1 2022. And absolutely fantastic to have you with us here on the Alpha Live stream. Do give it a like, do press that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and share the stream out amongst your family and friends. Let people know that we're racing here today. We've got the coverage live for you from Rowrah. So all of these heats, if you're just joining us, will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And if you've got a second laptop or tablet or your phone or whatever it may be, second device that can get on the internet, valuable resource will be results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. You'll be able to find all the details, all the running order details for today's racing, and keep track of where we're up to. But just as a verbal reminder, the order throughout all of the rotations here today will be the Bambinos for C50 classes first, then Honda Cadet, then IAME Bambinos, then Junior and Senior Rock running together. Great to have the Rock categories back here for Super 1 for another year. The only place that you are able to race Rock engines on a national level here in Super 1, with the chances to go on to the Rock Cup Super Final later in the year in Italy. And then we'll continue with Rotax 177, Mini Rock, Minimax, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax, and then we'll go around and do that again for the second set of heats. Standing start on the grid, as always, for our Bambinos. Fingers crossed we'll have a quick and easy start here. So the number 95 of Harper Das on the left hand side of your screen, the 88 of Ellis Wildchild. Away we go for the first race of the day here for Super 1 round 2, and it's a good start for Harper Das up into the chicane for the first time. You can see the number 7 there, Austin Oman, the blue and orange helmet, was on form yesterday, took the clean sweep, but has got some work to do to continue that streak of wins here in this first heat of the day. But this is a good start for Harper Das. That's what you want from pole position. It's got a bit of a gap over the rest of the field now. Ellis Wildchild a little bit deep. Amelia Dayel, you can see there in the number 27, the pink and white kart, has had a very good start. And then you've also got all of our new era category karts. And is there a red flag out already? Yes, there is. There's a red flag out already. Something has occurred. I think I can see one kart stationary just off of the chicane. Also understand that we won't speculate as to who it is, particularly with the younger drivers, but unfortunately we will bring this race, well, it already has been brought to a stop, and we will go again for another start. There's a couple of spinners towards the back. Younger drivers, they may not be fully experienced with how to perform things under a red flag, but the field has now been brought to a stop on the back straight just before paddock corner. Apologies, I'm not quite able to make out which number cart it is, and because we're on lap 1, we haven't got anybody missing from timing in some regards, that they haven't completed the last lap, because nobody's completed a lap. But a short pause here, and I'm going to look at my producer Darren. Shall we go for an interview? Go for an interview whilst this red flag is being taken care of. Let's have a look at some of the interviews from yesterday and round number 1.
Well, we had to wait for a little while to get this result in, but it is in. The C50 Bambino New Era winner here today at Rowrah is Lewis Kirkcaldy. Lewis, what a day, what a race. Tell me about it.
Well, in qualifying it was kind of not good because I qualified 10th and I had a rough one, and then it just went for it, and then in the end I'm fine with it.
How long have you been karting in the Bambino kart?
I actually did not know.
Very good answer, a very honest answer. In terms of the race itself, the final, there was a very close group of you going for that position. How did you go about it?
Well, I was trying to kind of defending my lines. So basically, if number 15 would come up, I would basically just go in front of her.
What do you like about this Rowrah track?
Actually, I do like it, actually, because I actually don't know. I like everything about it.
Good stuff. Who's been the biggest help in the team and getting the kart ready for today?
Basically, maybe my dad.
That's a good answer. Dad always helps out. We're racing again tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
I think I'm just going to go flat out for it.
Good stuff. Well done, Lewis. Very, very good to see you on the podium with 2 trophies. We'll see you again tomorrow. Here with our winner today at Rowrah for the first round of Super 1 2022 in our C50 Bambino Pro category. Austin Oman, really good racing today. You must be very pleased.
Yes.
Talk me through your race. Which was the most exciting bit?
When I went around the far corner, I was surprised because when I was coming out of it, someone flashed past me, but on the next corner, I just got him on the last lap, and then he overtook me for a second time, and I beat him on, but I just beated him on the first corner on the last lap. But my favourite part was when I went around this corner here. So because when he was trying to overtake me, but he couldn't, because someone once told me that you should stay in the same just tight enough so the people that are in second can't get in front of you, so you can win and they come second.
Absolutely. What do you enjoy about this particular track?
Well, I enjoy that it's like a really, really hard track to get into the 101 deads, but you sometimes can get 101 deads if you try hard enough.
Very good stuff. Well done today, Austin. We'll see you again tomorrow for round 2.
Thank you.
Great to talk to the drivers on the podium yesterday. Just to let you know, I did see that the driver in question for the cause of the red flag was up and walking. It was number 22, Marley Wordy. So I don't think Marley will be partaking in this second attempt at the first heat of the day for the C50 Bambino categories, New Era and Pro, both running out on circuit at the same time. The grid will be reformed. If you're just joining us, Harper Das has pole position on the left-hand side of your screen in the number 95 with a very bright livery and lid paint job there. Ellis Wildchild in the top 3 yesterday on the right-hand side of your screen, number 88. You can just see yesterday's winner. We just saw him there on the interview. Austin Owen in the number 7. Amelia Dale just behind as well. I think there's a couple of karts just to be repositioned. Time on the gantry there is still 7 minutes. So 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Then 9 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our finals later on. I can just now I can see what's happening here. It's the number 33. Just trying to get the number 33 restarted. That's one of our new eras. It's Charlie Page. Charlie Page, the rookie from London. There he is, and it's going. Okay, that's good. We hopefully can get Charlie into position on the grid and ready to go. So if you're just joining us, not missed any racing laps at the moment here at Rowrah for round 2 of the Super 1 Karting Championships for 2022. Eyes on the lights then for the start of heat number 1, the second attempt at heat number 1. Away we go. Very even start between those on the front row, but once again it's going to be Harper Das leading into the first corner. He's going to have a lot more work to do though. He's being challenged by Ellis Wildchild, and Wildchild is through. So Ellis Wildchild has nipped through on the exit of the chicane, and here comes Austin Owen as well, going for second place, and the number 21 of Bertie Clark. So a very different start at the front of the field to what we saw a few minutes ago for the first attempt, which was red flagged about a third of the way through lap 1, and through and into the lead goes yesterday's winner, Austin Owen, to the front of the field. And there's problems there once again for Charlie Page. Had trouble getting the engine started on before lap 1 of this race, and unfortunately looks to be out of the race in the gravel trap there through one of the hairpins. Side by side. Brilliant move there by Ellis Wildchild, taking the lead. So we've had a number of lead changes here on the first lap of the race. That was a beautiful move as they went through St John's and Sunnybend. End of lap number 1 then. Let's count them through. Ellis Wildchild is your leader by just over 1/4 of a second ahead of Austin Owen. Bertie Clark up to 3rd. Riley Murrow 4th. Harper Das in 5th. There's a yellow flag out, I believe, for the drivers. I think that's going to be the recovery. And in fact, I think we've gone full course yellow. Yes, we have gone full course yellow. So the Battenberg yellow and black flags are out. Can't quite see them from the angle at the moment, but trust me, they are out there. So the drivers will need to come into formation. I think, no, they've now been removed, so we're back to racing once again here at Rowrah. Ellis Wildchild still leading. Austin Owen there in 2nd place. Harper Das has recovered well and is up to 3rd place. Bertie Clark there in the number 21, 4th. Let's have a look at the new eras. Those are the karts with the black backgrounds on the number boards and the white characters currently. And yes, no, sorry, we have now gone full course yellow again. We just saw the Battenberg flags there. The drivers will need to make sure that they don't do any overtaking at this stage of the race. Now what's happening here? Harper Das has gone through. I think Ellis Wildchild had slowed down, and Harper Das hadn't quite read the situation there. Just looking down at the start gantry in front of me, yeah, the flags are still out, so there may be some jurisdictions with that across the course of this race or after this race. I think it was deliberate from Harper Das. I think it was just a genuine mistake. And no, we're going to go red flag again. I can see the red flag being prepared, and I think the red flag is going to be coming out once again here for the C50 Bambinos for the 2nd time in this first heat. Red flag's going to pick them up on the back straight. Yeah, there it is. So at the time of the red flag coming out, Harper Das was timed as your leader. Ellis Wildchild in second place, Austin Owen in third. In the new era category, Chester Fawkes was leading. Jack Mellon in second, Chloe McGill running well once more in third place. Louis Cacoldi in fourth, Ethan McClelland in fifth. Big thanks to our sponsors here today for Super One 2022. Could not go racing without their support, so big thanks to CWG Choices Limited, the largest dedicated trade window and door manufacturer in the UK. AST Signs, you see their signage up and around the circuit here at Rowrah. JKH and RI Helmets as well. They've been very kind to provide prize helmets, free race equipment for the drivers in the competitions this year. Now, apologies, I'm not quite sure what the cause of this secondary red flag is. I think it's actually the number 33 that we mentioned earlier of Charlie Page is being attended to here. Now, I saw Charlie off earlier. And again, we won't speculate on condition. I'm sure it's precautionary. Most safety measures being taken here at C50. Now, I do think drivers might be having a little bit of a driver's briefing here, because what we did see was a bit of overtaking under the full course yellow. I think the drivers, all learning of course, all very young. Some of them, this will be their first big race. Just going to be reminded of the rules here and what they need to do when those yellow flags come out. Whilst that's going on, we're going to have another interview from yesterday. Let's have a chat with our winner from the IAME Bambino class yesterday.
Here with our winner today in the IAME Bambino category, Josh Cook. Josh, that was an absolutely brilliant race in the final. You won by just over by a tenth of a second. That was a very, very close finish.
Yeah, it was quite hard because Grayson was right on my tail, pushing me all the way. Quite hard. Grayson got a faster lap time than me, but I managed to hold him off and finish over the line in P1.
How's the karts driving this weekend?
Smooth, soft, nice. In Heat 2 I had to fight it a little bit to get round the corners, but apart from that, quite nice. Couple of times in the final I had to, you know, just really soften it up, otherwise it was going to like drift wide or something, because the engine wasn't really feeling that good, so I had to just smoothen it up, otherwise it would have ran wide. So, but apart from that, nice. So, yeah.
Who's been the big help this weekend? Who do you want to thank?
Probably my dad and my teammates, and my teammates' dads, because we're all helping each other, and yeah.
Are you looking forward to tomorrow? We do it again for round number 2?
Yep. I'm in round number 2. I'm hoping for a top 5, so probably going to go well.
Well, really good stuff. Well done, Josh. Great victory today. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye.
Welcome back to Rowrah and the coverage for round 2 of the Super One Karting Championships for 2022. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you. We're currently under red flag for the second time in this Bambino C50 new era. Now I can see the carts being turned around, and I think we may be going back to the paddock here. And moving on with the schedule to get the Honda cadets out on circuit, because they're the next kart class due out on circuit. Just a quick reminder of the order of events. Obviously things will be a little bit fluid in terms of timing, but we will always have C50s first, as we've had in this first rotation, then the Honda cadets second, the IAME Bambinos third, Junior Rock and Senior Rock running out on circuit at the same time as the fourth group of a rotation. Rotax 177 will be fifth, Mini Rock sixth, Minimax 7th, Junior Rotax 8th and Senior Rotax 9th. Let's head on then, because I think the Honda Cadets are going to be coming out shortly for their first heat of the day. Honda Cadet is out next. Honda Cadet out for their first heat shortly, we believe. Let's have a look at their grid, decided by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. John Richardson and Riley Till are on the front row of the grid. Andrew Dixon and Joel Bullen on row 2. Logan McAllister and Hugh Roach there on the third row of the grid. Jensen Hookey, yesterday's winner in the final, starts on row 4 alongside Oliver Warner. Katie Donaldson drove really well yesterday, was up in the top 6, starts this first heat of the day on row 5 alongside there is Josh Parker. Jensen Walker and Luke Ford starting on the 6th row of the grid. Rylan Blake and Thomas Butcher start row 7. Yusuf Yacoub and Maria Roberto start on row number 8. Max Tadai, another driver who raced really well yesterday, was up on the podium, starts on the 9th row of the grid for this one alongside Drew Davidson. And then we find Ella Dixon and Leo Livings on row 10. Tyler Davis and Lily Helton on row 11, and Kian Sullivan due to start 23rd on the grid, did not set a time in qualifying earlier on this morning. So 7 minutes plus 1 lap will be once again the order of this next race. Hopefully we get a clean one through without any red flags. I think we are going to be waiting at least a few more minutes, because you can see the ambulance is still out and attended to the driver in the Bambinos, who had an incident on the first lap of that race. Let's have a little chat then, or go back to yesterday's chat with our winner in Honda Cadet.
Here with our winner in Honda Cadet today here at Rowrah, Jensen Hookey. Jensen, a really, really good start to the season, a win in the final and a heat win earlier on this morning as well. You must be pleased.
Yeah, pleased. There's a lot of points, and hopefully that can boost my championship and give me an early advantage.
You're stepping up. We've seen you race in the Bambinos before. What are your hopes for Honda Cadet this season?
This might be my last season, so I'm hoping to maybe win this championship. And yeah.
What about this Rowrah circuit as well? It's very cold this weekend. What are the challenges out there?
Yeah, not much grip. More grip in the final because it's got a lot hotter, obviously, but not much grip. I've only been here twice, so I was a bit of a disadvantage compared to others, but yeah.
We do it all again tomorrow for round 2. Who do you think is going to be your fiercest opposition tomorrow?
I think maybe Logan McAllister, because he's been very fast this weekend.
Great stuff. Well done, Jensen. Really good victory. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Jensen Hookey there, our winner from round 1. A driver that we've seen in Super 1 for the last couple of seasons, has always been towards the front, very accomplished driver. Although at the moment, he's very relaxed. He's just chilling out there. I think that's the Kimi Räikkönen approach to race preparation, isn't it? Don't want to be on the floor too much, we'll scratch that beautiful painted lid. And now he's an abundance of energy. This is a roller coaster of energy emotions down there in the Honda Cadets, just preparing themselves for their first heat of the day. Just to remind you, yes, this was the red flag, the second red flag
for the Bambino C50s was for an incident for Charlie Page in the number 33. Apologies, we didn't see the incident, so I don't have really any details. I'm sure as soon as we get those details, we'll get them to you on stream, because I understand that there may be those watching who are concerned. And the medical crews and the safety crews being given all the time that they need just to make sure that everything is okay. And whilst we're getting ready for Honecker, let's actually remind ourselves not just of Jensen Hookie's win yesterday, but what the full result for round 1 was. So as we mentioned, Jensen Hookie took the round win. Hugh Roach was second, the driver for Ambition Motorsport. One of our rookies as well, so he was top rookie yesterday in second place. Logan McAllister was third, Max Tadai fourth, Riley Till fifth, and then Katie Donaldson sixth. So those were your trophy recipients in Honda Cadet yesterday. And running further down the order, Oliver Warner, another one of Ambition Motorsports drivers, finished in 7th place. It was 8th for Andrew Dixon, 9th for John Richardson in the final. Josh Parker completed the top 10. Jensen Walker was 11th. Joel Bullen in 12th. Cian Sullivan was 13th. So Cian did race yesterday. Wasn't able to set a time in qualifying this early this morning. So hopefully we'll see the number 26 from Buckinghamshire out later on. Or very, very soon, not later on at all. We want him out in this race. Thomas Butcher was next up in 16th. Leo Livings in 15th. Ella Dixon 16th. Yusuf Yakub, Maria Roberto and Drew Davidson were all in the top 20 alongside Tyler Davis, Lily Hilton, Rylan Blake, Luke Ford were all of your finishers or all the ones that took part in that final yesterday. Luke Ford unfortunately had to retire early on in the final yesterday. That was the results, and you can check all of those results on results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. Click 2022, and there's all the details you could possibly want for the racing, not just here today, but also what happened yesterday. I can see the medical teams on the move, and the ambulance also on the move, so hopefully that means that everything is okay with Charlie, and we will be back to racing very, very soon. So I'll give the teams all that time that they need to do a fantastic job here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Very professionally run, very experienced team. And as we say, the weather is still pretty good, considering that we had some snow earlier on in the week. And a few brief April showers at times yesterday, but so far today, clouds in the sky, but no rain falling out of them, which will be the preference for a good number of our drivers out there on the track. So if you're just joining us, good morning. Great to have you here on your Alpha Live YouTube stream, and also streaming on a variety of Facebook pages as well. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you today. And shortly we'll get the Honda Cadet underway. And whilst we're waiting for that, let's have another one of our interviews from yesterday. Our double winner in the juniors yesterday, Alfie Briggs.
As someone who's an engineer in the week, I like efficiency, and this is going to be the most efficient interview of the day because it's for our double winner in both Junior Rock and Junior Rotax, Alfie Briggs. Alfie, I don't think you could have asked for anything more at the start of the day. 2 class victories here today at Rowrah.
No, it's been a really good day, and it's been a really enjoyable day too.
Starting with Junior Rock, you were so close to that title last year. How do you want to change things going forward in 2022?
Win it by even, obviously not come second, but win it by even more.
Talk us through that final. How did it start out? How did you attack the course of that race?
Well, it wasn't really a big grid. There was 3 of us, and me and George got away at the start into the first hairpin. I had to defend from George, and then I just drove away.
As you say, we're going between those two classes. What are the main differences between switching between the rock cart and then into the Rotax?
Well, the carbs are pretty similar, so the throttle input's quite the same, but the tyre is quite different, so you have to get used to the grip.
There's not a lot of grip out there today. I saw on one of your warm-up laps aggressively getting the heat in. How's the cold that we've got this weekend affecting things?
Obviously makes your hands cold. Yeah, it takes so long to switch the car on.
Let's move on to the Junior Rotax race. A bigger field, but still very competitive. How did you tackle that one?
Well, we had a crash at the start. We got forced off the track, unfortunately. That's racing. We drove, got back on, didn't have any damage, so we just carried on. And Aidan had a couple second lead, and I think I was in 4th. And then I overtook Isaac and I can't remember who else. And then we drove up to Aidan and done him on the second to last lap, and we just defended. Good
stuff. You're a driver who goes around all the different circuits. What do you particularly like about this Rowrah circuit, and what do you think you might be working on ahead of round 2 tomorrow?
The views are really nice. It's too long though on the way up. The track's a really fun track to drive. It's really flowing and uphill and obviously downhill. Yeah, it's just really nice to drive.
Good stuff. Last question, who do you want to thank for the results here today in the double victory?
I'd like to thank ZLX, ATEC, ATL, Stefan, Mum and Dad, Jack, Ollie and Matt and Geordie on the tools.
Brilliant. Well done, Alfie. Top performance today, and hopefully we see more again tomorrow.
Thank you.
And so just a slight technical hitch there. Apologies, we're back with you now here at Rowrah. But yes, we'll be hearing from or seeing Alfie Briggs and the other junior drivers later on this morning. We are about ready then for the first heat of the day for our Honda Cadet category. Always a very competitive category is Honda Cadet. Eyes on the lights, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then. Good start for the number 32 of John Richardson with the white bumper there at the front of the field. Leads into turn 1, and already it looks like the top two are breaking away. Riley Till, the other driver on the front row of the grid for this heat, formed in behind Richardson there, and in fact is now going up the inside. There's a slippery surface flag out at the moment. Oh, and I think Till's gone. I think Riley Till has spun round there. I saw a white helmeted driver off 2 drivers right there on the hairpin, and it was from the front of the field, so it's got to be Riley Till because they were so far ahead, the two of them, over the rest of the field. Rest of them coming through. There's Jensen Hookey in the number 6 down the inside. There goes the number 23 of Oliver Warner. That looked like a good move there into the S's. But a frenetic start as ever in Honda Cadet. Field streaming through St John's and Sunnybend, and then into Paddock Bend. Brilliant corner to finish the lap here at Rowrah. Saw some great overtaking through there yesterday. Some race deciding overtakes through there yesterday. Side by side between the 19 there and the number 48. Number 19 being Yusuf Yacoub. Logan McAllister, as Jensen Hookey mentioned in the interview from yesterday, was very, very quick. Finished in the top 3 in all of his races yesterday. He's one of only 2 drivers to say that. And there's the other one, Hugh Roach down the inside of the number 17 there, of Joel Bullen. Nice overtake there. So the Hondas sorting themselves out in the early stages of this one. If you're new to Honda Cadet racing, it's all about momentum. It's a great platform to build the talents for our young drivers here. 5 minutes of this race to go, and then the additional 1 lap once time has expired. John Richardson leads by half a second over Logan McAllister. Hugh Roach there in 3rd place, the top rookie at the moment. Jensen Hookey and Joel Bullen 4th and 5th. Here are your leaders. Richardson racing for cutting edge racing here in Super 1 this year. Logan McAllister for SAIT Motorsport. The interesting point here will be, will Logan McAllister go for an overtake and try and lead this one out from the front, or will he work with John Richardson to just push that gap away from the next pair on the road, which is Hugh Roach and Jensen Hookey. At the moment it looks like they're nicely working together, and that would be the preferable way forward in Honda Cadet racing. You can lose a lot of time very easily by battling for position. Does make it for very, very exciting racing though, as drivers work together and then go for it on the last lap or so. But here, ooh, now I thought Logan McAllister was going to go for a move there. Thought better of it. Sits behind. There's a good group just behind the 2x2 at the front, being led now by Joel Bullen. Katie Donaldson's coming through the order. Katie Donaldson up to 6th place now. There's also moves on that last lap. Riley Till and Tyler Davis have both got past Jensen Walker for 14th and 15th places respectively. Down the inside there, number 63, Josh Parker. Great overtaking there. Very confident on the brakes. That's what we like to see. As they were going into the stewardesses. 3 1/4 minutes to go. Down the inside, I can see out the window. Logan McAllister looking for the lead here. Not able to do so. Here they are, across start finish with just over 3 minutes of this race to go. Here's McAllister getting a little bit impatient there behind Richardson. Now he's got a much better run alongside. No, pulls out of it and runs a bit wide out of the first of the double hairpins there. That's McRae's. And then into Iredale's. Crucial to get your run out of this corner right. Oh, a bit of contact there involving the number 23 of Oliver Warner, tripping over the rear bumper of Katie Donaldson there. And now this race has started to change, because that battling at the front, we talked about it, you can lose a lot of momentum when you're trying to go for a move but not being able to quite pull it off. We're going to have, I reckon, at least a 4-kart battle here for the lead. Results yesterday for our current leader, John Richardson, wearing the colours of Azerbaijan on his shoulders as well. Nice detail there. 14th and 10th in the heats and 9th in the final, so this is a big step forward for John Richardson today. He's cutting his teeth nicely at the front of this order, but now has been caught up by Logan McAllister again. He's got McAllister to his outside as they go into Iredale's. Defends it nicely. McAllister with the switchback there. Has he got the run? We've seen a couple of overtakes into this next corner already. Sure, he's going to have the inside line. And indeed does. Logan McAllister cuts through. Hugh Roach has hopped through into 2nd place as well. So Richardson down to 3rd. Has now got the attentions of Jensen Hookey and Joel Bullen behind him. And down the inside there is going Hookey into Sunny Bend. Has he got the move done? It's going to be side by side as they go into paddock. Hookey looking for the cutback there. Great racing, as we expect from Honda Cadet, but there confirmed is your new leader, Logan McAllister, number 3 at the front of the field. Hugh Roach, top rookie yesterday. Oh dear, is off is Ella Dixon in the number 16. That looks like it was through the stewardesses. Running a little bit wide there was Hugh Roach. There's a yellow flag out I can see at start finish as well. Not quite sure what it's for. Oh, now I can see what it's for. I think that might be the 49 of Niccolo Pozzi out there, unless my eyes are probably deceiving me. But there is a yellow flag that the drivers will have to deal with when they next come round to start a new lap. But for the moment, McAllister and Roach out front, driving nicely, being followed by Hookey, Richardson, Bullen, Katie Donaldson. Her group is starting to close in on this lead pack also. For 2 more laps, the cart that's off the road, apologies, not the 49, it's the number 19. It's Yusuf Yacoub. Yusuf's okay, he's out the cart. He's walked away, but obviously a little bit disappointed with what's happened there. Back at the front of the field on the penultimate lap of this first heat of the day for Honda Cadet. Logan McAllister still leading. Second and third yesterday for Logan McAllister, so that if he can hold on here, this would be a first win of the weekend. As all down the inside, Hugh Roach defending and attacking at the same time is taking the lead. I'm not quite sure what happened there, and is there a problem for Logan McAllister, because it seems like the pace of the kart has all of a sudden gone. It's being challenged by Richardson again.
And that is a real shame for Logan McAllister. In all of that, Jensen Hookie's come to the front of the order. Took a heat win yesterday, was 5th in the second heat before winning the final. Well, I'm afraid to say it, I think I've just hit Logan McAllister with a commentator's curse. First one of the day. Apologies, Logan. Was comfortably at the front of this field, but something went awry on that last lap, lap number 8, which has blown this race wide open, with Jensen Hookie now at the front of it. This is the last lap, of course. Time expired on the previous tour of the circuit, so it's Hookie now well clear of the rest of the field, and it's Hugh Roach having to defend from John Richardson, who's had a brilliant race here, taking advantage of the strong qualifying earlier on this morning. Looking at least a top 3 here, possibly more. Ducks out of that one. Logan McAllister seems to have got back up to speed now. He's trying to go around the outside of John Richardson through Sunny Bend. But Jensen Hookie, having a fantastic weekend here at Rowrah, is going to start the Sunday perfectly. Round 2, Heat 1 winner. Jensen Hookie takes the maximum number of points available from a heat. That's 34 onto his championship tally. Hugh Roach finishes in second place. Logan McAllister did finish in third. Yes, John Richardson got shuffled down the order there, right on the last corner, unfortunately. So it's McAllister in third, Katie Donaldson fourth, Oliver Warner fifth, Joel Bullen sixth, John Richardson finishes in seventh place, Andrew Dixon, Josh Parker and Max Tadai complete the top 10. Ryland Blake, Riley Till 11th and 12th. Tough race that for Riley Till, but at least Riley Till will have an opportunity later on in the day to get a better result with another front row start. Luke Ford 13th, Tyler Davis 14th, Jensen Walker, Thomas Butcher, Kean Sullivan, Drew Davidson, Maria Roberto and Leo Livings complete the top 20. Ella Dixon and Lily Hilton finished on the lead lap, 21st and 22nd, as Eustace Hugh, as mentioned, had a spin and retired 3 laps from the end. We'll see the Honda Cadets out again later on this afternoon. We're going to swiftly move on now to the next category in their first heat of the day. IAME Bambino is out next. Time to go racing for the IAME Bambinos and their first heat of the day. Dean Singh Pahal has pole position for today from the time of qualifying earlier. Grayson Wortley alongside on the front row. Charlie Clough and Fraser Anderson on row 2. Ronnie Carter and Elliot Travis there on row number 3. Eli Liziecki and Arthur Farrow are there on row 4. Great to have both of those drivers back once again for Super 1 here in 2022. Josh Cook, yesterday's winner, starts on row 5 alongside Aaron Southwood. Darren Dimitrov and Dax Farrer start on row number 6. Daniel Ferguson and James Roots are on row 7. Logan Rolfe and Freddie Flewitt on row number 8. Harry Williams and Harris Barber on row 9. So the results from yesterday, we saw the interview earlier on with our winner from yesterday, Hartford's Josh Cook, racing as part of the Boxo Cosmic Junior team. Just to remind us of the order from yesterday, so behind Cook you had Grayson Wortley in second place, Fraser Anderson in third, Elliot Travis, Ronnie Carter and Charlie Clough all took podium trophies for the top 6 yesterday, Elliot Travis being the top rookie yesterday, another one of the drivers from Boxo Cosmic. You also had Arthur Farrow raced well to 7th place, was in the top 10 throughout the day. Aaron Southwood, James Roots and Eli Liziecki all in the top 10. But always an entertaining category this for the Bambino IAMEs. Green number plates for them, if you're keeping track of that one. Which I mentioned as well, great to be back to a full 6 meeting calendar for Super 1 this year. For this full weekend here at Rowrah. We'll also be visiting a number of great circuits, Glan-Y-Gors, Clay Pigeon, Shenington, Whilton Mill and Fulbeck all on the calendar for Super 1 this year. You can follow all of the racing
for the Sunday rounds of those meetings here on Alpha Live. So make sure that you've pressed that subscribe button, click the like button as well, and given the stream a share. Thank you for your continued support of the Super 1 paddock. Especially today, so there's a lot of racing on today. So thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media. Hello to Craig Evans, who's cheering on. I assume that's Ronnie Carter, but good luck, Ron. You can do this, mate. Raced well yesterday. Was another driver in the top 10 consistently across the day, and raced up from his good position to finish 5th in the final yesterday. So I believe still 7 minutes plus 1 lap for our heats. Are running a little bit behind schedule so far here today, but I imagine some of the lunch break will probably be shortened to gain some of that time back. So Dean Singh Paul on the left-hand side of your screen, Grayson Wortley on the right-hand side of your screen. We're under starters' orders here at Rowrah for the first heat of the day for the IAME Bambinos. Away we go. Solid start from both of those on the front row of the grid. Grayson Wortley, I think he's going to try and go around the outside. No, tucks in behind Dean Singh Pahal as they go through the chicane for the first time. For the IAME Bambinos, they are all clear of the chicane and running down to the first of these two hairpins through McRae's and then Iredale's. There was a bit of an issue there for one of the carts towards the back of the field, having a moment on the grass, but it's got going again now. But a steady start from all of our Bambino IAMEs, which is what we want to see. Lots of racing to be done here today. It's been a good start for Dean Singh Pahal. Also a good start for Ronnie Carter in the number 6. The green orange details on his race helmet is up to 3rd place. Nice start there from Ronnie Carter. Oh dear! Leaders off the road. Ronnie Carter spun round there. Dean Singh Pahal took a trip across the gravel there as well. I think Ronnie Carter just got caught out by Dean Singh Pahal having that moment there. But all change at the front of the order then. Fraser Anderson is up to 2nd place. Just checking my windows because that also had the telltale signs of a little bit of moisture on the track for some particular reason. But no, I don't think we've got any very light levels of rain here. 5.5 minutes to go, but big dramatic moment. Dean Singh Pahal has in all of that been able to hold himself at the front of this order. But there's Grayson Wortley, number 70, out front. Just to know, I think his transponder's not working, so may confuse you on the timing a little bit, but Dean Singh Pahal down the inside of Fraser Anderson there takes that position. That'll be 2nd place. Number 7 of Charlie Clough there. We haven't mentioned Charlie so far in this race. Doing nicely. He's got the number 33 of Elliot Travis, top rookie from yesterday, just behind. There's number 24 of Arthur Farrow. Cross start finish for the start of another lap. This is good stuff so far from the IAME Bambinos. Keeping things steady at the moment, not trying to do anything too dramatic. Just saw Josh Cook there, the number 77, yesterday's winner, was 3rd and 5th in the heats and came through to win the final. It's a very close final as well. Very, very tight on the line. It's down the inside there goes the number 33, that's Elliot Travis. So it's the two teammates going up against each other here, both driving for Boxo Cosmic Jr. Looks like Grayson Wortley is being reeled in here as well by Dean Singh Pahal. Boxo Cosmic drivers now trying to close in on the number 61 of Fraser Anderson. One of the many entries from Scotland here this weekend. Great Scottish turnout here at Rowrah. Based in Kelty is Fraser Anderson, another driver who raced brilliantly in that longer race format, the final yesterday. 7th and 10th in the heat, followed it up with a 3rd in the final, getting quicker all the time. 3.5 minutes to go, still Grayson Wortley leading. 0.6 of a second was the gap at the last check across the line ahead of Dean Singh Pahal. Oh, look at that, lovely move down the inside there, block pass by the number 65 of Darren Dimitrov. And that's Darren Dimitrov past Arthur Farrow. Oh, looks like there's a cart stranded on the run between, it's just out of the chicane. I'll try and track who that was in a few moments once timing updates. Arthur Farrow trying to get that position back from Darren Dimitrov, with Ronnie Carter just behind. Ronnie Carter, who had that spin on the first lap of the race. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Dean Singh Pahal. As down the inside of Anderson goes the number 33 of Elliot Travis. So Elliot Travis fighting really well here. I look at that helmet design as well. It's got the colours of Cosmic on there. It's giving me a bit of an Alan Prost vibe of his helmet design back in the day. As down for the lead here, side by side, bit of contact between Wortley and Dean Singh Pahal, and they're locked together as well. And here through comes Travis. Great move by Elliot Travis, takes advantage of the situation of the squabble between Wortley and Pahal. And Elliot Travis, with 2 minutes of this heat to go, is at the front of the field. He leads. Scraps going on behind as well. Charlie Clough in the number 7 in there. Josh Cook, yesterday's winner, getting by Fraser Anderson in all of that. This race has really come alive now. Grayson Wortley is trying to chase down Elliot Travis now. There was just less than a second as a gap between 2nd and 3rd over start-finish last time around. So the second group will have to work together now to pull this one back. A little bit of a correction there from Dean Singh Pahal at the wheel of the number 23. As here comes Grayson Wortley back down the inside, retakes the lead. Can he get it done on the exit there? Yes, he can. So Grayson Wortley back into the lead past Elliot Travis. But here comes Travis back again into St John's. This is really, really good racing from the IAME Bambinos here at Rowrah, and it's only the first race of the day. Looks like there'll be 2 more laps, 50 seconds or thereabouts. They cross the line side by side again between Wortley and Travis. Travis trying to work Wortley off the preferred racing line there. And the gap came down a little bit with Dean Singh Pahal, 59.9 last time around. Elliot Travis 60.3, and here comes Travis again down the inside. He likes going for the overtake. They're going to be side by side again as they come off of Iredale's. This is brilliant driving from all of these young racers. Here comes Pahal trying to go round the outside of Grayson Wortley there as they go through the initial part of the Stuart S's. A few seconds on the clock to go. Drivers will see the last lap board next time around, because there it is, no more time on the clock. Grayson Wortley's got a line down the inside into Paddock Bend. He's gone for it. He's taken the lead. And here comes the number 77 of Josh Cook. Yesterday's winner is all of a sudden on the scene. Up to 3rd place. Gets past Dean Singh Pahal. Got to think that any one of this top 6 could win this race. Travis looking down the inside as they go into McRae's. Can he get it done on the exit? Here comes Pahal again in the number 23. And yes, Elliot Travis can get the move done. Big send down there from Pahal. Doesn't quite work out. Wortley saw it coming. Here comes the number 61 of Fraser Anderson in the orange cart on the outside there, but this is all allowing Elliot Travis to get away. Pahal down the inside retakes 2nd place. 3rd place for Josh Cook now. It's all gone wrong for Grayson Wortley, who's now down to 4th place. But can any of them catch Elliot Travis? Wortley trying to go down the inside once again for 3rd place. This has been a brilliant race to kick things off for the day for the IAME Bambinos. It's still going on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and all the way back, but it's going to be a win, a brilliant win for Elliot Travis, who takes Heat 1 in the Bambino IAMEs. Fantastic racing over those 8 laps. 2nd place goes to Dean Singh Pahal.
Very entertaining drive from the driver in the number 23 there. Grayson Wortley third, Josh Cook fourth, Fraser Anderson fifth, Ronnie Carter in sixth, then Charlie Clough seventh, Aaron Southwood in eighth, Eli Lizecki in ninth, Darren Dimitrov in 10th, Arthur Farrow 11th, Dax Farrow, James Roots, Logan Rolfe, Freddie Flewitt takes it down to 15th. There's Harry Williams over the line there in the number 44 in 16th place. And we'll have Harris Barber in the number 12 and Daniel Ferguson in the 15. You can see Harris Barber coming around the final corner now. Getting quicker all the time, a 1:03.4, the best lap time for Harris in that race. And yeah, I think Harris Barber the last of those to finish on the lead lap. Very good race there from the Bambino IAME. It's very similar to their final yesterday. We'll see those drivers out again later in the day. We're going to get ready for two classes to go out at the same time next. Junior and Senior Rock are out on circuit next. So Junior and Senior Rock out on circuit. Let's have a look at their grid, starting with the seniors. Kieran Pepper has pole position for seniors. Isaac Lord alongside him on the front row. Daniel Pepper and last year's champion Rob Ellis on row 2. And then Matteo Palmer, the last of the seniors there, fifth on the grid. 3 juniors here this weekend. Yesterday's winner, Alfie Briggs, on the third row of the grid, and then George Barker and Oliver Law on the fourth grid, or the fourth row of the grid overall, second of the juniors. So the rock categories, last year, Rob Ellis, as we mentioned, won this category last year, has had that change of kart and chassis though. It's now racing on a Kart Republic chassis as opposed to the Praga that he was on 12 months ago. Alfie Briggs was in that titanic squabble with Ollie Stilp in 2021, with Ollie Stilp winning out in the end, went all the way down to the final race of the season. As is there a problem there for Daniel Pepper in the number 2? Adjustment just being made. Out they go. So some of the fastest karts that you'll see today out on circuit now. Rock engines producing some fantastic racing action wherever they race, and the opportunity through this competition to go and represent Team GB at the Rock Cup Super Final in October in Italy. I don't think they'll be thinking about that yet. It's still very, very early in the season. It's a 12-round season across the 6 race meetings that we've got for 2022 here at Rowrah. Glan-Y-Gors, Clay Pigeon, Fulbeck, Whilton Mill and Shenington, all of which you can follow for the Sunday racing here on Alpha Live. Big thanks to our sponsors as ever, AST, CWG Choices, JKH and Arai Helmets. Result from yesterday, just to remind you, Isaac Lord was your seniors winner ahead of Kieran Pepper and Rob Ellis. Alfie Briggs ahead of Oliver Law and George Barker. Here we go then for round 2 for the seniors and the juniors in the rock categories. Not much tyre temperature out there at the moment. Everyone trying to squabble their way up the hill, but it's Kieran Pepper leading early on in this race, being challenged by Isaac Lord. Lord trying to get the run off of McRae's. He's going to be on the outside for Dales. Going to do the switchback. Beautifully done by Isaac Lord. Takes the lead as they run down to the Stuart S's for the first time in this one. 7 minutes on the clock. There's Rob Ellis. Very different looking karts to what he raced last year. No more blue of the Praga. Let's switch to that Kart Republic chassis. In the last round, if my memory serves me correctly, it was on in the last round of 2021. There's Alfie Briggs, number 47, with the distinctive helmet design, with flashes of Lewis Hamilton's helmet design from a few years ago. Worked into that one, but raced very, very well yesterday. It's doing 2 categories this year, once in this junior rock category and also in junior Rotax.
challenge at the front of the field. Rob Ellis going round the outside there of Kieran Pepper, holding on to second place, but Isaac Lord is disappearing down the road here. All privateers in this category. 5.5 minutes of it to go. It's Lord from Ellis. Kieran Pepper ahead of Daniel Pepper. Alfie Briggs up to 5th place now in his junior entry. In fact, make that 4th place for Briggs. George Barker and Oliver Law also having a good battle in 7th and 8th overall, with Barker winning out in that one at the moment. There's Matteo Palmer in the white suit and the white helmet. Can he find a way past Daniel Pepper in the number 2 cart? Pepper going defensive as they go down towards the Stuart S's. It's a great opportunity to do some overtaking into that complex of corners. The fastest lap of the race last time around was Isaac Lord, 47.2. But I think Rob Ellis is getting on a charge here. It's still a learning curve for him in that chassis at the moment. And he is closing in, I feel. And yes, new fastest lap of the race, 424 rather, for Rob Ellis. So we'll keep an eye on this, because the number 1, it's taken a while. It's been slowly coming up to the boil, but Rob Ellis is on the charge here. He was 2nd, 3rd and 3rd yesterday. Welsh driver from Port Call. This is the kind of Rob Ellis that we saw last year. Here they are going through St John's and then Sunny Bend. Isaac Lord responding though with these sector times round Paddock Bend. Let's have a look at the pace and what it's like. Very close. 46.2 for Lord there in the number 5. 46.1 for Ellis just behind him. They are leaving Kieran Pepper. Oh, to be fair, Kieran Pepper's pace isn't bad either. 46.3 last time around for Kieran Pepper in the number 55. Alfie Briggs there in 4th. Having a bit of a lonely race now. Not that he'll care too much, because he's at the front of the order in the junior ranks. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. What can Rob Ellis do? Can he find a way past Isaac Lord? Does he feel he's got the pace to get past Isaac Lord and drive away from him? A couple of opportunities round here to slipstream and just sit in the toe of a driver ahead. 3 minutes on the clock to go. Ellis, the first of the drivers to dip below the 46, is 45.9. You feel the pressure building now on Isaac Lord. Through Ardales they go. There's been a change for position as well in 5th overall in this race. Matteo Palmer has got past Daniel Pepper's number 2 car, so that'll be a big confidence boost for Matteo Palmer to get that move done. He's got a bit of work to catch up to Kieran Pepper, some 5 seconds or so. I don't think there's quite going to be enough time on the clock, and even with the +1 lap for Matteo Palmer to close that in, but you never know. Anything can happen in kart racing. Still at the front though, Isaac Lord and Rob Ellis, 1st and 2nd, 0.2 of a second, or just under 0.2 of a second between them at the last count. Isaac Lord is responding here very nicely. He's soaking up this pressure from Rob Ellis. Both of them very experienced drivers. Maybe Rob Ellis is just being patient here, not wanting to throw it all in. Still a fair amount of time on the clock. Maybe 3 or 4 laps here for them to decide this one. And a lot of racing to go throughout the course of the day. Also with another heat and the final. 90 seconds on the clock. They might sneak in 3 more laps here. It'll be very, very close once they've completed this lap plus 1 more as to whether they've got any time left on the clock. You can feel that pressure from Rob Ellis. He's not gone for the move yet. Maybe they're just conscious. And now he's going to have a look down the inside into the Stuart S's. Picks his moment. Very good move from Rob Ellis. I was just about to say, maybe they were conscious of Kieran Pepper's pace, which is also very good. All of them in the 46.0s and the 46.1s. But with just under a minute to go, Rob Ellis has made the move. Now,
How does Isaac Lord respond to that? It's going to be 44 seconds on the clock. There's going to be 2 more laps, I reckon, unless they do something worldly. In fact, Kieran Pepper is the fastest driver out on circuit now, 45.837. His number 55 kart is coming on song in the latter stages of this one. Big lap this from Rob Ellis. Can he get a bit of a gap and leave Isaac Lord to be isolated and under attack from Kieran Pepper as they go on to the last lap? I think that's what he's trying to do, and he's doing it pretty well at the moment. 15 seconds. Still Alfie Briggs comfortably leading in juniors, by the way. He's in the mid-46s at the moment, with George Barker and Oliver Law still second and third in the junior ranks also. Round the final corner, time expires. There is the last lap then. 45.8 for Rob Ellis. Another 45, in fact a 45.6 from Kieran Pepper. Let's watch this pace for later on in the day. This is looking like a very, very competitive front end of the order for Senior Rock. And is Kieran Pepper going to have an opportunity here on Isaac Lord? I don't think he's going to be in striking distance as they go down towards the Stuart S's this time around. But if he has a good run through them, gets the tricky corners of St John's and Sunny correctly, he could have an opportunity into paddock here on the last lap. And Rob Ellis looking like he's got this one under control and on his way to his first race victory of the season in Super 1. No wins yesterday, one on the board here on Sunday. Rob Ellis takes victory by half a second ahead of Isaac Lord. Good strong run from Kieran Pepper as well. He'll be buoyed by the pace that he had towards the end of the race. Alfie Briggs takes the win in juniors. Matteo Palmer 5th. Daniel Pepper 6th. George Barker there, number 63, takes 2nd in juniors. And then Oliver Law will be the last kart over the line, 3rd in juniors. Well, Rob Ellis will be one happy driver. That has been a while in coming here on the new chassis, but Rob Ellis has broken that duck. He's broken that string of results, and he's got back onto the top step of the virtual podium, the moral podium for that heat. We'll see the junior and the senior rock categories out again later on today. Next out on circuit is Rotax 177. Here we go then for the first heat of the day for Rotax 177. Chris Thomas took a clean sweep yesterday. Our reigning champion is on pole position once again here on Sunday. Oliver Appleby, his teammate, joins him on the front row of the grid. Hayden Cater and Alex McGee are on the second row of the grid. Then it's Stephen Richardson and Ian Branfield there on row number 3. Scott Clee, great to see him back. He had a quite big shunt yesterday in the final, but he's back out again here on Sunday. Starts this race from row 4 alongside Ben Johnson. Max Davies and Sammy Milam there on row 5. Joe Hunt and James Ockenden there on row 6. Simon Kavanagh completes the 13 entries today for Rotax 177. Result from yesterday, as we say, Chris Thomas was on supreme form for KPR Motorsport. Was very, very happy with the results that he had. Clean sweep, and he was very modest in his assessments as well. I think it's one of the top performances of the day, if you asked me. Oliver Appleby, as I mentioned, was second. It was 2 KPR Motorsport runners at the front of the field in the final yesterday. Third was Ian Branfield for KF Sport. Fourth for Alex McGee, who was your top rookie. And Stephen Richardson, who completed the top 5. Plenty of experience in this field. Great to see a number of them back for another year of Rotax 177 racing in Super 1. And we're about to get underway for round 2 here on Sunday at Rowrah. Good start from Chris Thomas as they go into turn 1 and turn 2 through the chicane. And file down to McRae's for the first time in this one. It's already Chris Thomas taking the initiative. This is what he did all of yesterday. Straight on the pace, like a bullet out of the gun. And a bit of squabbles there, and I think there's damage to one of the carts that was in the midfield.
quite the number. It is the number 6 of Sammy Ireland. Oh, it's off there. It's the number 59 of Stephen Richardson. Stephen Richardson not too happy about things as well on the end. There's a lot of damage there to the left-hand side of his Kart Republic machine. So contact with another one of the drivers through the... Oh, it's big contact there also between the 61 of, I think that's Ben Johnson. Yes, it was Ben Johnson. And didn't quite catch which of the other drivers it was. It might have been James Ockenden, because I think they were in the same region, but a bit of a ride over there. That's a rude moment for Ben Johnson at the end of lap number 1. So the Rotax 177s really going for it here, even in heat 1 of their second day of racing. There's the number 92 of Alex McGee. Raced very well yesterday. It was in the top 5 in all races yesterday. So consistently showing at the front of the field. Got Hayden Cater just ahead of him to deal with at the moment. So lap 2. Actually, no, we're already on to lap 3, aren't we? So Chris Thomas leading from Oliver Appleby. Hayden Cater and Alex McGee 3rd and 4th. Ian Branfield in 5th. Scott Clee in 6th. There is Scott Clee. As I say, had to retire yesterday from the final, and in his title challenge, last year's runner-up will want to get a lot of points on the board today. There are dropped scores in Super 1 this year, 2 rounds worth of dropped scores across the 6-meeting 12-round calendar. It's great to have us back to a full complement of events for Super 1 this year after 2 years of reduced calendars due to the you-know-what. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. This is the key battle on circuit at the moment. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Hayden Cater ahead of Alex McGee. Ian Branfield in the red and black suit there, and then Scott Clee, the number 2. Branfield was pleased to be on the podium yesterday also. 4th, 2nd and 3rd for the driver from Somerset. 46.3 currently the leader's pace. These drivers all around the 46.8s and the 46.9s. Chris Thomas was talking about tyres to me yesterday and how crucial it was going to be to keep the tyres in check across the course of the day. Limited sets available to the drivers. You don't want to burn them out too much in these heats and then have nothing to fight with in the final later on today, which we will be showing you, of course, here on the Alpha Live YouTube and Facebook video channels. 3.5 minutes of the race to go after a quite impassioned, I'll go with that word, impassioned start to this heat. It has all calmed down. Oh, what was a little puff of something off of Alex McGee's car there. I don't think there's a problem. He's still got good speed. Just running over a bit of dust that was deposited on the circuit by another one of the karts. No, there is something smoking at the back of Alex McGee's kart there. That's not him running over something. Is that a developing problem for the number 92? Here's Max Davies in kart number 87. This is a good fight with James Ockenden ahead and Joe Hunt behind. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this heat to go. Still Chris Thomas leading out by 1.6 seconds now over Oliver Appleby. Those KPR Motorsport machines in very, very good form this weekend at the front of the field. There's Ian Branfield. Swap a position with Scott Clee. So Scott Clee has got through on that last lap. And yet this continues to be some vapour. I'm just trying to tell, is it from the exhaust? Where is that coming from on Alex McGee's kart? Doesn't seem to be affecting his pace at the moment because it's been happening for a couple of laps now. And he's still there in 4th place. Trying to push Hayden Cater along. Scott Clee, very precise driver. I think he's driving this wisely in this first heat after what happened yesterday. Just wants to get some points on the board. Not giving himself too much to do. He's down the inside for third place. Here goes McGee. Oh, it's getting worse as well. Whatever that issue is, I think it is from the exhaust. It's building and building. I hope he's not going to have a bigger problem in a moment, or have an engine seize or anything like that. It's just puffing away. Doesn't seem to be aware of it, which is understandable because it's happening behind him. Ian Branfield will be aware of it. He's getting a full face of it at the moment. So third now for Hayden Cater, fourth for Scott Clee. Alex McGee there in fifth, sixth for Ian Branfield. We're less than a minute on the clock now. Chris Thomas still leading this one comfortably, as wide goes Alex McGee. And now he's got a problem. Yep, I did think that was coming. There's a terminal issue in terms of this race for Alex McGee. The kart has given up, and that is him, unfortunately, out of this race. Was running strongly in the top 5. It looks like that he's got a powertrain problem. You can see him. He's now coasting back down the run into the pits there. But that is, unfortunately, Alex McGee's race over, and he'll have work to do over the lunch break to get that kart back and ready for the next race for the Rotax 177 category. Here's your leader. We haven't seen much of him in this race, but Chris Thomas has been doing Chris Thomas things at the front of the field, chalking the laps off. He might sneak in and get another one. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. The last lap board did not come out there, so there'll be this lap plus one more. That's not particularly good news for Hayden Cater, because he's now got Scott Clee all over his rear bumper, and Scott Clee wants third place off of him. 1.2 second lead for Chris Thomas over Oliver Appleby, so I can understand why he didn't lift off there to try and reduce or get the last lap board to come out a lap earlier. And it's going to in this race. Oh, here goes Scott Clee down the inside. Brilliant move. Really good move. Respectful racing from Hayden Cater as well. He could have turned in there and fought that one, but he thought better of it. Scott Clee through and into third place. Last lap board is now out for the leader. Chris Thomas goes over the line. Another 46.5 from Thomas. Appleby also in the 46.5s. Scott Clee now confirmed into third place. There's also been a change for 10th place on that last lap. Stephen Richardson has got past Ben Johnson, so the 59 past the 61. And Ian Branfield's now having a go, trying to find a way past Hayden Cater. Will he try and get an overlap? No, that's well defended by Hayden Cater. Positioned his kart very nicely indeed. Is Branfield going to be thinking about that move down the inside? No, Cater once again defends it. Doesn't defend it too hard though. Isn't compromising his exits off the corners, which is very good to see. Chris Thomas though is going to come around the final corner and take his 4th win of the weekend. The perfect run continues. Last year's champion has got maximum points so far in his campaign for 2022. Oliver Appleby in 2nd, Scott Clee in 3rd, Hayden Cater 4th, Ian Branfield completes the top 5. It'll be Max Davies coming through in 6th place, wins out ahead of your top rookie in that race, James Ockenden. Joe Hunt in 8th, Simon Kavanagh in 9th, Stephen Richardson completes the top 10, Sammy Milam and Ben Johnson, the last of those on the lead lap. Alex McGee, a retirement after 7 tours of the circuit. Well, good race that from the Rotax 177s. We'll see them out again later. Next out on circuit is Mini Rock. Let's have a look at your grid then for Mini Rock and their first heat of the day. Sam Woolley has pole position, Jarrett Clark alongside him on the front row, Charlie Benson and Connor Scarisbrick on the second row of the grid. Canada's Christian Papp and Alex Dole there on the third row of the grid. Marcel Poppicle and Jacob Anslow on row 4, Jack Cordingley and Eddie Stewart complete the top 10. Rook Thomas 11th and Cooper Snedden did not run in qualifying. So we'll count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just wondering whether we will have the full complement of 12 running here. Oh, Marcel Poppicle's having a problem at the moment there in the 99. Can they get that running for the Polish driver? Not sure at the moment. Hopefully they can get it out now. Is it rolling? It is rolling. Okay, it's just going to be held in the pit lane for the field to come round. So that'll be a little bit of a disadvantage for Marcel Popical because he'll have colder tyres and a colder engine than the rest of the field. Result from yesterday then, Sam Woolley was your final winner. Charlie Benson from Sunderland, P2. Connor Scarisbrick, P3, your top rookie. Jarrett Clark, P4. Alex Dole and Jacob Anslow completed the 6-driver podium. It does look like we will have 11 karts for this one once Popical joins the back of the field. Mini Rock was a fantastic category last year. I'm hoping for more of the same here in 2022. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. All diving into the chicane then for this first run through. It looks like Sam Woolley has held on to the lead there in his number 34 kart. All through the first run through McRae's hairpin as well. So it's 34 ahead of the 55. Is down the inside there. Goes Jarrett Clark. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. Brilliant stuff from Jarrett Clark. Jarrett Clark takes the lead. He's looking for a big result here today. We've seen Jarrett race for a couple of years now as a very, very strong driver. He's moved up now to the minis from cadets. That's just the start that Primo Racing's Jarrett Clark will have been looking for here on Sunday in the second round for Super 1 2022 here at Rowrah. 6 minutes on the clock. Across the line they go. To confirm, Jarrett Clark leads by just less than 0.3 of a second ahead of Sam Woolley. Charlie Benson in third, Connor Scarisbrick fourth, Christian Papp in fifth. He's a driver that I have seen race, but not that much in the UK. He's raced on the international scene also, representing Canada here in the Rock Cup GB part of the Rock Cup Global competitions. It's down the inside. There goes Charlie Benson on the 34 of Sam Woolley. So it's not going Sam Woolley's way at the moment. Doesn't seem to have the pace of Jarrett Clark, who's raced off the fronts here very nicely. There have been problems for Jack Cordingley and Alex Dole on that first lap, because I've not seen them come through on timing. I'll try and keep an eye out for the 57 and the 50 out of the commentary box windows. I can see the 57 is running. Yes, the 57 is running. Just coming around paddock corner now. 2 minutes of this race gone, 5 of it to go plus the 1 lap. Here is the 2 drivers going over third and fourth at the moment. It's more becoming 3 now with Christian Papp coming onto the back bumper of Connor Scarisbrick. Christian Papp also racing for Primo Racing this season. Looks like the second group on the road are starting to get themselves organised. There's a warning flag coming out here for Marcel Popical. There is the number 28 of Connor Scarisbrick going down, or keeping down the inside of Sam Woolley rather, and holding on to third place there. It's been a good weekend so far for the privateer. He was top rookie yesterday. 5 rookies in Mini Rock this season. Rook Thomas, Christian Papp, Eddie Stewart and Jack Cordingley are the others. As I say, the rookies are ones who have not competed in Super 1 before. Most likely have competed in other series. Great to have them here at Rowrah this weekend. Jarrett Clark still leading then. Charlie Benson though set the fastest lap of the race last time around, 51.781. Here is the number 50 of Alex Dole, just ahead of the 29 of Jacob Anslow. No, sorry, Jacob's transponder is working there. It might be Alex Dole's who's not quite worked for 1 lap, so I wasn't aware that Alex had a significant problem to put him 1 lap down, as the time is currently suggesting. Those two had a good battle in the final yesterday. Changed positions on the last lap. 3 minutes to go in this one. Another new fastest lap of the race last time around from Charlie Benson. So he is Just less than a tenth of a second per lap quicker than Jarrett Clark at the moment. It's that frustrating kind of speed difference where you know you're quicker than the guy ahead, the driver ahead, but you just can't quite get on their rear bumper to make a move. You've got to be patient, especially with a good amount of time left on the clock. Let's check them this time. That's a better lap from Charlie Benson, 51.4. The gap is down to less than 4/10 of a second, and in fact it's a lot less than 4/10 of a second. Here comes Charlie Benson down the inside on the brakes, squirming on the brakes. Can he get it done on the exit? Yes, he can. Change of lead. Charlie Benson took a heat win yesterday in heat number 2, was second in his first one, and was second in the final as well, and HDR Racing will be very, very pleased with that. As back down the inside comes Jarrett Clark. What an overtake that is. Responds back straight away and retakes the lead. 2 minutes more for Mini Rock in their first heat of the day, and once again we saw it in 2021. You can never predict what's going to happen in Mini Rock. Such a competitive category for the drivers out there, and whilst this top two have a merry dance with one another, they are encouraging Connor Scarisbrick and Sam Woolley to come back into this. Scarisbrick 51.6 last time around, was a couple of tenths faster than Clark. So Clark had the slight distractions of a move by Charlie Benson being put on him in the early parts of the lap, and then having to go for another move back through later in the lap. But this is closing up nicely, and Charlie Benson trying to find a way past Jarrett Clark again. Jarrett Clark goes defensive as they go through the kink, through St John's and Sunny Bend now. Using all the track a little bit more. Benson down the inside as they go into paddock. Can he get it done? Is Clark going to do the switchback? Yes, he is, side by side. As they come over the line, there's going to be, I reckon, 2 more laps, because it was 53 seconds on the clock. But it now is a 1, 2, 3, 4 battle at the front of the field here in Mini Rock. Scarisbrick and Woolley have joined the show. What can you get the feeling that Charlie Benson's raw pace is a little bit better. Ooh, there's a bit of a bump there on Jarrett Clark, and I think he's just going to let Jarrett Clark retake that position. Jarrett Clark shuts the door as they go into the Stewart's S's on the penultimate lap. This is just heat 1, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait till we get to the final, where the real big points are on offer for today's racing here at Rowrah for Super 1 Series 2022. Last lap board is being prepared. 3, 2, 1. No, yet they are going to get another lap in here. So the last lap board did not come out on that occasion. There's been a change for third place that we should have noted. Sam Woolley has got past Connor Scarisbrick. So Sam Woolley, who was under attack a little bit in the early stages of this race, has come on nicely in the latter stages here, which is really, really good to see. Good spirit for the driver from Manchester, also racing for Primo Racing this season. Jarrett Clark continuing to hold at the front though. Charlie Benson, can he find a way through? Look at them, nearly bumper to bumper as they go through Sunny Bend. They will see the last lap board this time around. Jarrett Clark defends. Oh, that's a great defence from Jarrett Clark. Charlie Benson with nowhere to go there. Onto the last lap we go. Can Jarrett Clark hold on in his number 55 machine? He's going to go defensive as they go into McRae's. Benson's going to try and go around the outside and then switch back. He'll be on the outside now as they go towards Iredale. Sam Woolley's still sniffing in there, looking for a route down the inside, thinks about it, pulls out of it. Oh, bit of bumping there. Oh, now is there a bumper there straight away for Sam Woolley? It looks like there may be a dropped bumper on the number 34. Charlie Benson's having a look at his bumper as well, but what that has done, it's given Jarrett Clark some breathing space. He won't have to defend as they go into St John's and Sunny's. Connor Scarisbrick is now trying to find his way through as well. Well, this was a tasty one, and I think Mini Rock's going to continue to be great across the course of the day, but Jarrett Clark takes heat 1 here at Rowrah today. Charlie Benson P2, Sam Woolley P3, Connor Scarisbrick in 4th, Christian Papp. A bit of a lonely race there for Christian Papp, but a solid top 5
for the Canadian. 6th place for Jacob Anslow. Good response from Marcel Poppercall as well there. Had his technical troubles at the start of the race. Finishes in 7th. All of these results provisional, of course. Rook Thompson in 8th. Eddie Stewart in 9th. Alex Dole registered as 10th. Jack Cordingley had issues out there. I don't think he's running anymore and is classified 5 laps down. Well, a really, really good race, as can be expected from Mini Rock. We're going to move on to the other mini category next. Mini Max out on circuit very shortly. Minimax out on circuit next. Let's have a look at their grid. Yesterday's winner, Lucius McDermott, starts on the front row of the grid, has pole position. Cameron Edmonds alongside him on row 1. Joshua Bagembi and Joseph Murphy are on the second row of the grid. Charlotte Stanley and Martin Wright start there on the third row of the grid. Joshua Jarvis and Ernie Overton on row 4. Milo Manderson and Emily Ackerts on row 5, completing the top 10. Archie Dyson and Ronnie Coburn are there on row number 6. Jake Flewitt and Jensen Powers on row 7. Jasmine Taylor and Max Hollor complete the 16 karts out in this one. Results in the final yesterday. Lucius McDermott took the victory. Top rookie was Joshua Bagembi, as there's a problem there. Is that for Jasmine Taylor? Yes, it is. Number 84 for Albon Racing. Yeah, Joshua Bagembi in second place. Third was Ernie Overton. Fourth for Joseph Murphy. Fifth, looking on my sheet for where fifth was, it was Ronnie Coburn, of course, Tring. Sixth place for Charlotte Stanley. Nicely sized field this. 15 karts have registered as going out on the circuit. Lucius McDermott will be looking for another race victory here. Didn't actually take any heat wins yesterday, got 2 seconds, but got that crucial win in the final. Can he go even better than he did yesterday? We're ready to go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. And in fact, no we don't, and I thought that was going to be the case. That is our first false start of the day, so drivers not in proper formation. And we'll go round and have another formation lap. Hopefully get it right on the second attempt. If you're enjoying the coverage, make sure that you're following Alpha Live across various social media networks, the commentary as well, at @MM on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook and YouTube. Plenty more content and action to come up across the Super 1 series calendar. Some great circuits that we're going to as well. Glan-Y-Gors in May. Clay Pigeon, Fulbeck in July, and Whilton and Shenington, which we've seen on the calendar for the past couple of seasons also. So Minimax back under starters orders for their second go at starting this race for heat number 1. Still 7 minutes on the clock, and away we go. Lucius McDermott leads the field. Look at that. Bagembi straight through, and oh, there's a lot of spinners in the middle pack. Number 47 of Charlotte Stanley was at the front of all of that. The number 11 of Max Hollor is involved also, who's starting towards the back of the field, but a bit of a messy start there from Minimax. But what a move round the outside from Bagembi. A driver I've seen race a lot, particularly in Honda Cadet and one of our venues later on in the season, Whilton Mill. Another driver who's stepped up to the mini categories now. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go on the clock. Look at Bagembi, he's gone. He is absolutely gone. Another one of the drivers for Cutting Edge Racing this season. And has got on with this very nice. Oh dear, as the number 47 of Charlotte Stanley. That has not been a good lap for the driver from Cheddle.
2 spins on the first lap, and that's pretty much Charlotte's race done. That's a real shame because Charlotte was obviously starting a good way up the order, had strong pace in qualifying earlier on this morning. There's the number 22 of Joshua Jarvis, racing for M Sport Karting. One of our rookies, as here comes the number 48 down the inside. That's Joseph Murphy making a move on Cameron Edmonds, and very nice move indeed. Good stuff there from Joseph Murphy. I think that's got him up to 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that is 3rd place for Joseph. Started his day yesterday with a 3rd in Heat 1 and 8th in Heat 2 before getting 4th place in the final. Can Cameron Edmonds respond here? He's got number 22, Joshua Jarvis, just behind. So those 3, I think it will be good if they can work together. At the moment, they seem to be racing each other very, very hard. Maybe losing a bit of time to those ahead, Bagembi and McDermott. So Bagembi leads, McDermott in 2nd place. Murphy, Edmonds, Jarvis is your top 5. Ernie Overton still there as well in 6th place. Martin Wright, another driver who we've seen race in the cadet categories before, now up into the mini categories. Racing well in 7th place. Marlon Manderson returning to Super 1 once again, solidly in the top 10. Amelie Atkins has just broken into that top 10. He's got past Jensen Powers, so the number 4 moving past the number 16.
Approaching the halfway stage of this first heat for Minimax. Joshua Bagembi driving brilliantly here. He's got a 1.1 second lead over Lucius McDermott. He's the fastest driver out on circuit, 50.108. I wonder if we'll see that 50-second barrier broken in this race. Looks like the group of Murphy, Edmonds and Jarvis have now got themselves a bit more organised, recognising that this is the stage of the race where you want to work together with those around you. Looks like Ernie Overton's joining them now as well in the blue and yellow helmets. There's a problem there for Edmonds just off the corner. Overton to the outside of Joshua Jarvis there. Not quite able to get the cut back, and here comes Martin Wright as well in the red suit and white helmet at the back of this group of 5 now going for 3rd place. Response coming in though, look at this. Lucius McDermott has visibly closed in on Joshua Bagembi on this last lap. Just looking at the sector times, yeah, it's a very good 2nd sector from McDermott. There is the number 52. He's not got this race won. Always a driver, when I've seen him race, has been very strong in mixed conditions when the grip is low. He's able to read them very, very well, is Joshua Bagembi. It's definitely served him in a positive manner this weekend. We've been talking about how cold it is. And yes, dry, particularly at the start of a morning. Bit of dew across the circuit, bit of moisture on there. Got to be able to find where the grip is and manage it, not let your tyres get too excited and lose grip. But McDermott is really throwing it at Bagembi here. This is not over yet. As down the inside then, Ernie Overton, great move. Can he get it done on the exit of paddock? He's going to have to just come across a little bit. Yeah, he's got it done. Brilliant stuff. 5th place then for Overton, past Joshua Jarvis. Here are your 2 leaders. Now you see little adjustment from Lucius McDermott on the radiator flap there. Trying to get a bit more cool air. That cool Cumbrian air here in April into the radiator of his Rotax machine. 90 seconds on the clock. This is a proper race between these 2. Clear of the rest of the field by almost 3 seconds. And there they are. Joseph Murphy just starting to break off the front of that group of 5 that we've been talking about. And looking at the clock as they go by, there'll be this lap, another lap and one more. Yes, so 3 more laps in this heat. Here comes Martin Wright looking down the inside of Ernie Overton, who's been re-overtaken
by Joshua Jarvis, and Martin Wright has indeed got through. So right up to 6th place, Jensen Powers has also got by past Jake Flewitt for 11th place. It can make you aware of. But look at these leaders. Here comes McDermott, has a half look down the inside of Begembi there. There's a contact warning for, I think that was for Ernie Overton. He needs to be careful there. I think I just saw a cart going in the pit lane. Yes, I did. It's Max Hollor. So Max Hollor is out of the race, but here again is McDermott going to try and set one up on the inside. He's still got 2 laps here. He's got time. He's got time to pick his moment to go for an overtake on Joshua Begembi. You say both of these drivers, the way that they're driving at the moment, deserve the full complement of points from this heat. If you're new to Super 1, all of these heats worth 34 points for the race winner, 33 for second, 32 for third, 31 for fourth. You get the picture as they run down through the order. When we get to the finals, it'll be 60 points for the winner in the longer race, 58 for second, 56 for third, 55 for fourth, and then it's 1 point per position as they go down through the order. We'll have drop scores applied in Super 1 this year. 2 rounds worth of scores, so basically if you do all the races across the season, it'll be 2 worst finals and your 4 worst heats will be drops. Oh, a bit of a mistake. Was that a mistake from Begembi? Is going to be under attack from McDermott here? No. McDermott not able to capitalise. We are on the last lap of the race now. Begembi to the inside. Oh, bit of a bump there from McDermott. Ooh, now wants to be careful with that. He doesn't pick up a bumper penalty. It'll be a real shame for Lucius McDermott here. Begembi continuing to defend as they go through the Stuart S's. He really wants this victory, does Joshua Begembi. There's going to be one more opportunity, you think, for McDermott to go down the inside, but he's not able to take it. A really good victory, and it was all about the start for Joshua Begembi, who takes victory in the first heat of the day for round 2 in Minimax for Super 1 2022. Took the first 2 heat victories yesterday, wasn't quite able to convert it into a finals victory. Is that going to change here on the Sunday? Lucius McDermott, yesterday's final winner. Great run for him there in 2nd place. Joseph Murphy finishes in 3rd place, replicates his result that he got in Heat 1 yesterday. Cameron Edmonds in 4th, Joshua Jarvis 5th, Martin Wright 6th, Ernie Overton in 7th, Marlon Manderson, Archie Dyson and Emily Atkins complete the top 10. Jensen Powers, Jasmine Taylor, Jake Flewitt all there on the last, on the lead lap, sorry. Takes us down to 13th. Problems for Charlotte Stanley and Max Hollor. We'll see Minimax out again later. Next up out on circuit is our penultimate race before the lunch break. It is Junior Rotax. Let's have a look at the grid then for Junior Rotax. Aidan Hassan and Leo Purchase on the front row of the grid. Alfie Briggs and Shane Collins row 2. Isaac O'Shea and Harry Pullen on row number 3. Jake Howarth and Sam Ardolino on row 4. Alexander Adams Acton and Callum Ghosh on row 5. Davin Marshall and Jamie Salter on row number 6. Jay Pearson and Harrison Morrow start on row 7. Billy Edgecombe and Max Tompkinson on row 8, Fenella Lane completing the 17 runners here today in Junior Rotax. Oh dear, the number 84 of Isaac O'Shea has had a spin. He's due to be starting 3rd. Sorry, he was 3rd yesterday in his final. That's not the way he would have wanted to start heat number 1. Just to go over the result from yesterday, Alfie Briggs, as we mentioned already, took the double in the juniors yesterday. This is the other half of the double. 2nd place for Aidan Hassan, 3rd place for Isaac O'Shea, 4th for Shane Collins, 5th for Jake Howarth. That was your top 5. So it'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap once again. You can see the drivers trying to get some heat into the tyres there. And away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap for Junior Rotax. Good start for those at the front of the field. And Aiden Hassan will lead down to McRae's for the first time. Takes that defensive line, does not want anybody getting ahead of him here on lap number 1. Alfie Briggs, you can see, trying to challenge for second place there alongside Leo Purchase in the number 71. Goes for that switchback. It's going to be some interesting moments, I feel, into the Stuart S's. There we go. Through goes. Oh, contact between Purchase and I think was that the number 23 possibly, or it might have been the 27 of Jamie Salter, but that is not a good first lap at all for Leo Purchase, as out of the race he goes. There's the number 72 of Harry Pullen down the inside of Jake Howarth, gets the move done. Looks like Alexander Adams-Acton is also trying to move through. Drama there on the first lap for Leo Purchase. They'll be gutted about that. Had a difficult final yesterday, finished in 13th place. There's a bit of squabbling going on there. So it's the 34 that was involved there with the incident on the prior lap. Number 41 of Davy Marshall having a difficult moment through the Stuart S's. 5.5 minutes of this one remaining. Still plenty of time for the drivers out there, as the number 18 of Alexander Adams-Acton is trying to get past Harry Pullen there in the Tony car, number 72. Privateer entry from Harrogate. Jake Howarth, you can see just behind also, racing for Joe Weaver Racing. We're very, very pleased with the result for their main man yesterday. Big support from the JWR crew for Joe Weaver taking race victory in the senior Rotax category, which we'll see after this particular race. Is there going to be a big performance from Jake today in response to that example set? 4 minutes and 40. Good start this from both Aiden Hassan and Alfie Briggs. Here down the inside goes Adams-Acton. Clean as a whistle, that move on Harry Pullen, and it's good for 4th place. See the number 16 of Sam Ardolino, who good to see Sam back out, because he was another driver who had difficulties in the final yesterday, was classified 17th. He's back out there on circuit in the number 16. Was inside the top 10, 2 9th places in his heats yesterday, and at the moment he's looking like he's going to beat that. He's currently holding in 7th. Steady pace being put in by this group of drivers then. At this stage we're at the halfway point for Junior Rotax. Fastest lap at the moment is Aiden Hassan with a 46.632. Alfie Briggs 1.2 seconds behind. There's David Marshall in the number 41, fighting alongside the 44 of Jay Pearson. Pearson wins out in that one. Harrison Morrow also involved there, number 75. There were some more changes going on just ahead of them as well in that fight between Adams-Acton, Pullen, Howarth and Ardolino. We'll come back to that, I'm sure, in a moment's time. The field spreading out at the moment in this Junior Rotax category. Side by side between Pullen and Howarth, and Howarth gets his nose chopped off there. Pullen in no state of mind to let him through. I'll work with him at the moment. It's a hard physical race out there, and yes, they have also got past Alexander Adams-Acton, which you saw Adams-Acton has shuffled down a couple of spots now, is into 6th place. Sam Ardolino has been overtaken by the number 84 there. It's Isaac O'Shea, who Isaac's transponder isn't working at the moment, so or he is might generally be a lap down, because of course he had that spin on the formation lap. We'll confirm that when the final results come out later on. 2 minutes to go in the first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Still Aiden Hassan. Not seen him on the camera for a while, but don't worry, he's out there by 2 seconds clear of Alfie Briggs. Look at that, beautiful from Billy Edgecombe down the inside of the number 36 of Jake Howarth, and that's Billy Edgecombe, who's come from a long way down the grid up into the top 5 now as contact between Howarth and the number 18 of Alexander Adams-Acton. Howarth gets out the way, may have damage to the car, trying to get back up to speed. It's fallen all the way down to, I think, 9th or maybe 10th position, just ahead of Jay Pearson there. Not long in this one to go then. 2.5 seconds now the lead for Aiden Hassan. Shuffle of positions confirmed. Pearson up to 9th. Howarth 10th. Leo Purchase trying to fight back through as well. Of course, he had the incident on lap 1 of this race. And once again, look at this. Overtaking masterclass from Billy Edgecombe in the number 23. Has got past Harry Pullen there. There is your race leader. New fastest lap of the race from Aiden Hassan, 46.5. I think there'll be this lap plus one more. Yes, there will be. This lap plus one more for the drivers out there. But Aiden Hassan from Milton Keynes, racing for Mark Baines Motorsports in this entry this year. 2nd, 4th and 2nd yesterday across the 2 heats and the final. Same format that we're running here today at Rowrah. This will be good for Aiden Hassan to get a race victory, break the dominance that we've seen from Alfie Briggs in the junior categories so far this weekend. As here down the inside goes the number 84, that's Isaac O'Shea. Putting a move there on Alexander Adams-Acton. Last lap board is now out for the leader. This really has been a strong performance from Hassan. Briggs hasn't been matching the pace of Hassan in this one. 47.1 last time around from Briggs, 46.5 for Hassan. Maybe a little bit of strategy in play, of course, with saving tyres across the course of the weekend. I've not talked too much about Shane Collins out there. The number 10 is a bit of a fight going on there between the number 18 of Adams-Acton and Jake Howarth and number 36 also. But here is your race leader, and it's going to be race winner. Aiden Hassan is going to take victory in the first heat of the day here for round 2 of Super 1 2022 at Rowrah. 2nd place for Alfie Briggs. 3rd place for the Isle of Man's Shane Collins. Very nice stuff indeed from Shane Collins. Billy Edgecombe races through to 4th place. Harry Pullen 5th. Callum Gosh got 6th on the line there ahead of Alexander Adams-Acton. Sam Ardolino, Leo Purchase and Jake Howarth complete the top 10. Jay Pearson, Harrison Morrow, David Marshall, Jamie Salter and Max Tompkinson in the top 15. Fenella Lane and Isaac O'Shea, although I do think actually Isaac O'Shea's had a transponder issue, so I think he's going to slot in around 6th place. We'll see that confirmed on timing. And if you do want to have a full review of all the results so far here today at Rowrah, results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. Super 1, all one word, is where you want to go for all of that information. And we're going to get ready for the final race before that lunch break. It's the first heat of the day for Senior Rotax. Grid time for Senior Rotax. Joshua Valance has pole position. Carl Dunford alongside him on the front row. Kieran Gianelli and Ben Davis there on the 2nd row of the grid. Daniel Jones and Ben Page on row number 3. Isaac Lord and Joe Weaver start on row 4. Then we find Tom Taylor and Jack Davies on row 5. Max Martin and Alicia Bradshaw on row 6. And then Aaron Norman and Kieran Pepper completing the 14 entries in Senior Rotax here this weekend. Slight pause in proceedings here. I said it was a slight pause. Away they go. I said that because I saw the ambulance was on the move, but I think it was just repositioning itself. Out to go the senior Rotax drivers. Results from yesterday in the final, if you missed it. Joe Weaver with a audacious, brilliant move on the last lap to take the race victory ahead of Ben Davis in second place. Third on the podium was Kyle Dunford. Fourth was Joshua Valance. Fifth and top rookie was Daniel Jones. That was a really good response as well, because Daniel Jones had technical difficulties in I want to say the second heat. Yes, it was the second heat. So a good recovery there from Daniel Jones to get fifth and top rookie yesterday, and he's had a good qualifying here this morning, so look out for the number 46, the driver from Oswald Street. Long journey for him up here this weekend. Has been for many of the drivers, but it's worth it though in this beautiful Rowrah circuit. Big thanks to Cumbria Kart Racing Club being our hosts this weekend. So there's Joshua Valance, the number 28, the white kart with the sky blue detailing, black suit and green and white helmets. Number 66 of Carl Dunford alongside him. Here we go then for Heat 1 for Senior Rotax. 7 minutes on the clock, and away we go into the chicane for the first time. We saw a bit of argy-bargy in the juniors, and we've seen a bit of argy-bargy in the seniors as well. I think that was the number 12 going round of Alicia Bradshaw and someone else at the back of the order that we'll try and track through in a few moments' time. But apart from that, everybody is through the first sector of this circuit. There's the number 62 of Max Martin trying to go down the inside of Jack Davies for a position. Through the exit chicane off the stewardesses, as Carl Dunford's trying to get through there, but has compromised himself. And here comes down the inside. Look, is the rating. Oh, big save there from Ben Davies, racing for DHR. Had to pull out of that one as a big defence from Carl Dunford. He definitely wanted to hold on to that second place there. 1 minute gone then in this race already. It's Valance from Dunford. Ben Page took advantage of all that was going on there. You see him in the grey and yellow kart. Raced very well last year. He's up there already in third place, side by side between Tom Taylor in that brightly coloured number 77 entry. Welsh driver from Bridgend. Of course, we're going to Wales later on this season to Glan-Y-Gors. Really looking forward to that round. Another fantastic circuit. As down the inside goes the number 86, but look at this. Through comes Joe Weaver. There he is on the scene in the number 40, reading that situation perfectly and getting two for the price of one. Very, very good stuff indeed, and this is what we saw from Joe Weaver yesterday. Those kind of moves, that kind of reading of what's going on ahead of him and his positioning of the kart. There's not many in Senior Rotax who are better at that than him. There's number 14 of Aaron Norman. Good to see that kart's back out there, as did not take the start in the final yesterday. So Joshua Valance leads by half a second ahead of Carl Dunford. Joe Weaver now up to third, and fastest driver out there on circuit, 45.627, a new fastest lap of the race. Ben Davis and Ben Page completing that top five at the moment. Kieran Janelli, number 50 in sixth place, is your top rookie. Here is that battle for sixth place. Number 50 of Janelli. Tom Taylor just behind. Can't miss him with that paint scheme on the kart. Daniel Jones just behind them as well, running another good race. If he could hold on to 8th place, that would be his best heat finish of the weekend so far. Joshua Valance just slightly off where I think he would expect to be yesterday. Did take a second in the second heat of the day, but it was fourth place in both Heat 1 and the final for the driver of the number 28. He's very experienced in Rotax machinery. I've watched Joshua race for quite a few years now, through the junior ranks and now here into seniors. In fact, he's been in the seniors for a couple of years now. A very consistent driver and showing that consistency at the moment. Another 45.6 coming in there. His new fastest personal best of the race so far for Valence. 3/4 of a second is his lead. He needs to keep an eye on Joe Weaver though. So in the context of this race, he is charging along. 45.398 for the number 40 last time around. And he's only 1.4 seconds off the lead now. Here's the number 62 of Max Martin. Brilliant helmet design that Max has there. He's currently holding on to 9th place. He's just got ahead of Isaac Lord, who we saw earlier on in the senior rock category. And there is Joe Weaver. Another new fastest lap of the race from Weaver. 45.282. Less than a second is his gap now to the front of the field, but he's got to get past Carl Dunford first if he's got thoughts about winning this race. Quick adjustment on the radiator flap. See the Rotax drivers using that a lot. That's all to do with like cooling the engine and managing the temperatures and making sure that they're maximising the power from these Rotax engines also. He's closing in all the time. Is he going to have a go here into paddock corner? This is where he did the move yesterday that won him the final. No, thinks better of it. Maybe he's just thinking at the moment, if I push Carl Dunford along, I can close up to Joshua Valence more quickly, make this a proper 3-cart scrap at the front of the field. But now he's going to look down the inside into McRae's, takes second place. Beautifully done by Joe Weaver. He's just got under a minute and a half now to try and set about catching Joshua Valence. This pace that Weaver has this weekend, didn't have the best of qualifyings. He's had to work for it in this race, and he'll need to do so again in the second heat later today. As Carl Dunford went for one there into the stewardesses, but that's actually more. Left him in the clutches of Ben Davis now in the blue and yellow DHR machine down the inside. All of the DHR crew running the Lando Norris kart chassis this year, and they've got it working well. It's to be expected. A really professional outfit, our DHR. That's Ben Davis now up to 3rd place. Less than a minute to go then on the clock for the last race before the lunch break. We've got the sequence of heats that you've seen this morning and early afternoon once again, once we come back off the lunch break, which is estimated to be just after 1 o'clock. We'll have the drivers' parade in the lunch break, which we'll bring you the shots of. Big thanks to our sponsors as always. CWG Choices Limited, largest dedicated trade window and door manufacturer in the UK. AST Signs, JKH and RI Helmets. Thank you for their continued support of Super One. Time is now up. The last lap board has not been shown yet though, so there'll be this lap plus one more. That's good news for Joe Weaver. That's more time for him to close in. Well, he has closed in. Now can he manufacture a move on the number 28 for the lead in this race? Didn't take a heat win yesterday. Obviously got that win in the final. And he's setting up now. This is where he's strong, running through Sunny Bend into paddock. Is he going to give it out? Oh, I thought he was going to go for it there. That's where he took the win yesterday, across the line. Last lap board is now out for the field. Can Joshua Valence hold on to one of the form drivers of the weekend? He's gone defensive as they go into McRae's. He's got to get the run off of McRae's right. Joe Weaver's trying to find a way through. Oh, it's a big bit of a pump there from Joe Weaver, but Joshua Valence has still got the lead here. He's going to cross across the circuit, have the defensive line as they go into the stewardesses. This is brilliant defence from Joshua Valence, and Ben Davis is in there as well in 3rd place. Carl Dunford could still get something out of all of this if they all take each other off in the last couple of corners through Sunny Bend to the inside, surely for Joshua Valence. Can he get the move done? Joe Weaver looks down the inside. That's a brilliant defensive performance and a race victory for Joshua Valence. He holds off Joe Weaver, Ben Davis and Carl Dunford.
brilliantly done by the driver in the number 28. We'll be very pleased with that. Ben Page finishes in 5th, Tom Taylor in 6th, Kieran Janelli, your top rookie, in 7th ahead of Daniel Jones. Isaac Lord and Max Martin make up the top 10. Jack Davis, Aaron Norman, the last of those who ran almost error-free or trouble-free. Alicia Bradshaw is coming around the last corner now, finishes in 13th, and Kieran Pepper was a retirement. Well, that completes the racing for the first rotation of heats and the morning and early afternoon session. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage this morning from Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media. We'll be back with more commentary of the second group of heats later on in the day. For now, enjoy your lunch break.
Here with our winner today in the IAME Bambino category, Josh Cook. Josh, that was an absolutely brilliant race in the final. You won by just over by 1/10 of a second. That was a very, very close finish.
Yeah, it was quite hard because Grayson was right on my tail, pushing me all the way. Quite hard. Grayson got a faster lap time than me, but I managed to hold him off and finish over the line in P1.
How's the karts driving this weekend?
Smooth, soft, nice. In Heat 2 I had to fight it a little bit to get round the corners, but apart from that, quite nice. Couple of times in the final I had to, just really soften it up, otherwise it was going to drift wide or something, because the engine wasn't really feeling that good, so I had to just smoothen it up, otherwise it would have ran wide. So, but apart from that, nice. So yeah.
Who's been the big help this weekend? Who do you want to thank?
Probably my dad and my teammates, and my teammates' dads, because we're all helping each other, and yeah.
Are you looking forward to tomorrow? We do it again for round number 2?
Yep. I'm in round number 2. I'm hoping for a top 5, so probably going to go well.
Well, really good stuff. Well done, Josh. Great victory today. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye.
Back on the podium today with our winner in Mini Rock, Sam Woolley. Sam, a really competitive class, this Mini Rock, as ever in Super 1. Tell us about the day.
So we had a tough first heat, and in second heat we had a spin, but then managed to get it back up to 5th. And in the final, I just saw a gap and then went for it, and managed to win it from there.
There was a red flag, I think I'm right in saying, in the middle of that final. What goes through your head when you're in one of those situations and waiting to get racing again?
You want to try and get the best start as you can, and you don't really want to be on the outside where I was, but as I said, I saw a gap and went for it, and then took the lead from there.
As you say, that move that you did into Paddock Bend with about 6 minutes to go, perfectly executed under braking. What was your strategy after that point? How did you feel seeing the rest of the race out?
I made sure that I was pushing every lap as hard as I could, trying not to look over as much, but I was still doing it. But then, yeah, and then just kept doing every lap and trying as hard as I could.
And who would you like to thank for the victory today and all the help that you've been receiving in getting the kart quick?
I'd like to thank Primo Racing, Colin McNair, my dad's, and then Super Tune Engines and DR Racing Kart.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Sam. Really well raced. Hopefully we see you on the top step again tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Superman. I'm Superman.
There you go. There we go.
You've got matching suits, so
there you go. Yeah, matches.
I'm going to go back on that actually.
Right, one.
It's embarrassing, I should have done that really.
I feel like a Bambino.
Did you get one? Thank you.
I think it's just a couple rounds,
As I'm requested.
There we go. Thank you. Oh, I missed you out, have I? Sorry. We're here on time.
I'm suing you.
There we go.
Suing
Thank you. Whoop.
Yeah, you.
taking part,
We give them to the Bambinos, we don't get the older ones now.
I've always wanted one of these. I've always wanted one, yes sir. I think you got one to just break it. I think you just you need another one.
You're faster than me.
He took my sticker. I don't have a sticker.
There you go, split that there.
If Austin News that's there, he's going to win. What else? He's been there for an hour.
Okay, and then we've got a helmet bag. You have to be here to win it, so... Isaac Lord! Right, don't bring your helmets. Don't bring your helmets. 2 minutes, you can wait.
Literally said on the thing, bring your helmets. Yeah, but I don't know why they're... I'm wearing it, boy. Oh, you know what? No, I'm Superman. You know what? I'm Superman.
Once again here at the podium at Rowrah with our winner in Minimax today, Lucius McDermott. Lucius, talk us through the race and how that final went for you.
So, me and number 52 were just battling all the way through, just switching back all the time, but luckily in the end I got it, so.
It's very cold here this weekend at Rowrah. How's that affecting the kart? Is it affecting the kart?
Well, it's hard to depend because I think it wasn't affecting the car, but it was cold, so yeah.
It's a very, very competitive category in Minimax. Both of the mini categories are very, very close. Who do you think's going to be at the front with yourself, hopefully tomorrow in round number 2?
I think it's going to be me and number 52 again, and like number 28 again. So we'll just see how it goes tomorrow, see if I win again, but we'll see.
Who's been a big part of the preparations for today? Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad and granddad because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them, because they just bring me here, so I wouldn't be karting if it wasn't for them.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Well done, Lucius. Fantastic driving, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here at the podium, and with his beautiful number 1 Rotax 177 kart, winner today at Rowrah for round 1 of a new championship, Chris Thomas. Chris, 2 heat wins, a final win, a clean sweep of the races today. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm obviously really happy to have a good start to the championship again this year. It's obviously it looks easier than it actually is. I think here it's key for qualifying. If you get at the front, it's much easier to get away because obviously it's quite tight initially. So it's obviously difficult for people to get a good run on you. So obviously you try and get away as quick as you can. But the team KPR, we worked so hard this weekend, tuning the karts, making sure that everyone was up to speed as much as possible, and to have a 1-2 in the final at the end of the day was just fantastic.
Yeah, a really good run for Oliver this or today as well, hopefully for the rest of the weekend as well. What do you think have been those key little moments, those key last few percent to get you out on top here today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've been looking at the data a lot, and obviously the gearing as well, depending on, you have to sort of gauge yourself to other people, because some people are running some quite strange setups here, which may not be the fastest, but obviously in order to make progress, you've got to sort of go somewhere near them. But Ollie was, you know, really good. He's so good at getting through the traffic, so I knew that if I didn't get away, he'd be on my bumper. But fortunately, I did get away, and I think there was a big crash at the start, and I hope Scott's okay, because it sounded like it was quite bad. I mean, obviously I didn't see it, but it sounded like it was quite bad.
Judging from the weather that we had around the UK last weekend, I don't think anyone would have expected such cold conditions here this weekend. Has that proved a challenge?
It has with tyres. I mean, obviously when we were driving up here, it was snowing, like proper blizzards. So we were a bit worried, but with the cold temperatures, it does make a difference to what you run on tyre pressures and the way you set the car up to obviously create the temperature in the tyre. But like I say, I think with the three of us working hard together this weekend at KPR, I think we've got pretty close.
And we go again for round 2 tomorrow. What are your thoughts ahead of that one?
I think it's all going to be about tyre, because having the two sort of effective race weekends, you know, in consecutive days on the same tyre, if you're not careful with the tyre, like slide it a lot all day, every day, you're going to have no grip but come the final on Sunday. So it's just going to be tyre management, I think.
Good stuff. Well done, Chris. Perfect start to the season. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thanks very much.
Here with our winner in Senior Rock for round 1 of the Senior Rock category for Super 1 2022, Isaac Lord. Isaac, tell us about that race.
It was a bit harder than I expected. It was going to be, we thought it would be a bit easier, but I had a nice battle throughout the race with Rob and Kieran. It was close racing, fair racing, and came down to the last lap, and Kieran and Rob must have had a collision.
Rock racing always competitive in Super 1. What have been the focuses through the off-season in preparations for the first round here today?
It's been tons of fitness and track time. It's the best thing you can do. I've trained every day and eaten correctly. It's the best you can do.
How's the team finding the challenges of this Rowrah circuit, particularly with it being quite cold, especially for April?
We were testing a couple of weeks ago and we got the setup spot on, and today not had to touch the car. It's been all focused on the driver. Trying to not make mistakes, and when I didn't, it was mint.
Round 2, we go again tomorrow for the same format. What are your thoughts ahead of that one?
Same again, but better.
Good stuff. Well done, Isaac. Fantastic victory, maximum points from today, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
See you again. See you again, hopefully.
Well, we had to wait for a little while to get this result in, but it is in. The C50 Bambino New Era winner here today at Rowrah is Lewis Kirkcaldy. Lewis, what a day, what a race. Tell me about it.
Well, in qualifying, it was kind of not good because I qualified 10th and I had a rough one, and then it just went for it, and then in the end, I'm fine with it.
How long have you been karting in the Bambino kart?
I actually did not know.
Very good answer, a very honest answer. In terms of the race itself, the final, there was a very close group of you going for that position. How did you go about it?
Well, I was trying to kind of defending my lines. So basically, if number 15 would come up, I would basically just go in front of her.
What do you like about this Rowrah track?
Actually, I do like it, actually, because I actually don't know. I like everything about it.
Good stuff. Who's been the biggest help in the team and getting the kart ready for today?
Basically, maybe my dad.
That's a good answer. Dad always helps out. We're racing again tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
I think I'm just going to go flat out for it.
Good stuff. Well done, Lewis. Very, very good to see you on the podium with 2 trophies. We'll see you again tomorrow. Here with our winner today at Rowrah for the first round of Super 1 2022 in our C50 Bambino Pro category. Austin Oman, really good racing today. You must be very pleased.
Yes.
Talk me through your race. Which was the most exciting bit?
When I went around the far corner, I was surprised because when I was coming out of it, someone flashed past me, but on the next corner, I just got him on the last lap, and then he overtook me for a second time, and I beat him on, but I just beated him on the first corner on the last lap. But my favourite part was when I went around this corner here. So, because when he was trying to overtake me, but he couldn't, because someone once told me that you should stay in the same, just tight enough so the people that are in second can't get in front of you, so you can win and they come second.
Absolutely. What do you enjoy about this particular track?
Well, I enjoy that it's like a really, really hard track to get into the 101 deads, but you sometimes can get 101 deads if you try hard enough.
Very good stuff. Well done today, Austin. We'll see you again tomorrow for round 2.
Thank you.
Last podium of the day, but very well deserved. Our winner in senior Rotax, Joe Weaver. Joe, I'm going to go straight to it. That move on the last lap to take the win. Talk me through it.
I sort of went to the last few corners and I thought he's a bit ahead, but I'm quite fast with his section. If he leaves the gap, I'm gonna go for it. There was a bit of a gap there, so I put my kart in it, and then there's a little tussle, but I think it's just racing. And then yeah, I got the move done, so got the win.
What's been the main work in the off-season and preparing for this first round of the championship?
Well, we've had a change of chassis onto the Tony kart, so it's basically just getting used to the chassis now. I'm thinking thereabouts with it. Still a few tweaks to go, but yeah, I'm enjoying it.
We've been talking about conditions a lot today. It's quite cold. We seem to have gone back 2 months from where we were last weekend. Was that a challenge?
It is, but you adapt. It's one of them. You go on track and it's all the same, really. My mechanic's been on top with the setup, so I don't really have to worry about that sort of stuff, really.
Great calendar for Super 1 this year. Aside from Rowrah, because clearly you're enjoying it because you're on the top step, which other circuits you are looking forward to this year?
I'm really looking forward to Shenington. I went well there last year, so hopefully we can do the same again this year, really.
Last one before I let you go. Who would you like to thank for today's victory?
I'd like to thank my mechanic Rob. Setup's been bang on all day, especially the last one. I'd like to thank my mum and dad for letting me do it. I'd like to thank my mate Harry for coming and supporting me and driving me down here. It's been great. And also my scouser Jake. Big support from him as well. Nice one.
Brilliant stuff. Well, great team, great driver. More of the same tomorrow?
Hopefully, yeah.
Cheers. Thanks a lot. Here with our winner in Honda Cadet today here at Rowrah, Jensen Hookey. Jensen, a really good start to the season, a win in the final and a heat win earlier on this morning as well. You must be pleased.
Yeah, pleased. There's a lot of points, and hopefully that can boost my championship and give me an early advantage.
You're stepping up. We've seen you race in the Bambinos before. What are your hopes for Honda Cadet this season?
This might be my last season, so I'm hoping to maybe win this championship. And yeah.
What about this Rowrah circuit as well? It's very cold this weekend. What are the challenges out there?
Yeah, not much grip. More grip in the final because it's got a lot hotter, obviously, but not much grip. I've only been in twice, so I was a bit of a disadvantage compared to others, but yeah.
We do it all again tomorrow for round 2. Who do you think is going to be your fiercest opposition tomorrow?
I think maybe Logan McAllister, because he's been very fast this weekend.
Great stuff. Well done, Jensen. Really good victory. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thanks, mate.
As someone who's an engineer in the week, I like efficiency, and this is going to be the most efficient interview of the day because it's for our double winner in both Junior Rock and Junior Rotax, Alfie Briggs. Alfie, I don't think you could have asked for anything more at the start of the day. 2 class victories here today at Rowrah.
No, it's been a really good day, and it's been a really enjoyable day too.
Starting with Junior Rock, you were so close to that title last year. How do you want to change things going forward in 2022?
Win it by even, obviously not come second, but win it by even more.
Talk us through that final. How did it start out? How did you attack the course of that race?
Well, there wasn't really a big grid. There was 3 of us, and me and George got away at the start into the first hairpin. I had to defend from George, and then I just drove away.
As you say, we're going between those 2 classes. What are the main differences between switching between the Rock kart and then into the Rotax?
Well, the carbs are pretty similar, so the throttle input's quite the same, but the tyre is quite different, so you have to get used to the grip.
There's not a lot of grip out there today. I saw on one of your warm-up laps aggressively getting the heat in. How's the cold that we've got this weekend affecting things?
Obviously makes your hands cold. Yeah, it takes so long to switch the car on.
Let's move on to the Junior Rotax race. A bigger field, but still very competitive. How did you tackle that one?
Well, we had a crash at the start. We got forced off the track, unfortunately. That's racing. We drove, got back on, didn't have any damage, so we just carried on. And Aiden had a couple second lead, and I think I was in 4th. And then I overtook Isaac and I can't remember who else. And then we drove up to Aiden, done him on the second to last lap, and just defended. Good
stuff. You're a driver who goes around all the different circuits. What do you particularly like about this Rowrah circuit, and what do you think you might be working on ahead of round 2 tomorrow?
The views are really nice. It's too long though on the way up. The track's a really fun track to drive. It's really flowing and uphill and obviously downhill. Yeah, it's just really nice to drive.
Good stuff. Last question, who do you want to thank for the results here today and the double victory?
I'd like to thank ZLX, ATEC, ATL, Stefan, Mum and Dad, Jack, Ollie and Matt and Geordie on the tools.
Brilliant. Well done, Alfie. Top performance today, and hopefully we see more again tomorrow.
Thank you.
For Super 1 2022 live here from Rowrah, and I think we are already going away for our second heat of the day for the Bambino C50 New Era and C50 categories, and there's a spinner already towards the front of the field. So and in fact I think it might be our driver who performed very well in the earlier stages of Ellis Wild Child. We'll track that through in a moment. What we can see is that Harper Das, who started this race in pole position, the qualifyings for the grid setting for all of these races the same as we had this morning. It's the same practice session. As round goes the number 58, and there's going to be some collected carts there. The number 11 of Buddy Hugo gets caught out by that. That was Jack Mellon spinning around, and there's more chaos as they come off of Iredale's. These are all the new era karts. Had a bit of a disrupted first set of heats for the Bambino C50s this morning. 2 red flags curtailed their racing in the first heat. But just to go over what was the confirmed results from that race. Alice Wildchild was your winner. Austin Oman was second place. Bertie Clark was third, your top rookie in pro. Riley Murrow, Harper Das, Alfie Mayer and Cole Teal were all the top 7 of the pros, top 7 overall. Chester Fawkes was your top new era driver in 8th overall, and Jack Mellon, Amelia Dale wrapping out the top 10. So Mellon the second of the new eras. All of these drivers from now on in are new era drivers. Chloe McGill was 11th overall. Lewis Kirkcaldy, who won the round yesterday, was 12th, ahead of Rex Pooley, Ethan McClelland, Jensen Biglands, Theo Poiter and Buddy Hugo. That took us down to 17th place. Let's focus back though on this race. This is heat 2, so the results from this heat combined with the results from heat number 1 will set the grid for the final later on this afternoon. 7 minutes plus 1 lap once again for these drivers, and apart from that little contretemps at the start of the race, this has been a much better heat so far from the Bambino C50s. There you're seeing the number 38, this is Chester Fawkes, fighting with the number 15 in novice, new era I should say, sorry, because I saw it 15N on the screen, but that's Chloe McGill. Chloe raced fantastically yesterday, got on the podium, was very, very happy with the results, back with the pros. So just to remind you that the pros are denoted by the karts with the orange number boards. As you can see, the C66 of Cole Teal is an example there. The new eras are the ones with the black number boards, like the number 18 there of Lewis Kirkcaldy. Does mean that sometimes 15 being an example, that there are 2 number 15s in the race, so you have to keep your eyes peeled for which one's orange, which one's black. The one on your screen at the moment, Chloe McGill, is the 15 with the black number board, so that's in new era, if you follow my drift. 4 minutes to go in this second heat for Bambino C50s, first race after the lunch break. Harper Das in the lead of it. I do think there was some counting back of results and some... I'm not seeing any confirmation of penalties, so yes, there was. Yes, the race result was called after 1 lap, there have been 2 red flags in that race. 3 minutes 15 to go. Still Harper Das out front, looking a lot more comfortable this time than before. 2.4 seconds is the gap over Riley Murrow. Austin Oman is falling down the order. It's down the inside. Good move there from Chloe McGill, but just can't quite hook it up on the exit. It's all what Bambino karting's about, learning, getting that those racecraft skills. Here's the number 38 of Riley Murrow fighting with Bertie Clark. So this is a change of position. So Clark ahead of Murrow now for second place on the road. Now I'm just trying to catch an eye as to where Austin Oman is. No, he's there. He's absolutely there. No, he's fine. Okay, so the battle between Murrow and Clark is actually for third, so it's a transponder issue on the number 7. But here comes Austin Oman down the inside, going for the lead and taking the lead away from Harper Das. Great move there from Austin Oman, who's been in fantastic fettle so far this weekend. See him leading into the corner there, really enjoying his racing. Took a big step forward in 2021 and is continuing as one of our youngest drivers here in the Bambinos here in 2022. All on, you see the tread of the tyre down the middle there. All of these karts run on wets all the time. It does mean that even in dry conditions they've not got that much grip. They haven't got the benefits of a full slick tyre. Just over 90 seconds of this race to go. It's like timing is refound Austin Oman, and Harper Das is trying to get back through here. Beautifully set out kart by Harper Das and team. Great to see the passion from the drivers and their families
how much time and attention they put into their Bambino racing. This is a great race as well. Harper-Das is not giving this up, has a little check over the shoulder to see there's absolutely nobody there. It's these two out front from everybody else. And some position changes to tell you about. Ellis Wildchild is working the number 88 cart back through the field. It's back up to 13th overall, has just got past Rex Pooley. Mason Hibbert has also made an overtake. He's got past Grace Mayer for 22nd place in this race. It's wonderful to see as well the drivers, maybe this is their first time to Rowrah, and it is a tricky circuit. It is not an easy one to learn at all. But the rate of improvement for some of the drivers this weekend. 2 more laps to go then. They will have some time on the clock as they cross start finish in a mere moment's time. There they go, 10 seconds, so yes, there'll be 2 more laps, including the one that they've just gone on to. There was, briefly on your screen, the number 32. That was Harry Chapman. That was the fight over 17th place in this race. And I want to say a top 10 spot in the new era category also. Just holding off Buddy Hugo and Henry Alger there. Here is the number 38 of Riley Murrow and Bertie Clark. This is 3rd and 4th place. Well, your 3rd and 4th place battle, I should say. Still some good opportunities for these drivers to make those last overtakes and gain some more positions, gain some more points as well, and more positions, or positions further up the grid for the final later on. Can't quite make out the back markers. I think it might be Elliot Payne who's the back marker there in 24th position in the number 29. Leaders may catch him on this lap, which will produce some interest, a different aspect for Austin Oman to deal with as he goes on to the last lap then for Heat 2 here in the Bambino C50s. Can Austin Oman take another victory here this weekend at Rowrah? They are going to catch the number 29. Austin Oman just needs to be careful here. In fact, that's very good driving from all 3 drivers involved there. Elliot Payne, just keep it to one side of the circuit. Predictable driving, good for the leaders, able to get through without any incident. So back down the back straight they go then towards the Stuart S's. Can Harper-Das find a way through here? Which Harper-Das just happy with 2nd place. It wouldn't be a bad decision to make at this stage of the day. There's still that final to come, and oh, they're going to be side by side though. That was a good line out of the S's by Harper-Das. He's got to have a half think about it into St John's, but I'm liking this from Harper-Das. Just take the 2nd place, take the points, take the strong grid position that will be on offer for the final. Austin Oman's going to take another victory though here in Bambino C50 New Era. Harper-Das, a very wise drive there into 2nd place. Riley Murrow is going to be in 3rd place, we would think. He's going to be tight on the line though with Bertie Clark. And there across the line, big celebrations from Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill has taken the win in the new era category. The number 15 crosses the line ahead of Chester Fawkes and Lewis Kukoldi. And that's a great victory for Chloe McGill, and definitely one of those drivers I was mentioning earlier is taking big steps forwards and improving all the time. A great victory for Chloe there. Reading down further through the order, Jason Biglands. That was a good race from Jensen as well. A lot of positions gained, 7th place overall. Alfie Mayer was 8th, 4th in the pro category. Ethan McClellan 9th, Amelia Dial another top 10 overall for Amelia. Oh no, just reset because of course Austin Oman had disappeared off the timing screen again. So Amelia Dial just outside the top 10 ahead of Cold Teal and Alice Wildchild. Jack Mellon, Rex Pooley, they're all your drivers in the top 15 overall, I should say. Theo Poyser, Harry Chapman, Soren Gallagher, Henry Algar, Buddy Hugo, Cooper Earsman, Gracie Mayer, Mason Hibbert and Elliot Payne compete the field there in Bambino C50. We will see their final later on this afternoon with the first of our 9-minute plus 1 finals. In the meantime though, we're going to get ready for the 2nd appearance of the day for Honda Cadet. Right, so let's have a look at the grid then for Heat 2 in Honda Cadet. John Richardson has pole position, Riley Till alongside on the front row. Andrew Dixon and Joel Bullen on row 2. Logan McAllister and Hugh Roach, 2 very quick drivers this weekend, are there on row number 3. Jensen Hookey and Oliver Warner on row 4. Katie Donaldson and Josh Parker row 5. Jensen Walker and Luke Ford are on row number 6. We then move down to row 7 where we find Ryland Blake and Thomas Butcher, Yusuf Yacoub and Maria Roberto on row number 8, Max Tadai and Drew Davidson on row 9. Ella Dixon and Leo Livings are on row number 10, Tyler Davis and Lily Hilton on row 11. Kean Sullivan completes the 23 expected entries for this second heat of the day for Honda Cadet. Let's have a quick reminder of the result from heat number 1, if I can find it. There it is. Jensen Hookey took the win after 9 laps, 1.5 seconds clear of Hugh Roach. Logan McAllister on finished in 3rd place. Katie Donaldson and Oliver Warner completed the top 5. I should mention that Hugh Roach was the top rookie. Joel Bullen in 6th, John Richardson in 7th, Andrew Dixon, Josh Parker and Max Tadai complete the top 10. The grid order is the same as we had for the first race. Out come the Honda Cadets. Decided by the time of qualifying earlier. There are some reasonably great, I was about to say threatening, but I'd still, it's been kind of doing this all weekend. Being a bit overcast, being a bit cloudy, not particularly warm, but no rain. And that's how we want it to stay, please. Cumbrian weather. Standing starts, as ever, for Honda Cadet. We are ready to go. 7 minutes are on the clock here at Rowrah, and away we go for Heat 2 for Honda Cadet for round 2 of Super 1 2022. All the 2s and all the karts go into the first couple of corners. Are they all going to get through unscathed? Looking good so far for the first half of the field, and it looks like it has been a good start for, I was about to say everybody involved, but there's one kart off towards the back. And there's a few more karts off through McRae's. 3 karts involved as they come through there. I think the 70, 16 and 21 were those involved. So that's Drew Davidson, Ella Dixon and Lily Hilton. Change of position there. Logan McAllister in the number 3 gets past Joel Bullen in the 17. But another good start here. We saw this in the first race from our pole sitter, number 32, John Richardson. Quite distinctive with the plain white front bumper, front wing there on John's kart. He's had another strong first lap here in race number 2. Clear by 0.4 of a second ahead of Riley Till. Riley Till had already had a spin at this stage of the race, so this has been a better start for Riley Till in heat number 2. It was a real shame for Riley because the initial start was brilliant. Went for a move up the inside of John Richardson into McRae's and just got it a little bit wrong. Span round, fought back to a spot in the top 15 in the first race. So drivers that have had problems to confirm on that first lap. I think Jensen Walker has had problems down 9. Ella Dixon, Drew Davidson and Lily Hilton, as we mentioned, were involved in the incident at McRae's. But everybody's still running again. All 23 karts circulating here on lap number 2, and a good battle going on here between Richardson and Till. Till looking quite eager to get through, take the lead of this race, and he would hope to pull away from the rest of the field, but this being Honda Cadet, that is easier said than done. We don't often see it happen, but Passion Motorsport have worked a lot on that kart this weekend. In the top 5 consistently yesterday. Logan McAllister for SAIT Motorsport also having a think about going through. There's Jensen Hookey, who when it's mattered has been absolutely on it so far this weekend. Race 1 today was a very much a classic of that situation. At first it was like, okay, maybe a 4th or a 5th. But when the battle started, Hookey picked the path through, got the race victory, got another 34 points at the early stages of this championship campaign. Can he do so again? Because there's plenty of time still to go in this one. Just to mention, Oliver Warner had got past Andrew Dixon and has stayed past. Thomas Butcher has made moves on that lap as well, got past Max Tadai. Tyler Davis has so likewise. So moves going on up and down the order at the moment. It's still our leader, John Richardson, kart number 32. Cutting Edge Racing having a strong showing here so far this weekend at Rowrah. Saw Joshua Magembe performing brilliantly in the Minimax category for that team earlier on this morning. Can they take another victory here? 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And it's a top four, but look at Jensen Hookey on his own there. This is a difficult position for Hookey now because he hasn't got any support from drivers behind. Good move down the inside. That's Katie Donaldson, the driver from Dufftown, one of the many Scots here this weekend. The Scottish drivers running well. Into the second half of this race. Number 11 there, fighting with a 23. That's Hugh Roach and Oliver Warner. And a big point there from Riley Till to Joel Bullen behind to say, come on, let's work together, let's go. Change for the lead, though. Logan McAllister has got to the front. So Logan McAllister has got by past John Richardson, and it's all started to break down a little bit now as Josh Parker has a moment in the number 63. So Logan McAllister has decided that the time is now. Now we saw a very similar story in race 1 this morning where John Richardson held the lead for quite a few laps and then had a couple of karts bottle up behind him. The crucial thing this time, though, he has not gone backwards. He's holding there very nicely in second place. And we mentioned earlier how important momentum is in Honda Cadet racing. It sometimes can be, you know, in fact, Richardson's going to go back down the inside here. That's more than a bit of momentum. That's bravery. Brilliant bravery from John Richardson, and retakes the lead. Does not want to be shuffled down the pack like he was a few hours ago, but Logan McAllister sticking his nose in. This is getting really rough and ready out there now. All of these drivers want to take this race win, they want to take advantage, and look who this is allowed to bring into this battle. Jensen Hookey is right there, he's got down the inside, going for 4th place. Brilliant. Classic Jensen Hookey on the scene. Gets by Joel Bullen, a brilliant overtake into Sunny Bend. And this is what, if you are new to Honda Cadet, I always say this, I know I always say this, but if you're new to Honda Cadet racing, this is why we love it. Because when they start fighting, it brings more people in. It's all about keeping the speed up, keeping that momentum going. But when it then gets to the latter stages of one of these Honda Cadet races, the races in these young drivers, they just want to do those overtakes. They just want to get to the front. Oh, look at that. That is a lovely overtake by, once again, Jensen Hookey switching back on the number 9 of Riley Till. That's Hookey up to 3rd place. And this is what we've seen him do so many times in Super 1 through the Bambino categories and now in Cadet. He's closing in. There's going to be 2 more laps here as Logan McAllister looking down the inside of John Richardson again. John Richardson defends, holds onto the lead. 17 seconds to go on the clock, so there will be this lap plus 1 more. And Jensen Hookey will like that piece of news, because if the 2 leaders keep having these little mini squabbles, it's going to allow him the chance to close in once again. But for the neutrals, we love it. We absolutely love this because it's proper racing, it's properly close, and it's properly entertaining. There's the number 77 of Katie Donaldson trying to find a way past Andrew Dixon, another one of the SAIT motorsport drivers. I reckon we're going to go into the last lap here and have a group of 5 going for the race victory in Heat 2.
John Richardson still leads this race. It's been a brilliant drive from him so far as Logan McAllister are they locked together. Here comes Jensen Hoogie down the inside. He's going to do it again. He's taken second place side by side with McAllister. On to the last lap we go. Hoogie trying to stick it around the outside. McAllister's going to be back on the inside this time. Retakes second position. Here comes Riley Till down the inside. Goes up to third. So that did not work out this time for Jensen Hoogie. John Richardson still leading this. Now he can defend. Now he really can defend because he's just got to get his nose across the line ahead of everybody else, and a race win will be his. There's more overtaking going on behind them. There's the number 83 of Tyler Davis gaining a position through the stewardesses, nearly side by side again between McAllister and Richardson. And there may be a little bit of a gap now for Richardson. Indeed there is, through Sunny Bend. One more corner to go for John Richardson. This has been a brilliant drive from the driver in the number 32 and Cutting Edge Racing. Round the final corner he goes. John Richardson takes from pole position heat number 2 ahead of Logan McAllister and everybody else for that matter. Jensen Hoogie third, Riley Till fourth, Joel Bullen fifth. The top 5 covered by less than a second. Andrew Dixon in 6th, Hugh Roach in 7th, Oliver Warner 8th, Tyler Davis and Katie Donaldson. That is your top 10, and a gargantuan 4.1 seconds covering all of them. My goodness me. Thomas Butcher 11th, Josh Parker 12th, Max Talai 13th, and then we go a few seconds back and we find Jensen Walker in 14th, Yusuf Cuban 15th, Leo Livings, Kean Sullivan, Maria Roberto, Drew Davidson, apologies, and Ella Dixon complete the top 20. Luke Ford, Lily Hilton and Ryland Blake complete your runners in that one. Brilliant stuff from Honda Cadet, and we very much look forward to their final later on this afternoon. I'm just going to remind myself when that final is due. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with me one moment. So that will be due at around 15:07 local time, so British summer time, for that one if you're particularly interested. But for now we're going to move on. Next out on circuit, second heat of the day for IAME Bambinos. Let's have a look at the grid then for Bambino IAMEs and their second heat of the day. Dean Singh Pahal and Grayson Wortley on the front row. Charlie Clough and Fraser Anderson on row 2. Ronnie Carter and Elliot Travis are on the third row of the grid. Eli Lizecki and Arthur Farrow on row 4. Josh Cook and Aaron Southwood row 5. Darren Dimitrov and Dax Farrer on row number 6. Daniel Ferguson and James Roots on row 7. Logan Rolfe and Freddie Flewitt on row number 8. Harry Williams and Harris Barber due to make up the 18 karts in this field. At the moment I've only got 17 on the timing screen as having come out of the pit lane. Could be a standing start once again for all of these drivers. And a quick reminder of the results that we saw earlier on this morning. And a really good victory for Elliot Travis ahead of Dean Singh Pahal and Grayson Wortley. That was your top 3. Josh Cook and Fraser Anderson completed the top 5. Ronnie Carter, Charlie Clough, Aaron Southwood, Eli Lizecki and Darren Dimitrov completed the top 10. All of those results available on results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. So the grid forming up then for the second heat of the day for the IAME Bambino category. 7 minutes once again for everybody. Dean Singh Pahal on the left of your screen. Grayson Wortley on the right. Away we go then for this second heat for IAME Bambinos. Good start for Dean Singh Pahal. Pahal will lead through the chicane and out of the chicane for the first time. Grayson Wortley sits there in second place. The number 6 of Ronnie Carter has had a good start as well. And in fact, he's had a very good start down the inside and takes second place straight away through McRae's. into Ardales we go. We've had a few spins and spills through there so far in this afternoon session, but nothing for the IAME Bambinos. Now you see our winner from heat number 1, number 33, Elliot Travis, top rookie at the moment so far this weekend also. That was him going past one of his Boxo Cosmic teammates, and in fact, yes, it was the number 7 of Charlie Clough. Good scrap going on at the front of the field. Ronnie Carter has come into this with a newfound sense of speed. The RCE driver trying to get by, and a little bit of rubbing there with Dean Singh Pahal. Elbows out racing here at Rowrah for the second heat of the IAME Bambinos, and look at the train forming up behind. Probably down to about 12th position is all in that one. And here comes Grayson Wortley on the outside of Ronnie Carter, and they're opening the door for the number 61 of Fraser Anderson. They all run a little bit wide. Here comes Elliot Travis through in that number 33 kart. Charlie Clough in the gold helmet just behind in the number 7. These cars are a little bit quicker, of course, than the C50s. Oh, Travis is going to lose out here because he got himself in a bad spot, and round goes the number 7 of Charlie Clough. He's kept the engine running, will get back in the race. He's understandably not too pleased about that, but I think let's have another look at that again. So I think Elliot Travis gets caught on the inside, just coming out of the S's. Yeah, there. And everybody's going to try and sweep round the outside of him. I would say from my position there, racing incident, but at the end of the day, I am not a steward, so take that opinion with a pinch of salt, ladies and gentlemen at home or at the circuit watching the stream. 4.5 minutes to go then. Dean Singh Pahal leads this race down the inside, number 77 on 24. That's Josh Cook going past Arthur Farrow. Josh Cook, our final winner yesterday. There is Elliot Travis looking to recover. I was going to say, I don't think there was any malice. I don't think there was any deliberate nature in that one. It was one of those where Travis had drivers to his left and right. And a bit of misjudgment on either part of the drivers resulted in the spin. Either way, the race continues. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. There's Grayson Wortley at the head of this pack, side by side between the number 77 and the 61. This is great stuff from Josh Cook. Pulling through the order now. Another one of the Boxo Cosmic drivers. Just looking to see where Charlie Clough has ended up. He's in 13th place at the moment. Three minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Side by side between Travis and the number 61 of Fraser Anderson. And Travis is down the inside, takes the position. Two leaders well out front at the moment, Pahal and Carter. Grayson Wortley with a fair bit of work to do to cross that divide. In the moment, isn't getting any help from behind. There's the number 99. We haven't seen too much so far today. Niziecki running strongly in 8th place, returning for another year of Super 1 racing in the Bambinos. Ronnie Carter at the moment just quite happy to sit on the rear bumper of Pahal. And as we've been mentioning through the other Bambino... Oh dear, that's Fraser Anderson off. Fraser Anderson is out of the race in the number 61. That looked to be, I think, through McRae's. Yes, it is. It's on driver's right, just on the exit of McRae's. I can see one of the marshals over with Anderson now. 2 minutes of the race to go. But that's a real shame for Fraser Anderson. Was running strongly in the top 10, well in the top 10. And this race will not be a happy result for Fraser, driver from Kelty in Scotland. Race continuing though at the front of the field. There probably will be yellow flags out. In fact, we've gone full course yellow. We have gone full course yellow. The Battenberg flags are out. So the race is neutralised. Whilst Fraser Anderson is
helps out there on the exit of McRae's, so you're not missing any racing action at the moment. It's still Pahal ahead of Carter. Josh Cook has worked that number 77 cart up to 3rd place. Grayson Wortley there in 4th, Elliot Travis in 5th. There you see the Battenberg flag's now removed, so we are, no, not back to green. We're going red flag, I think, again here. And yes, red flag then for the incident involving Fraser Anderson on the exit of McRae's. The medical team is with Fraser now, and understandably, if the medical team is required, even for the most minor of situations, we cannot continue racing, so the red flag correctly brought out by race control, with Dean Singh Pahal in the lead of the race, ahead of Ronnie Carter P2, Josh Cook P3, Grayson Wortley P4, Elliot Travis completing the top 5, Arthur Farrow, Dax Farrow, Aaron Southwood, Eli Liziecki and Logan Rolfe top 10, Charlie Clough, Darren Dimitrov, Daniel Ferguson, James Roots and Harry Williams take us down to 15th place, Harris Barber, and Fraser Anderson completing down to 17th place there. And I do wonder, with the amount of time run through that race, whether that may be called as a result. That's me speculating on the decisions of race control. I would not be surprised if they call that one at the end of lap number 5. So we'll have a short pause in the proceedings here at Rowrah. I do hope you're enjoying the coverage. If it's your first time watching one of these Super 1 streams and you haven't already, do click that subscribe button. If you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, do give the stream a like as well, really does help it out. And if you're enjoying the commentary as well, at @MM across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube as well. Give us a like, give us a follow. As I say, it really, really does help us out. Particularly on a busy day of racing, to get the awareness out there for everything that's going on here on the Alpha Live channel. I'm going to look to Adam, because I think we may be play some interviews if we can, and see some of our drivers from yesterday and the round winners from round number 1. We'll be back shortly with more racing here at Rowrah.
With our winner today in the IAME Bambino category, Josh Cook. Josh, that was an absolutely brilliant race in the final. You won by just over by 1/10 of a second. That was a very, very close finish.
Yeah, it was quite hard because Grayson was right on my tail, pushing me all the way. Quite hard. Grayson got a faster lap time than me, but I managed to hold him off and finish over the line in P1.
How's the karts driving this weekend?
Smooth, soft, nice. In Heat 2 I had to fight it a little bit to get round the corners, but apart from that, quite nice. Couple of times in the final I had to, just really soften it up, otherwise it was going to like drift wide or something, because the engine wasn't really feeling that good, so I had to just smoothen it up, otherwise it would have ran wide. So, but apart from that, nice. So yeah.
Who's been the big help this weekend? Who do you want to thank?
Probably my dad and my teammates, and my teammates' dads, because we're all helping each other, and yeah.
Are you looking forward to tomorrow? We do it again for round number 2?
Yep. I'm in round number 2. I'm hoping for a top 5, so probably going to go well.
Well, really good stuff. Well done, Josh. Great victory today. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye.
As someone who's an engineer in the week, I like efficiency, and this is going to be the most efficient interview of the day because it's for our double winner in both Junior Rock and Junior Rotax, Alfie Briggs. Alfie, I don't think you could have asked for anything more at the start of the day. 2 class victories here today at Rowrah.
No, it's been a really good day, and it's been a really enjoyable day too.
Starting with Junior Rock, you were so close to that title last year. How do you want to change things going forward in 2022?
Win it by even, like, obviously not come second, but win it by even more.
Talk us through that final. How did it start out? How did you attack the course of that race?
Well, it wasn't really a big grid. There was 3 of us, and me and George got away at the start into the first hip, and I had to defend from George, and then I just drove away.
As you say, we're going between those 2 classes. What are the main differences between switching between the rock kart and then into the Rotax?
Well, the carbs are pretty similar, so the throttle input's quite the same, but the tyre is quite different, so you have to get used to the grip.
And there's not a lot of grip out there today. I saw on one of your warm-up laps aggressively getting the heat in. How's the cold that we've got this weekend affecting things?
Obviously makes your hands cold. Yeah, it takes so long to switch the car on.
Let's move on to the Junior Rotax race. A bigger field, but still very competitive. How did you tackle that one?
Well, we had a crash at the start. We got forced off the track, unfortunately. That's racing. We drove, got back on, didn't have any damage, so we just carried on. And Aiden had a couple second lead, and I think I was in 4th. And then I overtook Isaac and I can't remember who else. And then we drove up to Aiden and done him on the second to last lap, and we just defended.
Good stuff. You're a driver who goes around all the different circuits. What do you particularly like about this Rowrah circuit, and what do you think you might be working on ahead of round 2 tomorrow?
The views are really nice. It's too long though on the way up. The track's a really fun track to drive. It's really flowing and uphill and obviously downhill. Yeah, it's just really nice to drive.
Good stuff. Last question, who do you want to thank for the results here today and the double victory?
I'd like to thank ZLX, ATEC, ATL, Stefan, Mum and Dad, Jack, Ollie and Matt and Geordie on the tools.
Brilliant. Well done, Alfie. Top performance today, and hopefully we see more again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Time to go racing then in the junior and senior rock categories. Away we go for heat number 2. Kieran Pepper leads us from pole position. Isaac Lord already trying to wrestle the lead from him in the number 5 kart there. The number 2 of Daniel Pepper starting. There's contact with Isaac Lord and Kieran Pepper. Daniel Pepper's gone off also, so big drama at the start of the second heat for the seniors. The juniors, it is Alfie Briggs, George Barker and Oliver Law out there. Let's have a look at that incident once again. Coming towards McRae's. What happens here? Yeah, I think there's just a tiniest bit of contact between the rear right of Isaac Lord and the side pod of, the rear right of Kieran Pepper and the side pod of Isaac Lord, and it just pops Isaac Lord ever so slightly up into the air, spins him round, and Daniel Pepper got caught out by that also. Right, end of lap number 1 then. Rob Ellis down the inside takes the lead from Kieran Pepper. Number 75 and Matteo Palmer's had a good first lap as well, and here comes the junior. Alfie Briggs trying to go down the inside of the number 47. Well, that has taken out one of the key runners in this senior rock category. Isaac Lord was our round winner yesterday, took a clean sweep of results. But that is not going to be the case today. Just to remind everybody of the result from heat number 1, Rob Ellis took the victory ahead of Isaac Lord. Kieran Pepper was 3rd. Less than a second covered those 3.
I think there's a little bit of damage on the number 55 also that we'll need to keep an eye on. Alfie Briggs took the win in juniors. Matteo Palmer was 5th overall, 4th in the seniors. Then you'll find Daniel Pepper on that order from heat number 1, ahead of George Barker and Oliver Law, 2nd and 3rd. Those two drivers in juniors. 5 minutes of this one to go then. Still in our 7-minute plus 1 lap heat. But Rob Ellis, he really looks to be on top of this kart now. It feels to me, just by the way that I'm seeing Rob race, thinking back to last year, when he was on the Praga chassis, he looks comfortable. He didn't look in tune with the kart at the last round at Shenington last year. Actually, no, apologies, no, it was a round at Whilton Mill that I saw him. It wasn't a Super 1 round, it was a round of Whilton Mill Kart Club that I saw him race on the Kart Republic chassis, and he didn't look like himself. He didn't look totally happy, and this is the first time since then that I go, yep, this is the Rob that we know. This is more like it, and he's putting in those performances that we became accustomed to throughout 2021. No confidence troubles though for this young man. Alfie Briggs was so close, edged out in the end by Ollie Stilp to the Junior Rock title in 2021, with a battle that went all the way down to the final round at Shenington. No Ollie Stilp here this weekend, and I'm hoping that we do see him back out later in the season. He was on the provisional entry list earlier on this week. But races and meetings to come, of course. This is just the first of 6 meetings for Super 1 in 2022. And what a calendar it is. You've seen it very briefly on the little indent during the red flag. Circuits such as Glan-Y-Gors, Clay Pigeon, Fulbeck, Whilton Mill and Shenington will all be going to across the next few months. Taking us through the summer. 3 minutes of this one to go. Still Rob Ellis leading by Kieran Pepper. And this is a really good run from Kieran Pepper as well, who I feel this is a step forward. This is a step forward from 2021, seeing him competitive at the front of the field. He's always been able to pull through solid results. Always a driver that you can rely on to get a kart to the end of a race, but the pace on the kart, on his Kart Republic chassis, has improved since 2021, which is really good to see. Still, there's a great fight going on for 3rd place overall. It's Matteo Palmer and Alfie Briggs. I think Matteo's transponder is having a bit of a wobble because he hasn't registered any laps yet, but we've clearly seen him there in 3rd place since the early stages of this race. 2 minutes, 2.25 minutes to go. Just trying to see, Isaac Lord has completed some laps. I don't know whether he's still circulating or not. May have decided to pull the kart off for this one and save some of the machinery for the final later on. A bit of a moment there for Matteo Palmer. Got it, well, recovered that well, really recovered that well. Had an initial problem under braking, ran a bit wide, but made sure that the speed was good off the corner to keep Alfie Briggs at bay. Alfie Briggs doesn't need to overtake, of course. He is comfortably in the lead of the junior ranks. George Barker and Oliver Law. I think there's been some problems out there for Oliver Law because they're currently separated by some 27 seconds. Daniel Pepper has also got past George Barker in the overall stakes. So that's Pepper up to 5th place once he puts Palmer back into his correct 3rd position on the timing tower. Less than a minute to go then. Still Rob Ellis controlling this race at the front of the field, but cannot rest yet because it's only a 1/4 of a second his lead. I've just seen them flash through past my commentary box window into turn 1. Here they are going down to McRae's. 2 more laps for them, I would guess. They have got a back mark in the shape of Oliver Law just ahead of them. who dutifully moves to one side. Good driving there from Oliver. Through the S as they go. I feel like there's almost a bit of a truce between these two drivers. I think they've realised that they're both on for very good grid positions in the final, and they don't want to risk anything. Last lap board comes out for Rob Ellis. He's just got one more lap to complete to take the race victory, make it a double in the heats so far today, and take pole position for the Senior Rock final later on this afternoon. We will be a little bit off schedule, I think, now after that red flag in the IAME Bambinos, so I would not expect the Junior and Senior Rock final to be starting any time before 15:25 on a 24-hour clock then, for those popping in and out throughout the day. Take us with you, of course. Stream live on YouTube and Facebook for free. But this has been a good race once again from Rob Ellis. Back on form. 2 races so far today and 2 victories for the Welshman, ahead of Kieran Pepper in second place. Third place will go to Matteo Palmer. 4th overall and 1st in juniors for Alfie Briggs. Chalks another one off, another haul of points for Alfie. Daniel Pepper comes across the line in 5th overall, 4th in seniors. George Barker takes 6th overall, 2nd in junior, ahead of Oliver Law, and then retirements for just Isaac Lord in that race, who pulled off the circuit after that incident early on. Well, there we go. We will see the Rock drivers for both the junior and senior categories later on this afternoon, probably around 3:30 for their 9-minute plus 1 lap final. Well done to all of those drivers. And we'll move on to the next category for their second heat. Rotax 177 are next. Grid time for Rotax 177. Chris Thomas, can he continue this perfect weekend for him, the reigning champion, from pole position? Alongside him on that front row is Oliver Appleby, Hayden Cater and Alex McGee on row 2. Alex McGee retired with mechanical failure in the first heat this morning. Stephen Richardson and Ian Branfield are there on the 3rd row of the grid. Scott Clee, great return for him after the crash in the final yesterday. He starts this one on row 4 alongside Ben Johnson. Max Davies and Sammy Marlam on row 5. Joe Hunt and James Ockenden on row 6. And Simon Kavanagh, who said hello to me in the paddock, and it is the same Simon Kavanagh who I've commentated before in the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints Championship. He's having a go, and he said, boy, this is another level to what he's experienced before, but great to see him out there. And great to see once again the accessibility of this Rotax 177 category. A lot of experienced drivers racing in this one. Reminder of the results earlier. You've probably cottoned onto it already, that it has been a perfect weekend so far for Chris Thomas. Pole position this morning and the first heat victory to boot by just less than a second over Oliver Appleby. Hayden Cater, Ian Branfield and Max Davies was your top 5. James Ockenden in 6th was the top rookie. Well, we're getting ready then for heat number 2. 7 minutes on the clock, and away we go then for the second heat for Rotax 177. Good start for the reigning champion Chris Thomas, and he'll lead. And no, it's a false start. It's a false start. So they'll go round again. It was a bit too good a start then for Chris Thomas. So the grid will form up and have another go at that one. Keep your comments coming in on the chat when the internet is allowing. Keeping an eye on it. Hello to Andrea, who's cheering on Ronnie Carter, who we saw earlier on in the younger driver categories. Raced very, very well. If there is a particular driver that you're supporting this afternoon, do let us know who they are. Give us a number and class as well, just in case. But we run the starters orders once again. The two KPR Motorsport karts on the front of the field. Thomas and Appleby, and away we go once more for the second attempt at this Rotax 177 second heat of the day. Very good start for Hayden Cater, straight up to second place ahead of Appleby. Scott Cleese had a good start, has gained a couple of positions there. Up to Ardales for the first time. Thomas leads off the front, all squabbling at the back there. Simon Kavanagh in the number 83, the Cosmic Suit, has gained at least one position from the back of the field. Down the inside there goes the number 6 of Sammy Milam, who had a rotten piece of luck in the first heat of the day, so he'll be looking for a good response in this second one. Scott Clee there, black suit and the yellow and green helmet, number 2, runner-up in the championship last year, up to 5th place. So it's Thomas from Cater, Appleby, Richardson, Clee, that's your top 5. Alex McGee is running out there, has got the kart repaired. We're not quite sure in the comms box what the exact nature of the issue was. We know what the issue was in terms of final result. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the exhaust, and eventually the power died away from his number 92, but it appears to be fixed now. It's good to see him back in this race. It's with Ian Branfield behind. Max Davies has got up to 8th on that first lap. Sammy Milam gains 2 positions up to 9th. And Simon Kavanagh, as we mentioned, also went forward on that first lap up to 12th. .9 of a second then is the lead for Thomas over Cater. Oliver Appleby looking to get that second place back. Stephen Richardson has the best seat in the house at the moment. As down the inside goes Appleby. Beautiful move. Really good stuff from Oliver Appleby. Perfect outbraking manoeuvre on Hayden Cater, who's going to try and fight back here as they go through the Stewart's S's. But nothing that Cater could do about that, and it looks like Scott Clee's got through as well. So yes, Clee is up to 4th place now, has got past Richardson. Cater's going to fight back into paddock, side by side. My goodness me, what racing we've got here. Little bit of a hand up there from Hayden Cater to half apologise for that move. I think that was pretty fair for me. There's a tiny bit of pod-to-pod contact, but got to let him race. There's a brave move. Appleby gave him the room. Cater pulled the move off, so we've got a proper race on here in Rotax 177 for second place. All good news for Chris Thomas, of course, because he's off the front, gone. 1.8 seconds is his lead. 46.597 last time around is the fastest lap of the race so far. And he can just calmly bring this one home now, you'd think, with the advantage that he's got over the rest of the field. He was saying to me yesterday that, yeah, he's back for another year, but there are some younger drivers coming along that are going to challenge him this year. As I say, I mentioned earlier, he was being very humble yesterday in what was a very, very impressive set of races orchestrated across the day, and he's doing likewise again here on Sunday for round 2 of the Super 1 2022 Championships. Scott Cleese on the move again, another move, this time on Oliver Appleby, gets him up to 3rd place now. So Scott Cleese, he's winding it up from yesterday, which is what you have to do when you've had a bit of a bump and you've come back the following day in the same kart and the same circuit. It's understandable that you don't want to go fully charging back in. You just want to bring it nicely back up to temperature, get back in the groove, and that is exactly what Scott Clee is doing here now. He could be a threat in the final. Richardson down the inside. Appleby may have him on the switchback though. They're going to be side by side towards the Stewart S's once more, and behind as well. Likewise between Branfield and McGee, and Branfield's got that move done. Appleby also got back past Richardson. Once again, Rotax 177.
great paddock, very friendly paddock. Respect between all of these drivers. They go out there, they put it all on the line, and they have a lot of fun with it. And it's a lot of fun to watch also. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go of this second heat for Rotax 177. Can Scott Clee find a way past Hayden Cater, who's been just putting the pressure on the last half lap or so? Richardson trying something a bit different this time to get past Appleby, but it's not quite worked out. And Ian Branfield is now on the scene. He wants that 5th place. He was on the podium yesterday in the final. Very pleased with that result. So we're just over a minute and a half. Lead now for Thomas is going to be 3.3 seconds. Another new fastest lap of the race so far. 46.200 for Chris Thomas. Yeah, Richardson, I think, has now decided he's got to defend more against Branfield and try and go for a 50-50, or not quite 100% on move on Oliver Appleby. Alex McGee, whatever the issue was, definitely is repaired, because by this time, the stage of this race, last time around in race number 1, the number 92 was smoking away like an old steam train at that point. So good work there from the whole team, getting that kart running once more. But it's getting physical between. Oh, it's off goes Richardson. Off goes Richardson. Oh, and I think he might be a little bit hurt there. Yeah, he's in a bit of discomfort to my left. I think there was a bit of a squeeze from Branfield there. Contact between the two bumpers, and that just flung Stephen Richardson into the wall. And I think there's going to be there may be a red flag here once again. Scott Clee's gone down the inside of Hayden Cater. No, apologies, no, it's not a red flag, although I can see a couple of red flags being prepared, but they're not being unfurled, so the race does continue. Time is about to tick by, but no, now there is a red flag. Yep, red flag is out. Race will be stopped at the end of lap number 8, with Chris Thomas ahead of Hayden Cater and Scott Clee. I can tell you that Stephen Richardson is out of the kart and on his feet. It looked like he was in discomfort with his back. He did get whipped into the wall a little bit. There, you just caught a quick sight of him there. He's obviously not particularly happy as he throws his gloves down in frustration. But there will likely be, because I think it'll be the same as what we saw with IAME Bambino earlier, a declared result, because we were fairly near towards the end of the race anyway. And another win for Chris Thomas ahead of Hayden Cater and Scott Clee. And yes, the Rotax 177 field are going straight into the paddock, so I think that will be them done. Well, actually quite a good sight. Stephen Richardson is now piloting his kart back to the pit lane. I think the exhaust, at least, is broken on it, because I can hear it popping and banging away in a very not to factory spec manner. Is how I'll do that. But I think that obviously means that Stephen Richardson is not too badly banged up, because otherwise he wouldn't have done that, and the safety crews wouldn't have allowed him to do that, more importantly. But there we go. Rotax 177 ends a couple of laps short. We're going to move on. Next out on circuit for their second heat will be Mini Rock. Let's have a look at the grid then for Mini Rock and their second heat of the day. Sam Woolley has pole position, Jarrett Clark alongside on the front row, Charlie Benson and Connor Scarisbrick on row 2, Christian Papp and Alex Dole on row number 3, Marcel Poppicle and Jacob Anslow on row 4, Jack Cordingley and Eddie Stewart on row 5, Rook Thompson and Cooper Snedden on row number 6.
And there are problems out there already for one of the drivers. This has been one of the trouble, and I think, is that Jarrett Clark? I think it is Jarrett Clark. So our driver, who was due to start on the front row of the grid, I'm not sure what's happened. If that is dropping it on cold tyres on a formation lap, that is very unlike Jarrett. That is, he's not a driver who normally is accustomed to a mistake. And is he being pointed back to the pits, or is he being pointed through to try and catch up with the rest of the field? The field being told to keep the pace low. Is this to try and allow Jarrett Clark to come back into the fold? He's at the back of the order now. And away we go for a reduced time, 6 minutes plus 1 lap. Because we are behind on schedule. Sam Woolley will lead them out of the chicane for the first time. Charlie Benson in second place. So at least Jarrett Clark was able to rejoin the field, but he's got a lot of work to do now. He's already gaining positions there in the number 55. There's clearly nothing wrong with the kart. Through Ardales they go. Marcel Popical, he's had a better start than the first heat. He had technical trouble that delayed him getting out of the pits. And he had to start that race from the back. Jarrett Clark down the inside. Alex Stoll wasn't quite expecting that, I thought. Hence that little bit of contact. Hopefully there's no bumper issues for Alex in that situation. End of lap number 1 then. Sam Woolley in control of this race at the moment. Charlie Benson was very, very quick, very, very racy in the first heat earlier on today. And Connor Scarisbrick is there also, one of our top rookies so far this weekend in this category. He's been running really, really well. And once again putting a good performance in there on the Croc Promotions machine. Just to remind you of the result from heat number 1. Jarrett Clark took the win ahead of Charlie Benson and Sam Woolley third. This is a big opportunity for these 3 drivers. If they're thinking about the final, they're thinking about grid positions. There's been a mistake. There's been an issue for Jarrett Clark. They've got to make sure that they can get to the end of this race unscathed and get through. Just so you were aware, I think we have had a problem with the timing. So we've not got any timing in the commentary booth at the moment. And we also see that the ticker is not counting by for the start gantry. So just be aware of that, everybody. What we can tell you, though, for definite, is the race continues and Sam Woolley is at the head of it. Number 34 there. 25 of Charlie Benson in second place. Connor Scarisbrick holding on in there in third place. Into St. Lord's and through Sunny Corner they go. Looking pretty calm at this stage. The other trouble I've got is I'm not quite sure how much time we've got remaining of the race. So apologies for that. I didn't set off a manual stopwatch before the start of this one. That's my bad. So there'll be a little bit of guesswork. At least I can see this our start marshal. And he'll be told when to put the flags out. There is Marcel Popical in the yellow and black, almost bumblebee-like kart. And, oh, I can see the number 7. Now, this is good. This is Cooper Snedden out on circuit, who we've not seen on circuit since Heat 2 yesterday. Missed the final, and I don't think competed in... Yes, he wasn't in Heat 1 either, so it's good to see. This is Cooper Snedden, who raced very well last season. Had a good run as also some of the later final and one-off events in rock competitions in 2021. Could be a big year for Cooper Snedden. Oh, it's round. There goes the number 50 at the front of all of that, and there's another kart involved. It is Cooper Snedden. So Alex Dole is off. Cooper Snedden is off. The number 11 of Rook Thompson is also in trouble. The privateer on the Daniel Ricciardo chassis. And a change for the lead as well. Charlie Benson has got past Sam Woolley to the 25 ahead of the 34. You see Rook Thompson is being pushed
back to the pit lane. Looks like he's out of the race. And that was all very strange. I think it was a spin for Alex Dole at the front of the pack of 4. And the 2 of them just had nowhere to go there. Very unfortunate for all drivers involved. Benson and Woolley, though. This is interesting now. With Benson ahead, they've pulled away from Scarisbrick. So Scarisbrick's just trying to bring this home in 3rd place now. So is Sam Woolley playing this on the taxis? But of course they're not going to know much about how much time they've got left until they see that last lap board. So maybe this is what Sam Woolley's plan is now. Stick on the back of Charlie Benson, wait for that last lap board to come out, and then try and go for the move and get back into the lead. And if that doesn't work out, you guarantee yourself at least 2nd place. Leader's coming round the final corner now. Still at least 2 more laps to go. Last lap board is not prepared for this one. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Sam Woolley, and that may give the opportunity for Charlie Benson to break away now. He's got a bit of breathing space between himself and the number 34 as they go down towards Ardell's hairpin. The second of these 2 successive hairpins that are so crucial to getting a fast lap time in round here at Cumbria Karts Racing Club. Sam Woolley's responded though. He's got good top end, it would seem. Good on the straights. Maybe the number 25 kart set up a little bit better by HTR Racing for the corners. Charlie Benson from Sunderland leading at the moment, ahead of Sam Woolley. Driver for Primo Racing this year. He's based in Manchester. We go around again to start another lap. Connor Scarisbrick still there in 2nd place. And just looking out the window, doing this the old-fashioned way, I can tell you Eddie Stewart's still running past me here, having a good race. Is one of our rookies, privateer from Chippenham. Just ahead of the number 57 of Jack Cordingley. Another driver good to see as back in Super 1 for another year. And also good news, Brooke Thompson has got going again, so the number 11 is circulating once more. You can see out of the comms box window. Leaders coming round to the final corner now of this particular lap. Still no last lap board for them. Must be getting towards the end of time now though. So Benson, Woolley, Scarisbrick is your top 3. Marcel Popical still running well also. Field fairly spread out at this precise moment, and Woolley continuing to put that pressure on to Charlie Benson now. Jacob Anslow also running strongly in this one. Another driver improving as the weekend goes on, was 6th in the final yesterday. Jarrett Clark has moved his way back up to 4th place, just ahead of, I think, Charlie apologies, not Charlie Lomas. He's not starting this weekend. There are your 2 leaders. Woolley now starting, and we are now on the last lap, so the last lap board has been shown. So as we thought, Sam Woolley has just been setting this up to try and make a move on the last lap. Will he be able to do so? Charlie Benson will go defensive into the S's now, has dealt with that really, really well. And now we're coming to this period of the circuit where I feel that Benson is a little bit stronger. Through they go. And always a little bit wide though. Is this going to be the opportunity for Woolley to go down the inside? No, not this time. So Charlie Benson is going to take his first victory of the day, just ahead there of Sam Woolley. 3rd place for Connor Scarisbrick, 4th for Jarrett Clark. And the rest of them coming through the order now. So good recovery in the end from Jarrett Clark. There's Marcel Popical over the line, I think in about 7th position. Apologies, our timing systems are
are still down at the moment. Big celebration over the line. I like that from Eddie Stewart. Ahead of Jack Cordingley there in the number 57. Rook Thompson was involved in that incident through Sonny's Bend, so it's at least one lap down. He's had to pop into the pits to get the kart up and fired again. But there we go. Couple more karts coming around the final corner now. Oh, there's actually an incident. Apologies. No, that's Rook Thompson coming around the final corner now with Cooper Snedden. Apologies, wrong Daniel Ricciardo kart identified by myself there. There is Rook Thompson across start finish. And I believe that is all of them in. But good runs there from Charlie Benson. I reckon that will be him on pole position for the final in Mini Rock later on, with a second and a first ahead of Sam Woolley with a third and a second. Connor Scarisbrick will also be on row 2 alongside Jarrett Clark. We wait for that final later on in the afternoon. We're going to move on though. The next heat out on circuit will be the second appearance of the day for Minimax. Grid time for Minimax and their second heat of the day. Lucius McDermott and Cameron Edmonds on row 1. Joshua Bugembe and Joseph Murphy on row number 2. Charlotte Stanley and Martin Wright on row number 3. We find Joshua Jarvis and Ernie Overton on row 4. Milo Manderson and Emily Ackes on row 5. Archie Dyson and Ronnie Coburn on row number 6. Jake Flewitt and Jensen Powers on row 7. Jasmine Taylor and Max Hollor are there on the 8th row of the grid. Green flag in the air then for the Minimax drivers to come out on circuit. Hopefully the transponder issues from the previous race are fixed. So you can follow the race on your second screen, tablet or whatever it may be on live.alphatime.co.uk/Super1. And as ever, oh dear, I think we've had another spin. This is cold tyres. This has been the tricky thing for all of the drivers all weekend. Of the formation lap, tyres are cold, track is cold, and it's not going to get any warmer. And it's the number 48 of Joseph Murphy. Let's have a look at this again. Yep, that is purely cold tyres. That is cold tyres. Trying to get them up to temperature, just getting a little bit too much yaw. But the thing is, they're having to do that to get any sort of grip. In the karts this weekend, we're still hanging around 7-8 degrees Celsius, which I know we're up north, but for April, that is cold. That is too cold, and my producer Adam, fellow northerner to my right, is chuckling at that one. But here we go then, 7 minutes on the clock once again. Here we go for Minimax heat number 2, and across the line they go. Lucius McDermott will lead us through the first couple of corners. Cameron Edmonds is scrapping in there, and spin for Bugembe into the wall. Tried to get back on the circuit. He has got back on the circuit very quickly, but that was contact with Edmonds, and there's another driver who's gone for a spin down into McRae's. And Milo Manderson and Cameron Edmonds. Is the trouble with Cameron Edmonds' kart, because he's going backwards now, losing positions. Well, Edmonds had a compromised line on the exit of the chicane. Bugembe went for the gap on the outside. There was contact, and it put Bugembe in the wall. How big a moment in the context of this weekend could that be? Because Bugembe has been one of the form drivers in this category this weekend. There's Jensen Powers in the number 16 kart with the Jack Dex Racing livery on his kart. And oh, there's another spinner down there, and it's the number 84 of Jasmine Taylor. So Jasmine Taylor has had an off there and may have been encouraged into it as well. Don't know if we can get a replay on that one. It'll be from a difficult angle down, looking down into McRae. So the number 84. Is there any contact here? I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether there is or not there. It was a battle with the number 10 of Cameron Edmonds. Just over 5 minutes to go. Joseph Murphy, by the way, has got back into this race. We saw the spin for the number 48 on the formation lap. It's actually going pretty quickly, 52.983 last time around. Here are your two leaders. Martin Wright is up to second place. Great run for Martin Wright so far. Another driver moving up into minis. He's done a lot of cadet racing over the last few years, including here in Super 1. Joshua Bagembi is also getting back on it. He's currently the fastest driver out there on circuit. 50.544 is currently in 9th position. So look out for the number 52 with the light blue and black helmet starting to come back through the order, trying to recover points now, because his rival in terms of this weekend is out front, looking pretty good at the moment. Race results to remind you from earlier. Bagembi there was your race winner ahead of McDermott, Cameron Edmonds and Joshua Jarvis 3rd and 4th. Jarvis top of the rookies ahead of the second rookie, that being Ernie Overton, who took 5th place. Ernie Overton actually has got past Archie Dyson on that last lap, so Overton up to 4th place. Bagembi's progress continues. Is he up to 7th place, and he's now trying to find his way past Cameron Edmonds, so this is going to be interesting. These are the two drivers who came together on lap number 1. Oh, there's a little bit of contact between them again. This is going to get tasty, ladies and gentlemen. Bagembi wants to get by up the inside. Decisive manoeuvre from Joshua Bagembi. He's through and into 6th. Problems as well, unfortunately, for Charlotte Stanley, same as heat number 1. It's down in 12th place at the moment, but in the pack. So hopefully an opportunity will arise for the 47 to come back through the order. There's the number 11 of Max Holloway. This is good to see. Max has had a really tough day through the morning, through practice and the first race. This is a much stronger showing in race number 2. Confidently in the top 10, trying to get past Jensen Powers at the moment for 8th. Results yesterday for Max of 13th, 15th and 12th. Bagembi now closing in on Archie Dyson. This is over 5th position. And leaving Cameron Edmonds behind also, so that'll be a good feeling for Bagembi in the context of this race. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Lucius McDermott, 49.379. Martin Wright is hanging with him there. 0.3 of a second is the gap between the 91 and the 14 at the front of the field. As here comes Bagembi once again down the inside of Archie Dyson. Good line. I like that overtaking line. Took control of the corner. Respect from Archie Dyson as well. But bravery from Bagembi, because he had to deliberately run on a little bit there to take control of it. If he'd held a tight line, I reckon Dyson would have been able to hold a wider, faster line and get back ahead through the middle part of the S's. That is the kind of heads-up driving from Joshua Bagembi which I've seen him develop over the years at club level. And here he is in Super 1, putting those skills to the test. Max Holloway having a look at Jensen Powers there, over 8th place. We've got Joshua Jarvis not too far behind also. 90 seconds of this heat to go. Still McDermott in control of it, just by 1/4 of a second ahead of Martin Wright. Milo Manderson's having a great run in this one as well. Good to see the number 77 from Buckingham up in 3rd place at the moment. Best result so far this weekend was 5th place in heat number 2 yesterday. So it'll be a good confidence booster if Milo Manderson can bring this one home. Here's the number 21 of Archie Dyson trying to fend off Cameron Edmonds. This is your fight for 6th place. And back with our leaders. Both of these drivers on privateer entries here at Rowrah this weekend, putting in good performances. And we'll probably have 2 more laps to go. You see that wide line. It's what makes the initial entry into that complex of corners such a good overtaking spot because you want to apex late to get the power down through the tighter chicane element and onto towards St John's. So they take a very wide entry. They don't apex early. It does leave you open to attack for those who want to dive down the inside. Penultimate lap then for Martin Wright is pushing here. And is this where Lucius McDermott, with the speed that he's had this weekend, is just able to eke out a little bit more, get some more performance out of the tyres, out of the chassis later in the race? It's been a wise race from Lucius McDermott. I really do feel like he's put the hammer down now. Overtaking going on there. Looks like Max Hollor has got past Jensen Powers. And Charlotte Stanley has also made an overtake on Amelie Ackitts, and Amelie Ackitts has now gone past Jensen Powers. So Jensen Powers is starting to fade a little bit, unfortunately, in this race. Last lap board is out for the leaders. Good response from Martin Wright in the third sector, though. New PB through that third sector. So this is not over for Lucius McDermott. He's still got to bring this one home. Just shy of a half-second lead when they crossed the line last time around. And lots of overtaking on that last lap. Edmonds past Dyson for 6th. Jarvis past Hollor for 8th. And then Stanley and Ackitts, as mentioned, both past Jensen Powers. Down into the last few corners, into the last sector for the last time in this particular heat. And it's going to be another win for Lucius McDermott. Yesterday's final winner is on form here and takes another heat victory. Martin Wright gets his strongest result of the weekend so far in 2nd place. Milo Manderson likewise is going to come home in 3rd. Ernie Overton in 4th. Joshua Begemby in 5th. Good recovery drive that from Begemby, considering he was facing the wrong way round and in the wall on lap number 1. Cameron Edmonds in 6th place. Archie Dyson 7th. Joshua Jarvis in 8th. Charlotte Stanley and Amelie Ackitts fighting to the top 10 there on the last lap ahead of Max Hollor, Jensen Powers, Jasmine Taylor, Joseph Murphy and Jake Flewitt. Jake Flewitt being a retirement after 4 laps. Well, dramatic start there to the Minimax second heat, and their final could be a very, very interesting one later on in the afternoon. Do stick around for that one. We're going to move on, though, to the next race, the penultimate race in the second group of heat. Junior Max are out next. Here's a grid then for Junior Max and their second heat of the day. Aidan Hassan has pole position. Leo Purchase alongside on the front row. Alfie Briggs and Shane Collins on row 2. Isaac O'Shea and Harry Pullen on the third row of the grid. Jake Howarth and Sam Ardolino are on row 4. Alexander Adams-Acton and Callum Gersh on row 5. David Marshall and Jamie Stolter on row number 6. Jay Pearson and Harrison Morrow on row 7, Billy Edgecombe and Max Tompkinson row 8, Fernella Lane completing the 17 carts due out in this one. I think the start is just going to be held for a moment for the 48 there. That is Joseph Murphy from Minimax, who had an off quite clearly on the last lap, and to the delighted natures of all the junior drivers has spread a load of detritus on the circuits for them to pick up on their formation lap. There we go. But there are your Junior Max drivers. Aidan Hassan on the left-hand side of your screen there, number 4. We didn't see what the cause for Joseph Murphy to have that incident was. We had a very brief shot of him looking very disappointed about it. Just as we cut away to the stinger. Let's have a look at the results from heat number 1 for this category though. Aidan Hassan took the win. Alfie Briggs was second. There he is, the number 47. Billy Edgecombe raced through, gained 12 positions in that first race, finished third. And because the grids in the second heat are the same as the first, I'm looking forward to this one. Can there be another Billy send drive through the field? There needs to be, if he's going to get a good grid slot on the grid. Harry Pullen was 4th and top rookie. Callum Ghosh was 5th. Jake Howarth 6th ahead of Shane Collins, Jay Pearson, Harrison Morrow and Isaac O'Shea. That was a top 10. So all the drivers out and ready for this one. Weather conditions in terms of precipitation still very good in that there isn't any. No rain, no drizzle, no snow, no hail, as there have been at points throughout the course of the week leading up to this event. But grip still a premium, and we've seen some thrills and spills in this second rotation of heats. Away we go. Is that classified as a good start? I think it is. Aidan Hassan leads as they come out of the chicane for the first time. Alfie Briggs straight up to second. Leo Purchase in third. He had not a good first lap on the first race. Can it be better on this one? There's a bit of sliding. There's a mechanical flag already for Billy Edgecombe. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there for the number 23 to receive the meatball flag even before they've got round one lap. But Billy Edgecombe is going to have to... that's why. He's got a loose rear bumper. Well picked up by the guys on the cameras. That is going to be Billy Edgecombe having to come into the pits to get that repaired. That's pretty much going to be his race over. That is another strike for the commentator's curse today. I apologise, Billy. Added to the list of unblessed people to be hit by that one. 6 minutes and 10 seconds then. End of lap number 1. Briggs has got the lead over Hassan. There it is, on screen confirmed. Leo Purchase there in third place, having a stronger run here. The number 72 of Harry Pullen down the inside gains a position. Alexander Adams-Acton needs a good race here. Had a penalty in race number 1, a quite severe one as well. Was deducted a lap for gaining an unfair advantage. Been towards the end of the race, and yeah, that meant he's really needing some points on the board here. There's Shane Collins, the number 10. Gets by into 4th place past Isaac O'Shea. So it's Briggs, Hassan, Purchase. 1, 2, 3. As they complete lap number 2 here. Shane Collins confirmed as up to 4th place. Big lap this for Shane Collins. Can he start to pull away from Isaac O'Shea? Can he make it a 4-kart battle at the front of this order? Billy Edgecombe has now come into the pits, I can tell you, because he's fallen down on the order. I can see him in the paddock, and he's absolutely dejected with what's happened there. And I'm just going to have a little closer look, if we can, at Alfie Briggs, the top of his radiator. Is there something going on there? Did I just see a piece of debris fall away from that? Or are my eyes really deceiving me now? It might have just been a bit of tape off the GoPro there, but no, everything's looking okay. 4.5 minutes to go. Alfie Briggs leading this one ahead of Aidan Hassan. Leo Purchase holding in there. This is good. This is a really good drive. And Hassan down the inside, going for it on Briggs. Can he get it stopped? No. Briggs is going to undercut him and come back round. So that was a warning for Alfie Briggs that Aidan Hassan is not messing around in this race and wants to get on with it. Maybe he wants to try and drop Leo Purchase. He's not feeling comfortable sat in the middle of this sandwich. And yeah, Shane Collins I think is closing in. Yes, Shane Collins is currently the fastest driver out on circuit. 47.079 last time around for Shane Collins. And that's a big lap from Collins. 46.704. Look out for the number 10 there. Closing in on this top 3 and starting to pull. Yes, he is in fact very much pulling Isaac O'Shea along, because Isaac O'Shea is quicker than this top 3 also. There is Collins, tucking his head down there. I think Briggs has got the message now. I've been wondering all day about this. Is Alfie Briggs saving tyres for the final? It'd be an understandable tactic because the final is where the big points are on offer, but I think he's got the message now that he needs to push a little bit in this race because there are drivers charging in, trying to displace Briggs and Hassan off the top 2 spots in this category. Another new fastest lap of the race from Shane Collins, 46.593. Briggs and Hassan are also now into the 46s, 46.7 last time around for them. First time they've been in the 46s in this heat. Who else is going quickly? Adams Acton. In fact, the top 6 are all now in the 46s. As they sweep through St John's. And again through Sunny Bend. 2.25 minutes to go. This one's just simmering away. Nobody's making their big move yet. And understandably, it'd be way too early to do that. And Leo Purchase has now got himself down into the 46.5s. 46.533, new fastest lap of the heat so far for the driver in the number 71. This is a fascinating battle. This is almost like a chess game at over 40 miles an hour around this circuit in all of these corners. Still Alfie Briggs holds on to the lead. He's been doing this all weekend, soaking up the pressure. 90 seconds, or less than 90 seconds on the clock. 46.6 last time around for Briggs. 46.6 for Hassan. 46.5 for Purchase, but it's Shane Collins again setting the pace. 46.376 is now the new fastest lap of the race so far. Isaac O'Shea unfortunately has been dropped now. He's lost the minimal effects of the toe at that distance. He's doing a 46.8 now and is in a bit of a no man's land between Shane Collins and Alexander Adams Acton. And Hassan down the inside has had enough of sitting in second place, wants the lead and has taken the lead. So Aiden Hassan back to the front. There'll be 2 more laps, I imagine. Taking into consideration how many seconds are on the clock, and Leo Purchase is going to go down the inside of Alfie Briggs now. He wants second place, he's got second place. But through comes Shane Collins. It's not worked at all for Leo Purchase, who sticks it down the inside of Shane Collins. Alfie Briggs now starts to fight back. Good drive around the outside for Shane Collins. He's got second place. But a big gap now up the road to Aiden Hassan. That's not going to be, that cannot be closed, surely, on Aiden Hassan over the course of the next lap or so. 5 seconds on the clock. The time will expire just as the leader goes into the final corner. Last lap board comes out, confirmed on timing as well. Well, that was a brilliantly timed attack from Aiden Hassan. I think he felt that coming. He felt the attacks of Leo Purchase and Shane Collins on their way, and he didn't want to be the driver they were attacking, so he went for that move a little bit earlier than you might do for the lead of a race. But taken into the context of what was going on around him, that was brilliantly timed by the driver from Milton Keynes. Mark Baines Motorsport will be very pleased about it indeed. We are on the last lap. The leader is coming into Sunny Bend now. Has just got one more corner to go, and this has been a very good day so far for Aiden Hassan in the number 4. He's going to take Heat 2 in Junior Rotax. A brilliant race. Shane Collins will be a factor in the final. Leo Purchase is there in 3rd. Alfie Briggs 4th. Isaac O'Shea, better result that time, in 5th. Alexander Adams Acton in 6th. Jake Howarth in 7th. Harry Pullen, Callum Gush and Sam Ardolino complete the top 10 ahead of David Marshall. Jay Pearson, Harrison Morrow in 13th. There is Max Tompkinson over the line ahead of Jamie Salter. And the last driver over the line will be Fenella Lane there in 16th place. One retirement after a mechanical flag was Billy Edgecombe. Well, a very good day, as we say. That's 2 wins now for Aiden Hassan. He will be going for a clean sweep in the final in Junior Rotax later on today. Do stick around for that one. Next up out on the circuit, though, is our final 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat of the day, and it will be the 2nd appearance for Senior Rotax. we go then. The final heat of the day. Joshua Vallance has pole position for Senior Rotax Heat 2. Carl Dunford alongside on the front row. Kieran Janelli and Ben Davis start on row 2. Daniel Jones and Ben Page are there on the third row of the grid. Isaac Lord and Joe Weaver are on row 4. Tom Taylor and Jack Davies complete the top 10 on row 5. Max Martin and Alicia Bradshaw start on the 6th row of the grid. And then we find Aaron Norman and Kieran Pepper on row 7. The results from heat number 1, if you missed it earlier, it looks like this, and it was a very close one. Joshua Vallance won by less than a tenth of a second ahead of Joe Weaver. Ben Davis and Carl Dunford 3rd and 4th. There was a problem out there. I think, is that the 79 of Jack Davies? Coming to a stop. It's all going on just before McRae's here today. Yes, it is Davies. And unfortunately, I think that is Jack Davies out of the race even before it's begun. So that's a big disappointment for the driver who finished 9th in heat number 1. Will not be able to improve on that score here in the second heat. Hopefully they can get that kart repaired and back out again for the final. There's the number 28, Joshua Vallance, your winner from the first heat of the day. Brilliant defensive drive. Can he make it 2 from 2? Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start from both of those on the front row of the grid as the number 66 of Carl Dunford tries to get involved. There's a bit of a moment there towards the back for the number 50 of Kieran Janelli. He's going to lose a lot of positions here as round the outside there I think Max Martin's trying to get through, but is not able to pull that one off. But it's a good start for Joshua Vallance in the number 28, leading in the early stages of this one, being forced wide there. Daniel Jones in the red and black number 46. Down into the stewardesses for the first time here. Bit of rubbing his racing between Janelli and Martin. More changes going on. In fact, a change for the lead. Has Davis got through? Yes. Ben Davis for DHR has got through and into the lead of the race. Joe Weaver already on his rear bumper. Joe Weaver already going for the leaders. Almost on the grass there. Forceful defensive driving from Ben Davis. Keeping Joe Weaver behind. Thought Joe Weaver was going to have a move down into McRae's there. Davis will just try and settle this one down now. There's Carl Dunford in the number 66. Racing once again for ASR. Had some great results last year. It was particularly strong, I remember, at Shenington in the 2021 season of the Super 1 Karting Championships. Across the line, end of lap number 3. Still Davis ahead of Weaver. Just caught the sight there of the stricken Jack Davies and his kart. Now he's out of this race. There's Tom Taylor, number 77, currently running in 7th. He's had a good weekend so far. He's always been in the mix. You never know, he's got some talent that could come to fruition in the final. Especially with it being the second final of a weekend. It's a common thing that you do sometimes see in motorsport when it's a 2-round event across 2 days. Drivers thinking they don't want to give themselves and the team and the mechanics too much work on the end of night number 1, but night number 2, when there's no running to be done immediately after, take a few more risks, which is what I think we'll see in the finals. Starting shortly, of course, once we've got this race completed, but still Ben Davis leading this one. Is Joe Weaver going to look down the inside into the stewardesses? Yes, he is. He's going to take the lead, and Joshua Vallance is going to say hello also. Through and into second place. Beautifully done by both drivers there. Joe Weaver with a textbook move into the stewardesses, and Joshua Vallance reading the situation and going, yep, this is my opportunity to get back into second place, and he took it fantastically. Into the second half of this race almost. 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Carl Dunford's still there as well. Don't count that number 66 out of this race. He's just waiting patiently for the moment to try and get by. Ben Page, Isaac Lord fighting over 5th and 6th places here. They're having a good battle. Tom Taylor just behind them. Daniel Jones, your top rookie in the order at the moment. It's just off the back of that group of 3. It was around this point yesterday that the technical troubles started for Daniel Jones. Confirmed on your timing. Weaver and Valance now ahead of Dunford. And I think there was a move there as well. Yeah, I think Tom Taylor, yes, Tom Taylor has got past Isaac Lord. So Tom Taylor up to 6th. Down the back straight they go. It doesn't seem like there is anything anybody's able to do to respond to Joe Weaver at the moment. Joe Weaver's not got anybody ahead of him helping in terms of a tow, a slipstream, to reduce the work on his kart and his engine, but he's the one edging away from the rest of them at this moment in the race. Tom Taylor continuing his progress. You can see he's up to 5th place. In fact, he's dropped the other 3 now. Just saw him in the back of shot momentarily there. Tom Taylor is charging along here. 45.859 last time around. It's a similar pace to Dunford and Weaver, but ever so slightly quicker than Valance and Davis. So if there starts to be some squabbles here, there he is, the number 77. Could be right on the scene. A little bit further back though. Here are Isaac Lord and Ben Page. Lord has got past Page also. Responses coming in now from Valance, Davis, Dunford. Joe Weaver, that time around, wasn't pulling away. Just feels like he's being reeled back in. We're talking not even tenths here. We're talking hundredths of seconds over a lap for these drivers. All on top of their game. Really good to see, and really spells out what should be a fantastic senior Rotax season in Super 1 2022. Valance trying to put Weaver off there, trying a different line. Risky game to play when you've got Ben Davis just behind there in 3rd place, and Carl Dunford still just sitting there in 4th place. These are still good points. Too early in the season to start doing banzai moves to try and take a race win. We will see more of that later on in the year as it goes on, and about now it's just about getting those good grid positions in those finals, getting points on that big old scoreboard, and that's exactly what all of these drivers are doing at the precise moment. Here comes Davis though down the inside. Beautiful move on Valance, and Dunford's going to go through as well. Oh, forced onto the grass there. Good save from Carl Dunford. He was having a run there, and he will argue that he was having a run that was going to get him into 2nd place. What that's done though, Joe Weaver, he's got a gap now. Now the question is he going to cross the line with time left on the clock? In fact, yeah, quite a few seconds left on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps then. Joe Weaver's put in a new fastest lap of the race, 45.513. What a time to put that in, just as your rivals behind are fighting it out. You stick in a mid-45, and you've now got a 1.1 second lead. This is where Joe Weaver has been so good this weekend, reading the situation, knowing when to push, knowing when to defend. As it's contact there between Dunford and Valance, and Dunford did get through as a result of that contact, so there may be some demonstrations from Joshua Valance after this one. Let's have another look at that again. This is coming down into the stewardesses. Oh yeah, I think Dunford just misjudges his braking, and you see the back of Joshua Valance's car pop up there. He did well to save that. But yeah, it'll remain to see whether Dunford's able to keep hold of that one. Here's Tom Taylor now. He's finally on the scene. He's been pulling his way through the order. One of the drivers having to fight through from a slightly lower grid slot than he would have liked in the heats. It shows you just how crucial the qualifyings are in this format. He could be right there when it comes to the final, which will be the last race of the day.
And around 4:45. Checker flag being prepared though for Joe Weaver. He's not put a foot wrong in this race. He's going to take another race victory on what's been a brilliant weekend for him so far. Joe Weaver takes heat 2 of the senior Rotax racing here today for Super 1 2022 at Rowrah. Second place for Ben Davis, Carl Dunford in third, Joshua Valance in fourth, Tom Taylor in fifth. Isaac Lord will come across the line in sixth place ahead of Daniel Jones and Ben Page. Kieran Janali has just been nipped to the line there by Aaron Norman. So Aaron Norman in ninth, Kieran Janali in 10th. And then retirements for Max Martin and Alicia Bradshaw had trouble as well there, just coming across the line some laps down. Well, there we go. That is all the heat racing done for today at Rowrah. We're going to move into the finals, and you just saw that with the clock switching to 9 minutes. Bambino C50 final is up next. Well, here we go then for the first final of the day, and it is our joint final between the Bambino C50 New Eras and the Bambino C50 Pros. Starting with the Pros, Austin Oman has pole position, won the final yesterday. Harper Das is alongside him on the front row of the grid. Bertie Clark finished second in the final yesterday, starts this one from row 2 and is joined there by Riley Murrow. Ellis Wildchild and Alfie Mayer are on the third row of the grid for this final. And then if we move to row 4, we will find Amelia Dial and Cole Teal. I think that's the last of the Pros, so we move into the New Eras now. Chester Fawkes has pole position for the New Era category. Chloe McGill joining on the front row of that one, the fifth row overall. Sixth row overall is yesterday's winner, Lewis Cacoldi and Jack Mellon. Row 7, we've got Ethan McClelland and Jensen Biglands. Row 8, Rex Pooley and Theo Poyser. Row 9, Henry Algar and Buddy Hugo. Row 10 overall, Soren Gallinger and Cooper Earsman. Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert on row number 11. Gracie Mayer and Elliot Payne on row 12. Charlie Page and Marley Wordy on row 13. So longer races, these finals, 9 minutes plus 1 lap and more points on offer in the championship. 60 points goes to the winner of the final, 58 for second, 56 for third, 55 for fourth, and then 1 point reduction per position as we go down through the order. So not quite twice the number of points of a heat, but a substantial amount more if you consider it's 34 points for a heat victory, 60 as we say for the final. It'll be a standing start as always for the Bambino C50s. You can see the grids are split as well with the 8 Pros at the front and then the New Eras behind. We'll keep a track of both of those, and not a good start for Harper Das there, and that's going to hold up everybody on the anti-pole side of the grid. Perfect run then for those on the pole, it was on the pole side of the grid. It wasn't a good start, but Austin Oman's had not a great start either, and it's the number 21 of Bertie Clark who's out front early on in this one in the Pro category. Looking back through the New Eras as well, it's looking mostly, I was about to say it was mostly good. There's 2 carts off, one of them in the gravel, as here comes Harper Das down the inside of Ellis Wildchild. Austin Oman cutting back as well. So all to play for in the Bambino C50s. Through the Stewart's S as they go for the first time in this one. I do think this one will come back together. It's an even more extreme effect of what you see in Honda Cadet racing sometimes, that a leader with just their one set of engines is not able to pull away. And look at this, Austin Oman down the inside of Harper Das, took the final win yesterday, has a brief check over the shoulder, sees he's got the move done, is up to second place. So end of lap number 1, it is Bertie Clark in the lead after that brilliant start from the second row of the grid.
0.7 of a second is the lead over the number 7 of Austin Oman. And Harper Dast in third. Who's had good progress on that? I'll tell you what, Rex Pooley has had good progress, as there's going to be a change for the lead at the front of the order. Oman past Clark there, takes the lead overall and in pro, but Rex Pooley, who was disqualified yesterday for a technical infringement in the final, from winning the final, I should state as well. So that's why we had 2 podiums in New Era yesterday, as the trophies were redistributed after the scrutineering found the issue on the number 31 cart. But Rex Pooley's had a fantastic start. He's had a quiet day through the heats. He's clearly got a bit of speed. Can pedal it along. There is the 31, now ahead of the 23 of Ethan McClelland. So big opportunity here to regain from the disappointment yesterday of losing that final victory, to take another one here on Sunday. Got the number 66 of Cole Teal just ahead, and Amelia Dial. In fact, Amelia Dial's gained a position here. He's got past Alfie Mayer there. So Dial up to 6th place, side by side between 38 and 21. And that's Riley Murrow going down the inside of Bertie Clark. He's just falling down through the order a little bit now. It's Oman, Das, and now Ellis Wild Child up into 3rd place. As half round goes the number 21 there of Bertie Clark. Gets it going again. Just losing a bit of adhesion with the tyres. I'm just looking now. There's no rain I can see on the windows, so I can rule that one out. That was just an unfortunate driver error there from Bertie Clark. Austin Oman having to fight hard now, side by side for 2nd place between Das and Child. Changes for position involving the new eras as well. Rex Pooley has gained 2 positions overall and still holds the lead. For New Eras, Ethan McClelland is 2nd in New Eras. Lewis Kirkcaldy, Jensen Biglands, Chloe McGill and Henry Olga are all in the top 6 in New Eras. So at the moment, those would be your 6 drivers receiving the trophies at the end of the day. Well, actually, not quite at the end of the day. Their trophy presentation will happen whilst the racing's going on for some of the later classes. Once the result is confirmed, 4 minutes and 42 seconds to go. Still this top 3 at the front of the order in this final. Austin Oman trying to make it 2 final wins in a row here, and a perfect start to his Super 1 season in Bambino C50 Pro. But Harper Das and Ellis Wildchild, it really has been these 3 this weekend who've been a cut above the rest at Rowrah. Bertie Clark has also started to pull back through the order. We saw the spin earlier on. There's Amelia Dial in the number 27. There is Clark in the number 21. Alfie Mayer has also got back past Rex Pooley, but Rex Pooley is still your leader in C50 New Era. 31 and the 15 going side by side as they go towards... bit of a bump there from the 66 of Cole Teal, and there's a fight going on just behind involving the number 13, the 18, sorry, of Lewis Kirkcaldy. A very famous racing family, of course, the Kirkcaldys. Lewis's uncle Andrew, a very accomplished driver. Raced in single-seaters. Remember him racing in British Formula 3 back in the late 90s, and went on to do a lot of racing in sports cars. And raced with the Le Mans 24 Hours several times in the GT classes for various teams running Ferraris. And it's great to see a new generation coming along here. And as I say, when he took the race victory after the disqualification of Rex Pooley yesterday, it was one of the best interviews of the day, if you ask me. Absolutely brilliant to see a young chap on the podium enjoying his racing. Another driver enjoying his racing at the moment here, number 7, Austin Oman. So we have had some changes at the front. Still a good amount of time in this race to go. Harper Das leading ahead of Oman and Child. Best part of 3 minutes, and the +1 lap at the end of all of this. This one's going to go back and forth. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, I just thought Oman was having a little look down the inside of Das there on the run into St John's, but thinks better of it. Lap times for these drivers at the moment are kind of running around the 106, 107 level. So I reckon we've got 3 more laps here. 2 more laps with some time on the clock, and then the +1 lap. Don't worry about Oman falling down through the order on your tower. That is just a transponder issue. We have seen that a couple of times for the number 7 so far today. Beautiful switchback being worked here. Harper Das maybe defended a little bit too hard in that sequence of corners. And is Oman going to be sweep through? Yes, he is. So change of lead once again. Austin Oman comes to the front of the order. Alice Wildchild still there in 3rd. Riley Morrow and Amelia Dale 4th and 5th. Bertie Clark back up to 6th and maybe trying to find a way past the number 27 of Dale. Gap between the new eras as well, as the leaders are just coming across one of the back markers. It's the number 16 of Mason Hibbert. They all get by with no issues. New Era is still Rex Pooley at the front of it. 7/10 is his lead over Ethan McClelland. Chester Fawkes in there as well. This is a really good sign as well for the New Era season. And it's very competitive, and you've got different drivers coming to the fore at different times. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to give the drivers the opportunity to put on their skills on the stream for you at home at the start of their careers. Chester Fawkes has actually got past, and just saw past Ethan McClelland, so is Chester Fawkes, who was your pole sitter in New Era, now trying to get back on top of things. Well, 107.5 last time around for Fawkes, or 108.1 for Rex Pooley, so that's a good sign for Chester Fawkes that even with some overtaking to be done on that last lap, he was quicker than the current class leader. 10 seconds to go on the clock. Drivers, I reckon, are going to see the last lap board next time around. Can Austin Oman keep himself at the front of this order, ahead of Harper Das there in the number 95 and Ellis Wildchild in the number 88? This is it now. This is the last racing lap for the Bambino C50s at Rowrah this weekend for Super 1 2022. What can anybody do about this lead for Austin Oman? There is a kart ahead that is a lap down. It may be Elliot Payne. Oman had to deal with a similar sort of situation in the second heat, dealt with it well, held on to the win, but this is in a final. This is a little bit different. The story's a little bit different, and he's run a little bit wide there. Out of Iredale's is going to be a block that's going to be side by side around the back marker. Shades of Schumacher and Hakkinen at Spa 2000, and Oman's dealt with that brilliantly once again. Kept the speed up, kept the lead ahead of Harper Das and Ellis Wildchild. They're going to run down towards St John's now for the last time. There's been a change of lead in New Era as well, as Chester Fawkes has come to the front of the order in that category. But Austin Oman, can he do it? Can he make it 2 final victories out of 2 this weekend at Rowrah? A perfect start for his Super 1 season. Yes, indeed, over the line to win round 2 of the C50 Bambino Pro category for Super 1 2022. It's a win for Austin Oman ahead of Harper Das and Ellis Wildchild, and to take the win also in C50 New Era. It's going to be on the line, very close, between, in fact, 2 close. On timing, it looks like Rex Pooley has got it by 0.054 ahead of Chester Fawkes. Let's have a look at that on a replay. Coming round the final corner, Rex Pooley, so much disappointment yesterday, has taken one of the narrowest final victories I think I've seen in a while. That is it on the line. Now that's interesting. That is interesting. That looks to me, I'm going to ask you to run that again, Adam. I'm going to ask you to run that again for where the line is. That is very interesting, because that looks to me as if the 38 is ahead of the 31. Well, I'm sure that will be looked at and verified But at least on timing on my screen, and it's all the checkered flags, so I'm not making the mistake that I did on one of the podiums yesterday where I read out a result from the lap before, my bad, that Rex Pooley has it by 0.054 ahead of Chester Forks. Jensen Biglan's there in third place. So, in fact, yeah, let's go through your podiums. So for Pro, your podium is going to be Oman, Das, Child, Riley Murrow in fourth, Bertie Clark fifth place in top rookie again, and Amelia Dial was sixth in Pro there. In New Era, you've got Rex Pooley, Chester Forks. Forks will be your top rookie. Jensen Biglan's, Chloe McGill, Ethan McClelland, and Buddy Hugo. So what a fantastic set of racers there from the Bambino C50s. We will see them once again. They'll be at every single round of Super 1 this season, and we will see them on the weekend of the 30th of April and the 1st of May, when we will be at Glan-Y-Gors. Do tune in for that one. We're going to move on though, because heading out on circuit right now is your Honda Cadet final.
Very quick grid then for Honda Cadet final. Jensen Hookey and Logan McAllister on the front row of the grid. John Richardson and Hugh Roach on row 2. Joel Bullen and Oliver Warner on row 3. Andrew Dixon and Katie Donaldson on row 4. Riley Till and Josh Parker on row 5. We're ready to go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Round 2 final for Honda Cadet in Super 1 2022, and away we go. Good start for both of those on the front row. Hookey in the black and green. McAllister's all over the grass and spinning round. Out of the chicane, and he's out of it already. Drama before we've even got to the first big stoppage, the first big braking zone for the Honda Cadet final. There's more contact and spinners through McRae's. But what happened there for Logan McAllister? Let's have a look at that on a replay off the grid. Really, really good start from both of those on the front row of the grid. Just Logan McAllister just trying to send it around the outside. Gets on the grass, gets airborne, and then loses it. Well, that is a big moment in the story of this race. From my angle here, I don't think either of them, I wouldn't suggest that Jensen Hookey pulled across on him. I don't think he did anything wrong there. Well, whatever happened, it means that Logan McAllister is now well out of the race in terms of good positions and into the pits also. I can see the number 95 is retiring. So that is a real shame for a number of drivers in this first lap. So that's Leo Livings already out of this Honda Cadet final. Right, let's just catch our breath. There's more drama going on. Another one of our drivers off the road there through McRae's. So Jensen Hookey leads. John Richardson is in second place. Hugh Roach is in third. Oliver Warner and Joel Bullen, that is your top 5. Katie Donaldson is up into 6th place. Looks like Riley Tiller's had problems on this first lap also. See, Riley Tiller's not come through and registered a lap time. The number 9 has had a really rough day. And not good news at all for Passion Motorsport. Side by side, here's Roach in the number 11 and number 23 trying to go around the outside there. That's Oliver Warner, and to the inside now. Here comes the number 17 of Joel Bullen. Really good run from Joel Bullen, and I think he's got the move done. Brilliant racing. Drivers all squabbling for position as they go through McRae's. Actually, no, good news. I can just see Riley Till in the middle of all of that in the number 9. So I think that's another case of a transponder having a bit of a moment. But he is in the mix there, and he's going to be in about 8th position. Just looking out for Logan McAllister. Logan McAllister is running. He's currently being scored in 15th place. Roach and Donaldson there. Both in. Oh, bit of contact, and in the wall goes Hugh Roach. Gets back on circuit. But that's one of the big risks with going through the last corner side by side. If the driver on the outside gets clipped, that's what can happen. I think there was a gap there for Katie Donaldson to have a go at. But Hugh Roach came off worse in that and
finds himself momentarily in the wall. Here are two drivers who have not got themselves in any sort of bother so far in this race. Jensen Hugin, yeah, there's a warning for Hugh Roach actually, so yeah, so that's put on Hugh Roach maybe for being a bit aggressive and turning in there. I don't know if we can get a replay queued up of that incident involving Hugh Roach and Katie Donaldson. But Jensen Hookie and John Richardson out front, running nicely. It's a superb turnaround for John Richardson after yesterday's slightly disappointing results of 14th, 10th and 9th. This has been a very, very strong day from the very first lap of qualifying, really. 4 minutes and 50 seconds for the drivers to go. We are going to get a replay. Has changed for the lead. John Richardson down the inside of Jensen Hookie, but Hookie's going to fight back here. And retakes the lead, just checks where Richardson is. Takes control of things through the S's. John Richardson currently the fastest driver on circuit at 57.026 there. Having a little conversation of hand gestures there, the two drivers. They've got a good gap over Joel Bullen in third. Of some 2.5 seconds. And as we've seen before in Honda Cadet, you can lose a lot of time very, very quickly. Some changes for position inside the top 10. I think Josh Parker's had some trouble, has fallen down the order. The number 63 means Max Tadai has come up into 7th. Josh Parker has now re-emerged in 17th place. Logan McAllister continuing his drive through the field is now up to 11th place and is the fastest driver on circuit. 56.119 for the driver in the number 3 for SAIT Motorsport. Just catching and looking at that second group behind. What is their pace? It's actually very good indeed. Third place, Joel Bullen gained half a second on the two leaders through the first sector, and yet the gap is now down to 1.4. McAllister now up into the top 10, 55.934. So we've got 7 seconds covering the top 10 with the best part of 3 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for things to change, but Jensen Hookie continues to control things at the front of the order. Another driver looking to try and make it 2 finals wins out of 2 this weekend here at Rowrah. Max Tadai's having a strong run also. It's up to 6th place now, the number 66. It's got past Andrew Dixon in the number 22. Here is this group that I'm just keeping an eye on in terms of timing, and now also on the screen, because they are charging along here. Joel Bullen, Oliver Warner and Katie Donaldson, 17, 23 and 77. All of them are in the low 56s and closing in. 1.6 seconds is now the gap between second and third, although now they started to fight. I think they've started to fight a little bit too early here. They need to keep doing what they're doing and closing that gap to Hookie and Richardson, because time is on their side. I think you can see Max Tadai coming into play also, the number 66, which started a fair way down the order. Actually, no, apologies, that's not the number 66, that's Riley Till, apologies. It's Riley Till who's still having transponder issues and is running out there in 6th place. There is Max Tadai in the back of shot going through Sunnybend now. As here comes Katie Donaldson looking down the inside, got this move done earlier on in the race and has done it again. So Katie Donaldson up to 4th place now. Getting past Oliver Warner, 68 seconds on the clock. Another position for Logan McAllister. Once we put Riley Till back into the picture, that is going to be 9th place for the driver in the number 3. You never know, these points could be crucial come the end of the season. Logan will just try and keep pushing as hard as he can, gaining as many positions as he can. As there's the number 23 down the inside of the 77. That's Warner back past Donaldson. Good news for Bullen. Of sorts, he's being able to drop 4th, 5th and 6th, but it does mean he's now got no help in terms of extra engine power from behind. It's going to be 2 more laps to go after this one. Jensen Huki still leads. Good lead as well, as Donaldson looking again down the inside of Warner, not able to get the overlap done that time. McAllister gains another position on that last lap. You just see him in the background there. That will be, in some ways, a race like this can be good in a driver's brain, but it also can be really, really frustrating. That clearly the number 3 has got a lot of pace in this race, but it's fighting for the lower reaches of the top 10 and not where he would have wanted to be, up at the front with the likes of Jensen Huki, with the likes of John Richardson in this particular occasion. And the fact that he's been able to pull through, get some good overtakes in, that should give him confidence for later in the season, particularly when we go to Glan-Y-Gors next for the second race meeting. That's a circuit you definitely can put a few overtakes around us. Oh, look at this between Warner and Donaldson. They've traded positions and bodywork a couple of times already in this race, and I don't think they're going to stop here as we're on the last lap of the race now. Jensen Huki leads by 1.4 seconds. Bit wide there from Warner. Donaldson will try and go around the outside, or maybe go for the switch. In fact, no, just goes, gets it done on the brakes. That's really good stuff from Casey Donaldson. All the supporters from Dufftown will very, very much like that one. Riley Till has also got through and gained the position past Oliver Warner. But Jensen Huki coming on to the short straight to paddock corner now for the last time to complete a brilliant weekend here at Rowrah. Calling it in. 2 wins from 2 for Jensen Huki in finals in the Honda Cadet category. And he will take a big lead out from Rowrah this weekend to Glan-Y-Gors in the title race. 1.451 seconds is the gap over John Richardson, who's raced brilliantly today and will take a lot of confidence, and a second place trophy for his racing in Honda Cadet. Top rookie is also 3rd. Joel Bullen takes those rewards and a big haul of points. Katie Donaldson battles through to 4th place there ahead of Oliver Warner. Riley Till was also in that top 6, had transponder issues. Logan McAllister maybe a little bit frustrated with that. The incident on lap 1, but a lot of pace, eventually recovers to 7th place as the rest of the Hondas file back in. It was 8th for Max Tadai, 9th for Andrew Dixon, 10th for Luke Ford, Ryan Blake, Jensen Walker, Hugh Roach, Thomas Butcher and Yusuf Yacoub. Good response there from Yusuf Yacoub after a disappointing heat earlier on in the day. Gets into the top 15. Josh Parker, Tyler Davis, Maria Roberto, Ella Dixon and Drew Davidson is your top 20. Leo Livings, Lily Hilton, Kean Sullivan, and that was your running order for the 23 drivers in Honda Cadet. We'll see them again at round 2. We're going to swiftly move on there to our next final out on circuit, which will be the IAME Bambinos. Let's have a look at the grid then for the IAME Bambino final. Dian Singh Pahal and Elliot Travis are our front row of the grid. Grayson Wortley and yesterday's final winner Josh Cook are there on row number 2. Ronnie Carter and Aaron Southwood will start on the 3rd row of the grid. Arthur Farrow and Charlie Clough start on row 4. Eli Liziecki and Dax Farrow complete the top 10. Fraser Anderson and Darren Dimitrov start on row 6. Find Logan Rolfe and James Roots on row 7, Daniel Ferguson and Harry Williams on row 8, Harris Barber and Freddie Flewitt on row number 9. And it's an 18-cart field for this final. Formation lap is underway. They're just filing through from McRae's to Ardales now. Big thanks to our sponsors once again for Super 1 2022. Without them we couldn't go racing or go and get this on stream for you. So big thanks to CWD Choices, the largest dedicated trade window and door manufacturer in the UK, AST Signs, JKH and Ally Helmets, all of their logos you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. Big thanks to the Alpha Live crew as always as well. And the brilliant pictures that they've been bringing to you throughout the day. If you've not already, do click that subscribe button on YouTube and the like page buttons on Facebook as well for Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the commentary as well, at @MM, give us a like, follow, share and all of that business on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and YouTube. That's our handle on all 4 of those platforms. And we're seeing the grid now forming up for the final in IAME Bambino. Number 23 of Dean Singh Patel on the left hand side of your screen. Elliot Travis on the right. Eyes are on the lights for 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go for the final here at Rowrah for round 2 of the IAME Bambino Super 1 Karting Championship for 2022, and it's a good start from those in the first few rows of the grid, and we're clean through the chicane. As no, we're not, because the number 24 of Arthur Farrow's gone round on cold tyres. It's got going again, but has lost a number of positions. Good lead though at the start for Dean Singh Pahal. He's well clear of the rest of the field as Travis goes back down the inside of Grayson Wortley for second place. You can see the number 6 of Ronnie Carter getting involved in the middle of all of that, just about around 5th or 6th position, definitely inside the top 10. This is the perfect start for Dean Singh Pahal. Just what Dean Singh Pahal would have wanted. It was 11th in the final yesterday, a difficult day. It started well with the 4th place in Heat 1, and 18th and 11th, as we say, in the final. This is more representative of what we know that Pahal can do, based in the West Midlands from Coventry. So end of lap number 1, it's Pahal from Travis. 1.6 seconds is the lead. Grayson Wortley 3rd, Ronnie Carter 4th. This is what we've seen Ronnie Carter do a couple of times so far today. Very, very quick at the starts. He's able to gain positions off the grid as Wortley's having a think about going down the inside of Elliot Travis there for second place, but thinks better of it this time around. There's the number 61 of Fraser Anderson. Good to see Fraser back out. Fraser had an incident earlier that triggered a red flag and a bit of medical attention, but Fraser is back out there running, which is probably the best news that we've had all day. I always like to see that, and to see a driver get back on the horse, or back on the cart as it were, after a bit of a bump. Well done to Fraser for that. He's got some overtakes to put in though, because obviously he's a bit out of position relative to the speed that we've seen the 61 kart have so far today. Hand gestures galore coming from parents and mechanics at the side of the circuit as to what they should be doing tactically, the drivers. Should they be working with other drivers? Should they be overtaking them? 6.5 minutes of this one to go. Grayson Wortley's having he has that little half look down the inside into Iredale's. He's not quite able to commit to it on the brakes. That's the number 77. Oh, it's out. It's Ronnie Carter. The RCE driver from Runcorn is out of the race, was running well in 4th place, and something has given up on the number 6, and Ronnie Carter is out. That is a real shame. Deserved a strong result in the fight, was 5th yesterday in the final, and could have been on for better than that here today. But those dreams are all dashed. That is the end of Ronnie Carter's day. 5 minutes and 45 on the clock to go. Josh Cook is starting to do something here. The first driver in this race under the 60-second barrier, 59.838, and also gained 2 positions on that lap. There's been a change for second place. Wortley has got through past Elliot Travis whilst we were having a look at the stricken number 6 of Ronnie Carter. But Travis is going to have a go back down the inside here.
into the Stuart S's, the initial entry to the Stuart S's, and has got it done. Carter's got going again. Carter is running again. He's back in the race. I suddenly thought, well, why is there another cart between Travis and Pahal? And it's Ronnie Carter, so that is good news. So it might not be all completely over for Ronnie Carter here. I mean, he is now a lap down. If there's a few more retirements towards the end of the race, you could see, and is there another cart that I just saw in the background there? I think it was the 61. Has Fraser Anderson had a problem out there? And I can see him falling down through the timing. Yeah, I think Fraser Anderson has pulled off out of the race. Yeah, I can see his number 61 out of the window now, and I can see him standing there. He's okay. He's perfectly okay, but sadly, Fraser Anderson, it's not been a great day for Fraser, but I'm sure he'll be back for more racing soon. Privateer from Kelty, 4 minutes of this race to go. We're into the second half of the race, and it is tightening up at the front. That is Ronnie Carter, who is a lap down, but is a fast lap down. The gap has closed at the front. It's 0.5 of a second now between Pahal and Cook. So Cook has come through the order here. Josh Cook, he's had a quiet day through the heats, but obviously won in the final yesterday. This is all getting a little bit messy, and into the wall goes the number 6 and the number 70. Just the number 7, apologies, of Charlie Clough. And that was involved with Elliot Travis as well, and that was all getting a little bit too close, especially when there was a back marker involved in all of that. Let's look at it. So this is coming out of McRae's. Elliot Travis tries to squeeze across. They don't realise that the number 7 of Charlie Clough is there, and that's what happens. Well, that was not too dissimilar to an incident that we saw in the Formula 1 at the Singapore Grand Prix a few years ago. Side by side now for the lead of the race. Here comes Josh Cook through past Dean Singh Pahal. He's going to have the inside line into the chicane and has got it. So Josh Cook, well, we've already had 2 double winners of rounds so far this weekend. There's going to be a yellow flag out for Ronnie Carter's number 6, I imagine, at the side of the road. Yep, there it is. And Ronnie walking away from the cart now. Being taken care of by one of our hard-working marshals here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Oh, look at this! Down the inside from Dean Singh Pahal. What a brilliant overtake that was. Really brave on the brakes. Once again, it's got to be one of the best overtaking corners in the country, the entry to the Stuart S's. How many moves have we seen through there today? And this is all bringing Grayson Wortley into this. Was second in the final yesterday. A driver who we've seen before in Super 1 in the Bambino C50 categories. So a bit of a mistake there from Pahal, and it's going to be on the outside now for Josh Cook. He's taken the lead once more. Pahal back down the inside this time. This is brilliant racing from some of the youngest drivers that we've got across the paddock. Wortley's now at the moment in second place, but Pahal and Cook drift on the inside. Oh, round goes Pahal! Round goes Pahal. Now, what's the contact there with the front of the number 77 of Josh Cook? It was all getting very, very close together. This is out of Iredale's. Down the inside goes Pahal. It gets a little bit out of shape, and there's the tiniest of little nudges from Josh Cook there, whilst the number 23 was already out of shape. And that was just enough to send Dean Singh Pahal round there. Well, we have had drama in this Bambino IAME final, and there's still 2 more laps of it to go. And just to throw a little bit more spice in there, after the incident we saw earlier with Ronnie Carter and the number 7 of Charlie Clough, Elliot Travis is back in this also, the number 33 there. We have seen this happen before in these finals in the Bambino IAMEs, that drivers can pull their way through.
Aaron Southwood is there, a lap off the overall lead. Look at Eli Liziecki, he's up in 4th place now. The 69 kart running very, very nicely indeed, and without any trouble, and has been rewarded with a really strong result at the moment. Josh Cook has got to defend though. Has got the attentions of both Wortley and Elliot Travis. It was a very, very close victory yesterday as they go on to the last lap. Josh Cook was in this position 24 hours ago. Pulled it out of the bag and got a race win. He's going to have to do it again here on Sunday for round 2 of Super 1 2022 for the Bambino IAMEs. Wortley running really wide there, nearly making contact with the tyre barrier on driver's right. Elliot Travis still there in 3rd. Aaron Southwood is, I believe, a lap down. At least that's what's been shown on my timing screen. But to be fair, he's running pretty quickly at the moment. But Cook is looking under control here. Once again, into the last couple of corners. There's going to be some brilliant results here for some of these drivers who've fought hard and worked hard all weekend. Round the final corner they do come, and across the line Josh Cook makes it 2 from 2 here at Rowrah this weekend. It's Wortley in 2nd, Travis 3rd, Liziecki in 4th place, 5th place for Pahal, 6th for Farah. That will be your podium, and a rookie trophy as well to Elliot Travis. 7th for Darren Dimitrov, James Roots in 8th, Charlie Clough in 9th, Arthur Farrow in 10th, Logan Rolfe in 11th. And then we'll wait for Daniel Ferguson to finish in 12th place. There across the line, Freddie Flewitt in the 59 will be in 13th place, Harris Barber 14th. And in 15th we should find Harry Williams. Yes, we do indeed, just coming round the final couple of corners now. There's the number 12 of Barber, the 44 of Williams. And that will complete the order. Well, what a race that was, and Josh Cook has won out again. Takes a big lead into GYG in a few weeks' time. We're going to move on though to our next category and move to some of the fastest drivers in the field at this circuit this weekend. Next up out on circuit is the final for both junior and senior rock. Senior Rock final then. Here is the grid for that final. Rob Ellis and Kieran Pepper on row 1. Isaac Lord and Matteo Palmer are on row 2. Daniel Pepper completing the 5 karts in that one. Junior Rock looks like this. Alfie Briggs on pole position for the juniors. And then we'll find George Barker and Oliver Law on the 2nd row of the grid. Just 8 karts in for this one. I'm just going to have a little look. I think, yeah, there will be a slight pause because we've got at least 2 karts to recover. But just to remind through that result, I said there's some really, really top results in that IAME Bambino final. Josh Cook, as we mentioned, double winner. Grayson Wortley stepping up to a level, getting 2nd place. Elliot Travis, top rookie again. But Ellie Liziecki in the number 99. I think that's the best result for Ellie so far. So that is really, really good to see. Dean Singh Pahal has speed this season, and I think we'll see some top 3s and round victories for Pahal across the course of the season. But yes, the senior and junior rock categories out next. And what's been an interesting day for them so far. The final result from yesterday, Isaac Lord being the race winner, Kieran Pepper 2nd, Rob Ellis 3rd, Matteo Palmer and Daniel Pepper 4th and 5th. And of the 3 drivers in the juniors, Alfie Briggs, George Barker and Oliver Law first, second, third. It really has been about today Rob Ellis getting back to that form that we saw him have on the Praga chassis 12 months ago. Now here on the Kart Republic machine. It's taken a while to get it all in tune, but he's enjoying his time now. So the seniors will go out first, rolling start of course, as is there a problem for Matteo Palmer? I think there is. Yeah, there's problems here for Matteo Palmer. I can see out to my right. He's got going again now. But he's going to have to get a riddle on to catch up to the rest of the senior pack, and probably a little bit of difficulty. He's got to get past the juniors as well to retake his position on this grid. So there's Rob Ellis, reigning champion from last year. Third yesterday in the final. Can he get back on that top step of the podium? Did see an incident at the start of the race for the seniors a couple of hours ago in their second heat of the day. Hopefully this will be a clean one for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then for the final for the junior and senior rock categories. Good start for Rob Ellis at the front of the seniors. Is clear through the first chicane into McRae's now. Oh, it's the same one again. It's the same incident, but this time it's Kieran Pepper who's gone round at McRae's. That was almost a carbon copy of what we saw in Heat 2. Instead of the 5 being off in the gravel, it was the 55 this time. There's Alfie Briggs, number 47, down the inside of number 2 of Daniel Pepper. That's the junior going past the senior, the number 75 of Matteo Palmer. So that's 2 seniors going at it here on lap number 1. I don't know if we're able to get a replay of what happened there. So down the inside goes Isaac Lord for the lead of the race. Can Rob Ellis get it back on the switchback? Yes, he can. This is one we've been looking forward to for the last few hours in this category. We didn't get the opportunity to see it in heat number 2 because it was Lord off at McRae's on lap number 1. But here they are, 2 drivers on top of their game. Really, really going at it now. There's number 2 of Daniel Pepper. Briggs in his customary position now, in control at the front of juniors. He'll probably just try and bring this calmly home to pick up a big haul of points from here this weekend. 7 minutes and 30 seconds of the race to go. So Rob Ellis's lead is now 0.376 of a second over Isaac Lord. They're just settling into this now. And look at Alfie Briggs now in 3rd place overall. This is going to be a bit of fun for him to see what kind of pace he's got against the seniors. Doesn't need to worry about taking care of the tyres on this kart anymore. But at least for this weekend, he can stretch it out a little bit. And obviously, if he was to catch the top 2, as is Isaac Lord preparing for a move down the inside here, he's definitely having a look at it. Rob Ellis holds around the outside. A defensive, speedy outside line. Just squeezed down on Isaac Lord there. Didn't give him that opportunity to run through the corner and take control of it. Good scrap going on, I can tell you, for 7th and 8th in this race. And crucially, 2nd in the juniors. George Barker is 1.3 seconds ahead of Oliver Law here. So the 63 versus the 77. Except they're not fighting for a Mercedes Formula 1 seat this time round. Here we're having a look at Daniel Pepper and Matteo Palmer. One of them is going to get third place, you'd imagine, in this race, with Kieran Pepper already out of the race, so he's not going to be... He was on the podium yesterday. I think that's going to happen this time around. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. It just looks like the two senior drivers are starting to catch back up to Alfie Briggs now. The senior kart's obviously running a little bit quicker than the juniors. There's been problems for Oliver Law on that last lap also. Has just dropped off, and Palmer's having a little look at Daniel Pepper there, trying to get alongside. And Daniel Pepper's not particularly happy with how that has all gone out. Tries to have another go at Matteo Palmer to try and get back through. But Palmer takes the position, confirming the timing screen now ahead of Daniel Pepper. It's good news for Alfie Briggs as well, just gives him a little bit of breathing room. I'm sure if seniors do catch him, he'll sensibly move over to one side. He doesn't want to risk any collisions or damage with the two seniors. They're not running in the same championship. And so with drop scores, it does mean that there is a possibility that someone not here this weekend could win the championship and take this round, or take this weekend as a dropped round. So Briggs will be wanting to make as much of a maximum and get as many points as he can for this weekend's efforts. Back with our leaders though, Rob Ellis and Isaac Lord. Isaac Lord just steadily going along now, 0.4 of a second behind Rob Ellis. But Rob Ellis has been in these scenarios a lot over the last couple of years. Has been on top form, whatever version of a senior kart he's been in, whether it's been the Rock Machine, whether it's been the Rotax. So he's had to deal with this situation a lot, and you can just see him now starting to turn the pace up. Can Isaac Lord respond? This is a really key phase of this race. If Isaac Lord can put in some big sectors now and start keeping that, well, keep that gap below, I'd say 0.4 of a second, he's going to keep Rob Ellis on his toes for the rest of this race. He is responding, he is visually keeping himself in range. Round to start another lap then. I say that was a good response from Isaac Lord. It's actually slightly quicker than Rob Ellis last time around. New fastest lap, or new personal best, from Matteo Palmer, 46.559. Has gone and set personal best in sectors 1 and 2 as well on this particular lap. Just over 2 minutes of the final to go then for the junior and senior rock categories. Here for round 2 of the Super 1 Karting Championships for 2022. Rob Ellis was a little bit disappointed with third place yesterday. I feel like he got the best out of the kart that he could have got. But every corner that he goes around gets himself a little bit closer to getting back onto that top step. No real chance of either of these drivers being caught, you'd feel. Just to mention juniors as well, still the situation of George Barker being in second place in junior rock, Oliver Law in third. One minute and 10 on the clock, so there'll be 3 more laps for the drivers to negotiate. And Isaac Lord's coming back here. He's got the gap now down to 0.319. And Rob Ellis is going to keep having to work hard here. He cannot make a mistake here, because Isaac Lord has had
experience of leading from the front, and he's good on the brakes as well. I would imagine that Isaac Lord, if he got ahead, would be very difficult to re-overtake. And he is closing in, really closing in now. It's not going to be the last lap board this time around. 2 laps to go, and look at that, 45.884. Isaac Lord has saved something in reserve here for the latter stage of this race. It's just whether he can work his way an opportunity to find a way past the Welshman with that number 1 plate on his kart. Time has now expired. So far in every single category we've seen the winner of round 1 also be the winner of round number 2. Well, that train is under threat here. Can Isaac Lord become another one of those drivers? If he is, he's got to find his way through. That was a really good last corner on the penultimate lap from Rob Ellis. It's just pulled out a bit of a gap again. This is what's so impressive about Rob Ellis as I've been watching him race over the past few years. The consistency to just nail each corner exit, keep the speed up. This, you've got to feel, is one of the big opportunities for Isaac Lord, and he's not in range, although Rob Ellis has got a bit defensive there, maybe a little bit too defensive. Maybe he thought that Lord was closer than he actually was. As Lord's clipped the curb there, has maybe disadvantaged himself. It's all going to come down to the last corner. Rob Ellis will go defensive here. Isaac Lord's going to have a look down the inside. There's contact between the two of them. Oh, they've somehow both kept it on the road. It's going to be a run to the line, and Rob Ellis wins it. Well, my goodness me. Less than half a tenth of a second between them. I'm going to be honest, I don't think there was much of a space. Let's have another look at that again. Is there room? I just think Isaac Lord's misjudged that. He's just misjudged that. I mean, in the end, the result stands as it is. Ellis ahead of Lord. I think the bumper is folded up onto Ellis's rear right tyre. There may be a couple of words with them between them afterwards. Alfie Briggs has taken another win in the juniors. Perfect weekend for him. Maximum points from Rowrah this weekend. Mateo Palmer ahead of Kieran Pepper for 3rd place in senior. A good response back from Kieran Pepper. I think another lap or so and he would have nipped his way back through there, but drama at the end there for the senior rocks. We'll see them again at GYG. In the meantime, we're going to move on. Next out on circuit for their final is Rotax 177. Here's a grid for the Rotax 177 final. Chris Thomas has pole position, looking to make it a perfect weekend, and 6 wins from 6 for him. Hayden Cater joins him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 has Oliver Appleby and Ian Brandfield on it. Max Davies and Stephen Richardson there on the 3rd row of the grid. Sammy Marlam and Joe Hunt start on row 4. James Ockenden and Alex McGee on row 5. Simon Kavanagh and Ben Johnson start on row 6, with Scott Clee starting on the 7th row of the grid. Well, there is your Rotax 177 field, ready to go for their final of 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Thank you for your continued support of Super 1 this weekend. Hope you're continuing to enjoy the coverage. But what a weekend so far it's been for Chris Thomas. He really has been on top of his game, been working hard to get those incremental gains on the machine. Run in this category by KPR Motorsport. It's been a good weekend for them with Oliver Appleby as well. We're hoping that Sammy Marlam can come through the order as also. He had a difficult first heat,
but a strong second one, which has given him a middle of the grid slot for this final. But he's definitely got the speed to improve on that and pull through the order. So, oh dear, what has happened there towards the back of the field? I think is that Scott Clee? Yes, it is Scott Clee. That is a very un-Scott Clee-like mistake to make. Hopefully, though, I'll be able to retake his position at the back of the field momentarily. We're under starters orders, though. Thomas on the right-hand side of your screen. Cater on the left. We'll switch as we come to the forward camera. 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go for the final here at Rowrah for the Rotax 177s. Good start for those at the front of the field and out wide and on the grass there. I think that was Joe Hunt having a moment. He's going to be able to get it stopped into McRae's. They are all through McRae's. Chris Thomas said in the interview yesterday on the podium that it was all going to be about can you keep your tyres in check going into this race, this longer race. Who's been able to do that? Well, we're going to find out in the next few minutes. There's a bit of contact there involving the number 55 of James Ockenden, one of 3 rookies in this race, the other 2 being Alex McGee and Simon Kavanagh. End of lap number 1 then. It's Thomas from Cater, Appleby in 3rd. Those 3. Whoa, as Thomas has a bit of a moment there. Out wide, Cater's going to take the opportunity to go down the inside. Takes the lead. Well, a mistake from Chris Thomas. Had a big slap of oversteer as he came out of the chicane, and Cater thought, yep, this is my opportunity. I've got to go for this and take that position. Thomas is going to have to fight here. The 6 from 6 streak is at risk now. He's got Appleby just behind him. Ian Branfield has also come through into 4th place there. You can see in the red suit and the red and black livery on his kart. Stephen Richardson, who had a spin and an incident in the second heat. He's back out there, good to see, in 5th place at the moment. We wanted to try and get back past Ian Branfield and put right to what happened earlier in heat number 2. This is a very different complexion of this race, and in fact, it's Appleby looking down the inside on his teammate. Yes, he is, and Branfield's going to be have an opportunity there to get through to 3rd. He has got through into 3rd place. Here comes Stephen Richardson. This is not going the way of the KPR Motorsport boys at the moment. It has separated it up as well. So you've now got a group of 2 and a group of 3 at the front of this order. Cater ahead of Thomas. Branfield, Appleby, Richardson. Flap adjustment there from Richardson. Scott Clee is gaining positions. He's up to 8th place past Alex McGee. He's looking down on the inside goes Chris Thomas. Switchback, beautiful move. An inch away from the tyre barrier, but Chris Thomas has got back through and into the lead. It's also closed things up. Ian Branfield has closed up to Hayden Cater now, so it's a 3 at the front of the field. And the problem for Scott Clee, put his hand in the air there. I think there's been a problem for the number 2. He was having a fight with Sammy Milam, I think. Cross start finish, end of lap number 4. Still Chris Thomas leading. He's trying to get out, I'd say, a lead to about a second. That's what he's done in the races so far this weekend. And he's been able to relax and take care of the kart and make sure it gets to the end of the race. It's going to be harder work for him to do that, though, in this one. There's still 5 minutes of this race to go. Hayden Cater is not letting this up. Neither is Ian Branfield, Oliver Appleby and Stephen Richardson. It's that top 5 out at the front at the moment. Just looking back as well, Sammy Milam and Max Davies are making some nice progress here. The number 6 and the 87. Through Ardale's hairpin go the field. It's that midpoint of the race where everyone's just keeping things steady, not wanting to go for any big moves that would take them out of contention. You don't want to give yourself too much work to do to simply be in the battle come the last 2 laps. You'd rather just keep the status quo at this stage with 4 1/4 minutes remaining on the clock. No changes of position to let you know about, well, apart from Scott Clee being confirmed as out of the race. So Simon Kavanagh and Ben Johnson have both gained positions in the recent moments of this race. Simon Kavanagh, as I say, was having a brief chat to me at the lunch break and saying how, as a first timer at this level, the step up from the racing that he's done before is a big respect to all of these drivers in this category. 3.5 minutes. Chris Thomas not able to break the spirit of Hayden Cater yet, or Ian Branfield, or Stephen Richardson for that matter. Appleby, the 2 KPR guys do try and work together. There is Stephen Richardson. Is he just starting to fall away now off the back of this group? And oh, Appleby's trying to go down the inside there. That's a brave go on Ian Branfield. Ian Branfield checks over the shoulder to wonder what was that just had a go at me. And both of these guys were on the podium yesterday. Hayden Cater slightly quicker than Chris Thomas on that last lap. The gap is down to 0.269. Wasn't the 0.3s last time around. New fastest personal best for Ben Johnson, 46.684 for him. He's coming in 7.1 seconds off the lead, trying to close down Joe Hunt for 10th. Here down the inside, that's the number 92 of Alex McGee. Good move there on Max Davies. Takes 7th place. And Alex McGee, I think he's still, yes, he is at the moment on for being the top rookie today. New fastest, okay, here we go. This is what we thought might happen for Chris Thomas. Is he going to save something in reserve for the end of the race? The answer, yes, because he's just dropped the hammer and put a 46.0 in to extend the gap out to 0.7 of a second. That is what I've got to say I respect so much about Chris Thomas, is how he's able to control these races. He knows what he's doing. He knows when to push. He never panics. He never panics when he's in that scenario. And there, he's just put the challenge down to the rest of the field now to go, right, what else have you got? What can you throw at me now in the remaining 1 minute, 20 seconds plus 1 lap to wrestle this win away from me? Let's see what the lap times are this time around. Rather not bad. That's a good response from Cater. Just brings the gap back again. Not long in this race to go now. What's Oliver Appleby got in his cart also? Can he find a way past Ian Branfield? Was second yesterday in the final. He's going to have a little go down the inside. It's taken 3rd. Really, really brave manoeuvre there by Oliver Appleby. Got the overspeed. Credit to Ian Branfield. He was compliant with that also. And Appleby is back up to 3rd place. 2 more laps for the Rotax 177s this weekend at Rowrah. Chris Thomas has responded again, has got the lead back up to above 3/4 of a second. Alex McGee has got past Sammy Milam as well, so McGee now up to 6th place. Now, can these two work together to try and close in to Cater on the last lap of the race? Time has now been completed. They're going through the bottom end of the circuit through the S's. So next time around they will see the last lap board being out and prepared for the drivers. It is being prepared for the drivers, you can see in front of me. So Chris Thomas
has got one more lap to complete a perfect sweep in Rotax 177 this weekend of 6 races entered, 6 races won. He's had to work for this one. He's had to get the tactics right. Hayden Cater threw down that gauntlet in the early stages of this race off a minor Chris Thomas mistake of getting that oversteer out of the chicane. But it's been the response of a champion. This is why Chris Thomas has the number 1 plate on his kart. He's been supreme this weekend. Back for another year. Concerned to a degree about the number of youngsters coming through. Maybe fitter drivers, but not faster drivers. Chris Thomas makes it 6 out of 6. He wins round 2 of the Rotax 177 category here for Super 1 2022 at Rowrah. A fantastic victory ahead of Hayden Cater. Oliver Appleby on the podium again in 3rd. Ian Branfield in 4th. Stephen Richardson 5th. Alex McGee in 6th. Sammy Milam 7th. Max Davies 8th. James Ockenden in 9th. Joe Hunt completes the top 10. What a race. What a weekend for Chris Thomas. And what a track we're going to next for the Rotax 177s. Glan-Y-Gors should be pretty spectacular for these pieces of kit. We very much look forward to that. We're going to move on though to the next of our finals, 4 of them to go. Next up out on circuit is Mini Rock. Here's a grid for the Mini Rock final. Charlie Benson has pole position ahead of Sam Woolley. Jarrett Clark and Connor Scarisbrick start on row number 2. Christian Papp and Jacob Anslow start there on row number 3. Marcel Poppercull and Alex Dole are on row 4. Jack Cordingley and Eddie Stewart row 5. Rook Thompson and Cooper Snedden on row number 6. And we should mention as well, we didn't quite get the full opportunity to say it earlier, that great to have Cooper Snedden back on the grid. Had an accident yesterday, went to hospital, which is why he missed one of his heats earlier. But definitely good to have Cooper on the grid. I remember seeing him race at Rock Cup Super Final last year and race to a very, very high level. Was one of the best performers from the British team across that weekend. As oh dear, off is the number 29 of Jacob Anslow. That'll be another one in the book of cold tyre spins out of the chicane. Apologies for the moment, I'm not able to see your comments. The internet is very sparse down here. And if you are trying to message me, go and let me know what's going on or things you've spotted. I can't see them, and it's actually probably not helping the internet being sparse situation. So there we go. This category produced some fantastic finals in 2021. What are we going to get here today at Rowrah? All good to go then. Charlie Benson takes us from pole position, and away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap in Mini Rock. Through the chicane for the first time. Are they all going to make it through? There's a couple of stragglers off towards the back of the field, but apart from that, it's a pretty good start from the Mini Rock runners. Through the first couple of hairpins they go, down into the S's for the first time, and it has been a good start for Charlie Benson. Number 34 of Sam Woolley in there also. You saw the number 7 of Cooper Snedden already working his way through back from the back of the order. Of course, having missed the first heat, kind of guaranteed that he was going to be at the back of the grid for this second race. Good to see Jarrett Clark back at towards the front. He had problems in heat number 2, the number 55 in the mix here. This is the good thing about this race. It's really, really difficult one to call who's going to win this.
kind of the theme of the final so far would say, well, surely our final winner from yesterday is going to do pretty well. So I'm sure that Sam Woolley will be in the mix, but it's not a guarantee that he's going to be in P1 at the end of this race. And you see that right now. There he's the number 34 in third place. He's got work to do to join the list of those who have won 2 finals so far this weekend. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Benson as they went through Sonny. Down the inside goes Jarrett Clark for the move into paddock. Takes the opportunity. Brilliantly done from Jarrett Clark. But here comes Sam Woolley. He has to chop that one off to stop the number 34 coming through. Scarisbrick has also got past Benson in all of that. And Christian Papp's coming into this as well. Driver running under a Canadian licence. Keep an eye out for that number 22. He's had a fairly quiet day, but has been consistently on the pace and could spring a bit of a surprise here in the final, arguably. 7 minutes to go. There are your leaders. Clark ahead of Woolley. Scarisbrick in third. Sweeping through and towards Paddock Bend they go now. If this is like anything what we saw in the Mini Rock finals last year and the year before, this one will just simmer away once again over the course of the next 5 minutes and then explode into a display of brilliant racing in the latter few laps. And it's just about keeping the speed up at the moment. You can see Charlie Benson trying to get back through past Connor Scarisbrick. Scarisbrick currently on for being the top rookie of these drivers. Oh, and through goes Charlie Benson. I don't think that was an orthodox overtake. It maybe caught himself out by surprise there of the overspeed that he had on Connor Scarisbrick, but he's through and he's into third place. There is the number 22 of Christian Papp. Another one of the drivers running for Primo Racing this season. There's been a change for position for 11th place. Rook Thompson has got past Marcel Popical. It's been a difficult weekend for Marcel Popical. Few technical issues with the kart as he's gone along. Still at the front, Jarrett Clark leading by a quarter of a second ahead of Sam Woolley. I get the feeling this is a key couple of laps for Charlie Benson. That can he close this back up to be at least a 3-kart battle at the front of the field? He's doing so as they come round the last couple of corners here, and a cross start finish again. New fastest lap of the race from Scarisbrick, 51.761. That's pretty good pace. And Christian Papp holding in there as well in 5th place. As down the inside, here comes Benson. Wants to take 2nd place back from Sam Woolley, and he's done so. Really good move that from Charlie Benson. He's encouraging the other drivers to work with him to say, I've got the speed. I can take on Jarrett Clark here and get us all past Jarrett Clark. Now, will the other drivers comply with that, though? That is the big question. So it's Clark still from Benson, Woolley, Scarisbrick, Papp. It's that top 5 that are absolutely clear of everybody else. Alex Dole is still there in 6th place, a very lonely 6th place at the moment. Because what's that? He's 4 seconds behind Papp, but 5.5. Almost clear of Jacob Anslow. Cooper Snedden continues. And down the inside for the lead of the race. Here comes Benson on Clark, and he's got it. Charlie Benson goes for the same move that he did on Sam Woolley a lap before, but Jarrett Clark's now going to go back down the inside. Open the door for Sam Woolley. It's going to be 3 wide as they go down towards the stewardesses. This is brilliant racing in Mini Rock, and he's going to open the door surely for Sam Woolley to take the lead. Yes, he does. Well, good work there between the two teammates. Primo Racing will be very happy with that they're now sitting 1-2. And HTR Racing's Charlie Benson has been shuffled back there. Connor Scarisbrick still in 4th, and the other Primo Racing driver in this race in the top 5. Christian Papp still there. just over a second off the lead. So yesterday's winner for the first time leads this one. Can he join the list of drivers to have gained 2 finals victories? We've seen it in C50 Bambino New Era. We've seen it in Honda Cadet. We've seen it in Rotax 177. Sam Woolley's got 2.5 minutes to negotiate if he's going to achieve that here today. Benson back down the inside. Oh, there's a mistake from Clark there. He just clipped the grass a little bit. That's opened the door for Scarisbrick, who's gone through. I've got to say, that's the second mistake from Clark today that I wasn't honestly expecting. And he just caught the lip just beyond the white line, drops away on the entry to paddock corner. That's what just gave him that spot of trouble. It's all right though, he's still in this race, he's still got a chance to pull his way back up through the order if he can, but the top 3 driving really nicely here. Woolley, Benson and Scarisbrick. Bumper to bumper, close as you like, as they come up to paddock corner. Just over a minute on the clock. So there'll be 2 more laps on time, I think, and then the +1. So 3 in total. 3 more laps for the Mini Rockers here at Rowrah for round 2. And Charlie Benson, this is the move that he likes to do. He did it on Sam Woolley earlier in the race, and he's done it again. He's done it again. Charlie Benson back into the lead now. Will there be an attack from Sam Woolley, like we saw with Jarrett Clark earlier in the race? Not this time. Charlie Benson was second in the final yesterday. I think this could be a bit of a titanic battle between these 2 drivers. If they keep on this form for the rest of the season, they are going to be right there. But here comes Scarisbrick down the inside. He's going to take second place. Beautiful move by the number 28, but the switch back there from Sam Woolley. He's going to have the inside line perhaps into turn 1. They're going to be side by side together. Brilliant stuff round the outside from Connor Scarisbrick to hold on to second place. Had to be brave there, had to carry the speed. Good racing from Sam Woolley as well. That could have easily ended up in contact and a bad incident there, but everybody playing respectful racing, which is what we want to see. It's still this top 5. Christian Papp, I think he could still do something here, because his race is not over. There's going to be another overtake. There's going to be someone throwing one down the inside, surely, as we go on to the last lap, and he could pick up the pieces here, rather. Charlie Benson will see the final lap board, the last lap board being shown. One more tour of the circuit. It was second, first, second across the 3 races yesterday. Can he go one better here today in the final? Well, that's one overtaking opportunity out of the way. Here's another. It's the run off of this corner here that's going to be really, really important. Negotiate their way through the S's, but Connor Scarisbrick is closing here, and we saw him put a move on Sam Woolley a few laps ago into paddock corner. It's going to go down to the last corner, perhaps. He's going to be right on the bumper. Benson's going to have to defend here to the inside. Scarisbrick is going to have a think about it. No, not this time. Charlie Benson was second yesterday. It's the final victory in round 2 for the Mini Rock category in Super 1 2022. Connor Scarisbrick is second. He improves from yesterday as well. The driver from Ormskirk is your top rookie here today. Sam Woolley, more good points. Third for him today in the final. Fourth for Jarrett Clark. Christian Papp completes a very strong top 5 who were covered by less than 2 seconds. Alex Stoll is in the top 6 again. Cooper Snedden, well fought back there, finishes in 7th place. And once again, Mini Rock delivers. And we're very, very much looking forward to how they race across the course of this season. And still time to get involved as well. It's an absolutely fantastic championship, not just here in the UK for Rock Cup GB, but on the continent as well. Every time I watch it, it produces some of the best racing of any meeting that I go to. But we're going to move on from Mini Rock. As I say, we'll see them at GYG. Next out on circuit for their final, it's the final for Minimax. Three races to go, and they're all with Rotax machinery. Here's your grid for the Minimax final. Lucius McDermott and Joshua Bagembi are on the front row of the grid. Ernie Overton and Milo Manderson on row 2. Joshua Jarvis and Martin Wright on the third row of the grid. Archie Dyson and Cameron Edmonds on row 4. Charlotte Stanley and Joseph Murphy on row 5. Jasmine Taylor and Max Hollor on row 6. Jake Flewitt and Jensen Powers start on row 7. And then Amelie Ackett and Monica Byrne are due there on row 8. So formation lap ongoing. And form would suggest that this is going to be a very close battle between Lucius McDermott, who took the final victory yesterday, and Joshua Bagembi. Weather conditions still stable, no rain in the air, very overcast, not particularly warm, but good conditions for racing. 9 minutes for the Mini-Max drivers to decide who's going to be the winner for round 2 of this championship for Super 1 2022. Eyes on the lights, away we go then. Good start for McDermott, in fact very good start for Bagembi around the outside of this contact, and there's at least 2 carts off. The number 14 of Martin Wright's involved and the number 22 of Joshua Jarvis. So 2 carts from the upper reaches of the field are already out of contention even before we've got to McRae's on the first lap. There's the number 91 of Lucius McDermott now in second place. Something very strange happened in the second phase of his start. It was just like Bagembi swept around the outside. Well, McDermott had a slight misfire or something that just arrested his momentum and meant that everybody behind him kind of checked up and went left. That might have been the cause of what we saw with Joshua Jarvis and Martin Wright going off. But 50 seconds already ticked by of this race. We're going to count them through at the end of lap 1, and it's Bagembi leading, the rookie, second yesterday. Always loves the low grip conditions. Has stepped up to Mini-Max. Been a Honda Cadet driver previously. Ernie Overton there in third place. Milo Manderson fourth. Saw Milo Manderson have a superb second heat. Really deserves a strong run here if he can piece it all together in that number 77 Chaptex racing machine. At the moment, Bagembi looking relatively unchallenged. 3/4 of a second was his lead at the end of the first lap. Let's see what it is at the end of lap number 2. It's grown. It's 1.2 seconds. Bagembi is putting the hammer down here. Oh, spin there for Overton and clips into Manderson. Can he get it recovered? Yes, he can, but he's going to lose a lot of positions. That was a completely unforced driver error there for Ernie Overton. Poor Milo Manderson got caught up in it as well. Is there damage to the kart? Is there damage to the rear bumper? Manderson holds his head for a moment, and what's going on here is it wide and off the circuit. There, I think that's the number 47 of Charlotte Stanley. Yes, it is. All kinds of gravel and leaves and stuff coming out of the side pods there of Stanley's number 47. Well, that was a bizarre spin for Ernie Overton. Seemed to go all on his own. He's trying to get back past the number 48 of Joseph Murphy now. That really has changed the order at in the top 10. Manderson up to third, but maybe running wounded now. Dyson in 4th, Edmonds 5th. Jensen Powers has come beautifully through the order. He's up to 6th place now, having started definitely in the second half of the order. I want to say we started on row 7. Number 22 looking down the inside. That's Joshua Jarvis making a move on Max Hollor for 10th place. Jake Flewitt just behind them. Well, this really is an opportunity now for drivers to get some good scores in early on. We've seen Martin Wright fall out of competition here. Joshua Jarvis had his problems as well. Whilst they're running, they've got to fight their way back through. There is Martin Wright in the number 14. 1.6 seconds is the lead for Bagembi. Martin Wright continuing to make progress. That's him getting past Max Hollor for 11th. Here comes Joshua Jarvis down the inside of Jasmine Taylor. Takes 9th place away from the driver in the number 84 there, with 5 minutes to go on the clock. Very even as expected between Bagembi and McDermott as they pass through the sectors. 35.968 for Bagembi last time around through sector 1, 36.008. So at the moment, the kind of the problem that McDermott's got at the moment, there's more overtaking going on. This time you've got Amelie Ackett's fighting with Jake Flewitt there, and Martin Wright going down the inside of Jasmine Taylor. McDermott doesn't have a buddy in a way, a second driver who can push him along and close that 1.7 second gap. He's only got his own kart really to wrestle that 1.7 back. At the moment, it's not looking like he's going to have enough, because we've seen when they've been together, Bagembi and McDermott be so close on pace. See Cameron Edmonds there. I think he's just had a bit of tape just flapping around on the front left corner of is it rid of the decal? Yes, I think some of his decals have started to come away, unfortunately. But it's not slowing him down at the moment. He's trying to get past Archie Dyson for 4th place. In fact, yes, actually no, there's more than decals. The whole Nassau panel is a bit skew with for Edmonds, and that's a robust pass down the inside that's opened the door for Ernie Overton to gain 2 positions with no trouble at all. Yes, I think the number 10 has had some contact in this race, because I'm fairly certain that the Nassau panel would not have rolled out of dummy grid in that state. I don't think the front bumper though has dropped, so at the moment it's not going to get him a penalty or anything of that sort. New fastest lap has just gone in from Joshua Bagembi. We're having a look at the number 16 of Jensen Powers, who's raced beautifully through the order in this race. He's got the attentions of Joseph Murphy just behind him in the number 48. The Team Haasa kart there. Team Haasa UK. And number 22, this is the recovering Joshua Jarvis, who started in the top 6. Had that incident going into turn 1. Just kept it going, kept moving through the order. Same likewise for Martin Wright. Both of them now back up in the top 10. Which you wouldn't have said was likely a mere 10 seconds into this race. 2.5 minutes to go then. What is the pace looking like for those at the front? Well, Bagembi is extending his lead. It's now 1.7 seconds. Milo Manderson, you saw him tap his head earlier thinking, oh my goodness, what has happened here? Don't take one of the best results that I've had in a while in Super 1 away from me. As round goes Joshua Jarvis. And I thought for a second then he was going to be stuck on the curb. I think he just misjudged there. Sorry, that was Joseph Murphy spinning round. I think he just misjudged the speed of the kart ahead. Let's have a look at that again. So this is coming through the chicane. So you've got Jarvis in the number 22. And yeah, I think Jarvis just lifts off a little bit to try and set a run up on the kart ahead of him into the next corner. That cashes out the number 48 of Joseph Murphy, and Joseph Murphy goes round. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Jensen Powers there, holding in 7th place. Joseph Murphy tumbles down your timing screen to confirm that yes, it was Joseph Murphy in the number 48 going for that spin. Number 21 there of Archie Dyson, and look at this, powers down the inside. Oh, that didn't quite work. That didn't quite work. The gap wasn't open. That's going to offer Jarvis a route through, and it looks like Martin Wright's going to also go through. Maybe a little bit of inexperience there for Jensen Powers. That was a bit of a 30-70 move and was never really going to pull off, and it's actually disadvantaged him now. 30 seconds to go on the clock. McDermott is starting to pull the pace up. 49.158 last time around for McDermott. We'll keep an eye on that. This race might not be over yet. Bambino has work to do. We'll have to respond. There's no point trying to save tyres or any of that right now. As down the inside looks the number 22 of Jarvis on the 21 of Dyson. Puts him off and may have a run round the outside as they go into Iredales. We'll look for the switchback now. Martin Wright nibbles in also. Well dealt with there by Archie Dyson. Consuming that pressure. Didn't crack under it. Jensen Power still there. Trying to hold off Jasmine Taylor now for 10th. The gap going on to the last lap then. It's just under a second, and at the moment McDermott is quicker than Bambino, but I think it's going to be too much for him to overhaul this gap. As all wide there goes Dyson. That's going to allow the number 22 through and the 14. So through goes Jarvis, through goes Wright. There is Lucius McDermott, and just ahead of him is Joshua Bambino. It's still all going on. This is all trying to get into the top 10 as Powers alongside with Dyson now. And Taylor trying to pick away through. There may be a lane on the inside as, contacted off and into the gravel goes Jasmine Taylor and the number 21 of Archie Dyson. And the answer, no, there was not a lane up the inside, but here comes Joshua Bambino to take the win in round 2 of Minimax for Super 1 2022. He has been supreme today and takes the race victory. This was the moment fighting for the top 10. They all started tripping over one another, and Jasmine Taylor and Archie Dyson will lose positions as a result of that, but it's Bambino from McDermott. Milo Manderson in the top 3. A brilliant result for Milo Manderson there. Well deserved. Ernie Overton in 4th. Cameron Edmonds 5th. Joshua Jarvis and Martin Wright after their first lap incident fight back to 6th and 7th respectively. Charlotte Stanley inside the top 10 in 8th. As is Amelie Ackett and Jensen Powers. Max Hollor, Archie Dyson, Joseph Murphy, Jasmine Taylor and Jake Flewitt is the top 15 in Minimax. We'll see all of those drivers once again at Glan-Y-Gors in a few weeks' time. We're going to move on now to the penultimate race of the day. It is the Junior Rotax Final. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Junior Rotax Final here at Rowrah for round 2 of Super 1 2022. Aidan Hassan, 2 wins from 2, has pole position for this one. Alfie Briggs alongside him on the front row. Can he do the double-double of 2 final wins on both days across the junior categories? Shane Collins and Harry Pullen will start on row 2. Jake Howarth and Callum Gosh are on their 3rd row of the grid. Isaac O'Shea and Leah Purchase row 4. Jay Pearson and Billy Edgecombe on row 5. Darren Marshall and Harrison Morrow on row 6. And then we find Sam Ardolino and Alexander Adams-Acton on row 7. Jamie Salter and Max Tompkinson on row 8. Vanilla Lane completing the 17 runners due out in this one. Well, this one's really hard to call. Really, really hard to call because we've got a lot of very talented drivers in this race. It's the last race of a weekend for all of them, and they're all going to want to go for it. This could be one of the most, if not the most spectacular race of the day. And 2 drivers on the front row. In fact, I'm going to go further than that. 4 drivers on the first 2 rows who have all been in round winning form. Oh, now was there a bit of contact even before the race between the 4 and the 10? Does the 10 have a dropped bumper already?
as they were warming tyres and brakes. Away we go then for the start of this race. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Aidan Hassan and Alfie Briggs lead us into the first couple of corners. And out of the chicane they all come. Now, the bumper is already dropped on the number 10 of Shane Collins. It was just coming out of Sunny Bend that it happened. And already we know that one of those top 4 drivers that we were talking about as having the form to win this race cannot, because that will be a penalty. Yes, it happened before the green flag. And unfortunately, that is the way that the rules have worked for several years now. It's always unfortunate when it does happen. So there's Aidan Hassan leading ahead of Alfie Briggs. The top 2 have broken away pretty much from the rest of the field at the end of lap 1. Harry Pullen's worked his way up to 3rd place. Great start as well for Isaac O'Shea, up 3 positions to 4th, as likewise has done Billy Edgecombe. We saw Billy racing through in heat number 1, had a mechanical flag in heat number 2, which meant we didn't get to see Billy's overtaking prowess in that race. But I mean, there's drop bumpers and then there's that for Collins. He's also got some transponder issues. I actually wonder, is that even dragging against the floor? Surely that's going to be affecting the performance of the car. So the number 18 of Alexander Adams-Acton puts in a good move there. Gains at least 1 position, possibly even 2 through that sequence of affairs. The number 72 of Harry Pullen just ahead. Collins can still race through, though. That's there you see the difference in the huge gap below the Nassau panel and the front bumper. And I say there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You do feel for him, because the reason the drop bumpers were brought into the sport, what's happened to Shane Collins is not what they were intended for. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in racing. Plus 5 positions is the penalty in Super 1 for an out of position fairing. It's the best he can hope for is 6th place in terms of the classification. And to do that, he's got to overhaul Alfie Briggs and Aidan Hassan, who are probably about 2 seconds up the road. I don't know exactly, because Collins' transponder isn't working at the moment. There's the number 84 on your screen of Isaac O'Shea. Had that great start, along with Billy Edgecombe there in the number 23. What can they do? The gap at the moment to Harry Pullen is about 1.6 seconds. So as Billy Edgecombe down the inside, I was about to say maybe he works with the number 84, but he's not in that kind of mood today. Billy Edgecombe sees a cart and he overtakes it. That's what he does here at Rowrah. That was a very clean move indeed. Leo Purchase is now going to go down the inside. There's going to be a little bit of contact there with the number 84. Isaac O'Shea tried to fight it around the outside through paddock, and not many people have been able to do that successfully today. 5.5 minutes to go. Aidan Hassan in control of the race. Not dominant, I'd say, because Alfie Briggs is there, 0.6 of a second behind Aidan Hassan. The gap is not big at all. There's the number 16 of Ardolino. Gets past Adams-Acton for 7th place in everybody's favourite overtaking spot, which is down into the Stewart-Etters. Leo Purchase and Billy Edgecombe now on your screen. In fact, Purchase has got through, so that's Purchase up to 4th place past Billy Edgecombe. Overtaking a plenty. There is, I didn't quite see who it was for, or if it's been administered yet. No, it's being prepared. There's a driver warning flag coming out for somebody. We'll update you on who that is in a moment. O'Shea has a bit of a nibble there on the rear bumper of Edgecombe. Edgecombe trying to hold around the outside, and in fact O'Shea's gone down the inside at the next corner and gone through. Past the halfway stage of this race then in terms of time, Aidan Hassan continues to lead. And Alfie Briggs is still there at just 0.5 of a second. Number 18 on your screens of Alexander Adams-Acton
in 8th place, trying to find a way back past Sam Ardolino. There's Billy Edgecombe and Isaac O'Shea have now swapped positions back from the overtaking that happened earlier on. As, oh, round there, and a bit of contact involving Jake Howarth. Tried to go for a move into McRae's. Is the kart okay? Is it damaged? No, I think it's just getting back up to speed. It's a tricky corner to overtake into, is McRae's. It's a very narrow apex. That didn't quite go right for how Jake Howarth wanted that to proceed. Here's the number 72. This is your battle for 3rd place on the road. Sorry, no, 4th place on the road, because we've still got Shane Collins in the middle of all of this with his transponder that's not quite communicating to us correctly. So this is for 4th place, Pullen and Purchase. And Leo Purchase, who had, in fact, no, it's not. It's Callum Gosh. Apologies. It's Callum Gosh who's also having transponder issues. So Callum Gosh in the number 88 is going for 4th place here. That might explain actually the, in abbreviated commas, good starts that Isaac O'Shea and Billy Edgecombe had. They had 2 karts ahead of them on the grid that didn't have working transponders. So apologies, folks, for all of that one. But Gosh going to go down the inside now of Pullen. Oh, he's just overcooked that a little bit, and Pullen will switch that back underneath. And hold on to 4th place for now. But there is Leo Purchase now closing in. He's got the grey details on his mostly orange karts. Oh, there's a bit of contact there, and is that going to be another drop bumper for another one of these karts? No, I think it's fine. No, I think it might be okay. So, whoa, it's down the inside. There goes Isaac O'Shea. I don't think Leo Purchase was expecting that. Isaac O'Shea saw a gap there, took the opportunity, went for it and got the position. 2 minutes to go then. It's been a very topsy-turvy race so far. Overtaking wherever you look. There is a blue flag out for somebody though. Who is that for? I don't think it is for Goshaw Collins. I think those are genuine transponder issues, because I've not seen them having any dramas out there. There's contact warning for Billy Edgecombe. Timing is now back in our box here, so yeah, just to confirm that it's still Hassan ahead of Briggs by 0.8 of a second, as you can see on your tower on the left hand side. And just going through sector number 2 now. Shane Collins, we believe, is still being correctly scored and put back in 3rd place, but we know he's got that bumper penalty. We could tell from the reaction on the formation lap that he knew what had happened. It's the number 26 that is being shown the blue flag. So that is a genuine blue flag for Fenella Lane in 17th position. As here goes, whoa, O'Shea! Contact, big contact and damage to the back of Pullen's kart there. It's absolutely ripped the exhaust apart there, and that's going to be him out of the race. And I don't think he's going to be particularly happy with Isaac O'Shea there. That was a Stuart Esser's move that did not go correctly at all. Got it all wrong, rode over the back, rips the exhaust off the back of Pullen's kart. That's not a good one for either driver in that scenario. Here's your leader, Aidan Hassan, who really has put down a marker today. 1.6 seconds is the lead, has just put in a 46.396. Has definitely kept something in reserve for this race to just control it and run it out front. Last lap board is going out for Aidan Hassan. There it is. Well, Alfie Briggs shouldn't be too disappointed with his results this weekend. It has been a very good weekend for him, particularly that final win yesterday. But Aidan Hassan, he definitely had his Weetabix this morning, because he has woken up and been brilliant all day, even by his very high, lofty standards. This number 4 kart
has been on point every single time it's gone out on circuit. And as long as Aidan Hassan can get round the last 3, 2 and 1 corners to go, he's going to take a round victory in Super 1 2022. Round 2 of Junior Rotax goes to Aidan Hassan. Alfie Briggs finishes in second. Third on the road, but with a likely bumper penalty, is Shane Collins. Callum Ghosh comes across the line as well. We'll all have to see how this pans out in terms of the final result. Billy Edgecombe goes over the line in the top 5. Isaac O'Shea had that contact late on with Harry Pullen. Sam Ardolino, good race from Sam Ardolino, pulling up into the top 10 there. Leo Purchase has had some exciting moments throughout the day and raced well. Alexander Adams-Acton, Darren Marshall, Jay Pearson, they all come over the line. I think Alexander Adams-Acton is also your top rookie, possibly here today. Depends on where Callum Ghosh is scored and slots back in as to whether it'll be one of those two that takes it. Jay Pearson, who say was come across the line. Jake Howarth had a bit of a scrappy moment through McRae's there in the midway point through that race. Harrison Morrow will be back for more. I think there's stronger circuits for Harrison Morrow later on in the season. If he doesn't mind me saying, I expect him to be higher than an 11th later in the season. I'm sure he will be. Max Tompkinson was next up, 12th on the road in terms of scoring. So there's a few transponder issues and penalties to apply, I think, in this one. Jamie Salter 13th, Harry Pullen retired 3 laps from the end there in 14th, Fenella Lane in 15th. There we go. Well, a very dramatic Junior Rotax final. One more race to go here at Rowrah today, and it is your final for Senior Rotax. Here you go then, your final grid for the day. The final for Senior Rotax looks a little bit like this. Oh dear, that's the Junior Rotax grid that's on the screen. There we go, there's the Senior Rotax grid. Joe Weaver has pole position, yesterday's final winner. Joshua Valance joins him on the front row. Ben Davis and Ben Page on row 2, Carl Dunford and Daniel Jones on row number 3. Isaac Lord and Tom Taylor on row 4, Kieran Janali and Aaron Norman on row 5, Max Martin and Alicia Bradshaw on row number 6, Jack Davies and Kieran Pepper on row 7. So the cart's coming round to form up the order here. Quick thanks to our whole crew here today for your Alpha live stream. Big thanks to Chris Simpson, James Askins, Robert Sadler, who've all been out there on the cameras. My 2 partners in crime to my right, Adam Chapman and Darren Hassan, been running the show, and were here yesterday for setup day as well. Do give Alpha Live a subscribe if you haven't done so already. Away we go then for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Final race of the day in Senior Rotax. And Joe Weaver, is all getting a little bit squirrely through the chicane for the first time. Tom Taylor's being forced out wide there in the number 77, but Joe Weaver has held on to the lead. There's a spin there for Janali in the number 50. So Kieran Janali is going to have a lot of work to do in the SIAT Motorsport entry from the back of the order in this race. McRae's has been a hotbed of activity, particularly on the formation and first laps of the racing so far today. There's Max Martin pulling his way through the order already. He's got Isaac Lord just ahead of him. Running through to the end of this first lap. Can Joe Weaver make it another double for a final race winner here today at Rowrah? He's had a blazing start. He's looking down the inside. That's Carl Dunford in the number 66 going past Ben Page. That's for 4th place. Tom Taylor just behind as well. It did well, Tom Taylor, to hold on to things and keep himself in the race. He was being barged out wide to driver's left. As here comes Valance down the inside of Davis. Joshua Valance going for 2nd place and taking it. Through St John's and Sunny Bend they go then.
here on the second lap of this race. The thing is that they've got to get themselves organised here, Davis and Valance. If they're going to keep Joe Weaver within reach, the gap at the end of lap 2 is 0.68 of a second. That's effectively doubled in the last lap as Tom Taylor goes down the inside of Ben Page there. Good move, takes 5th place. There's Daniel Jones in 7th place currently, and I think I'm right in saying he's currently running as top rookie again, so the award that he got yesterday. He's on 4 again here with some nice races, some heats put together very consistently, didn't have any of the mechanical issues that Jones had yesterday. And he's up there with the experienced drivers at the Super 1 competition, and showing that he's got some pace and could be one of the improving drivers, I think, across the course of the season as we go to circuits such as Glan-Y-Gors, Clay Pigeon, Fulbeck, Whilton and Shenington, all on the schedule for this 6 meeting calendar. Great to have us back up to 6 meetings for Super 1 for the first time in a few years. You can watch all of those Sunday rounds of those meetings here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you've enjoyed the commentary, do give us a like, follow, a thumbs up, all of that business at Double Dash MM on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and YouTube. 6 minutes of this one to go. Joe Weaver leads after lap 4 on with a 0.56 second lead. He is now being reeled in ever so slightly by Joshua Valance and Ben Davis. Ben Davis is currently the fastest driver out on circuit at 45.505 last time around. Carl Dunford in 4th. Needs some help, I feel, from Tom Taylor behind. If those two drivers can work together and just keep thinking long game. The gap at the moment is 2 seconds, but that could quickly, in fact, no, it's less than 2 seconds. It's 1.6 seconds to the back of this trio. And if they start having a bit of a battle, that 1.6 seconds could disappear very, very quickly. It's not over for them in terms of getting a podium. Looks like Weaver is responding. He's just edged the gap back up to 0.643 of a second. In fact, there's been a change for second place. Ben Davis has got ahead of Joshua Valance on that last lap. That'll be why the gap has gone up a bit. So Ben Davis fancies himself here. He already has the fastest lap of the race. He wants to control the charging down of Joe Weaver. Maybe put a reversal on what happened 24 hours ago when it was the last lap overtake by Joe Weaver. It was a brave one, it was a bold one, it was a brilliant one that gave him the race victory for round 1's final. And it was on Ben Davis. Ben Davis does not want to finish second again. He wants to take that victory. There's been an overtake, I can tell you, for 9th place as well. Jack Davies has got ahead of Max Martin. And Dunford and Taylor there. What's their pace like at the moment? It's okay. It's okay. 45.7 last time around for Dunford. 45.5, the high 45.5 for Tom Taylor. Need a little bit more though. Maybe a 10th or 2. Just to start putting the top 3 under pressure. Through paddock corner comes the leader then, Joe Weaver, this time around. Another, in fact, yeah, this is the interesting thing of this phase of the race, that it seems to be whoever sat in 3rd place is the quickest driver. With that tow, it's very even on pace between Davis and Valance. As what's going on here between Dunford and Taylor? I think they've broken off the truce and they are now fighting for 4th place. They've decided that they don't think they can catch the top 3, so 4th is as good as it's going to get for them today. There's Ben Davis and Joshua Valance. 0.741 was the gap last time around. Can they close it down? No, it's just about staying around that point. This is where Joe Weaver has been so impressive today. We saw this in one of his heats earlier, that he is just able to keep the opposition at an arm's length. Get them more focusing on each other. and fighting for positions that are not his. It's a real mind game in any of the senior categories. All of these drivers so well experienced. But Joe Weaver racing, of course, for Joe Weaver Racing. Can he bring home this victory? DHR's Ben Davis, the number 86 there, ahead of M Sport Karting's Joshua Valance, with 3 very well prepared pieces of kit this. And I think there's been a change behind. Tom Taylor has got ahead of Kyle Dunford. So that's 4th place now for Tom Taylor. There it is on your screen. Time continuing to tick on by. Ben Page, by the way, still in 6th place. Daniel Jones running as your top rookie in 7th. Other rookies out there we can tell you about. Aaron Norman currently 2nd of the rookies in 11th place overall. Kieran Janali and Alicia Bradshaw 3rd and 4th in 13th and 14th places respectively. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Joshua Valance. And yes, they are ever so slightly quicker than Joe Weaver, but we're talking half a tenth at most. Whenever they get a little bit closer to Joe Weaver responds and just stretches it out a little bit. Although this time, this is looking a little bit more threatening for the number 40. 0.431, that's the first time in a while that the gap has been under half a second. We're into the last minute on time. Through Sunny Bend they go. Out round into Paddock Corner. Joshua Valance is just being dropped a little bit here. Ben Davis is turning it on. There's going to be 2 more laps of this. 35 seconds there or thereabouts on the clock as they came by. So this lap will take up all of that time. Daniel Jones has got past Ben Page for 6th place out there. Good stuff once again from the rookie from Oswald Street. And Weaver's having to think defensively now. This is a very, very strong finish to this race for Ben Davis. They're going to be side by side running towards the Stuart S's. And there's definite contact there between Weaver and Davis. Brings Valance back into it. Was that a bit of gamesmanship there from Joe Weaver? Just being a little bit slow off of the... You know, he's the leader. He's got the right to control the pace and exit the corner as he wants. That was a smart bit of driving there from Joe Weaver. I like that. Last lap board is out then. Can he hold that gap? Isaac Lord has got past Ben Page now. That's for 7th place. Joe Weaver into crucial Iredale's corner. Has Davis got the run? He's not going to be able to get the run surely down here into the Stuart S's, but he's gone for it. He's gone for a big move. Switchback by Weaver. Read it beautifully. Saw it coming. Kept the steering open. Let Ben Davis commit to the inside, and he's still held on to the lead. That was brilliant racing by all 3 of them here, and I think that's going to be the crucial moment because Joe Weaver, unlike 24 hours ago, is not going to need to do the overtake on the last lap. Joe Weaver takes the double in Senior Rotax Round 2 of Super 1 2022, goes to JWR. Ben Davis threw everything at the number 40 today and takes 2nd place. It's going to be a lot of fun watching those 2 across the course of the next 5 meetings. Joshua Valance takes 3rd. Tom Taylor, a well-deserved 4th place, wins out ahead of Carl Dunford. Daniel Jones finishes 6th and is your top rookie. Isaac Lord 7th, Ben Page 8th. Jack Davies in 9th. Max Martin in 10th, Kieran Pepper 11th, Aaron Norman, Kieran Janali and Alicia Bradshaw complete your field. This was the key moment then. Ben Davis chose the Stuart S's, the initial approach to the Stuart S's as the place to strike. Look how far back he came from. But Joe Weaver saw it coming, used his experience, just held his open line, made sure that there wasn't contact, slipped underneath to take the win. Well, there we go. Hello. I'll be just waving in the corner there. This is where we've been all day. But thank you very much, everybody, for your support of Super 1 2022 here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club in Rowrah. Just going to give a shout out once again to our sponsors, CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and RI Helmets. Thank you for their continued sponsorship of the Super 1 Karting Championship. Thank you once again to all of our crew here at Rowrah. Thank you for their hard efforts, particularly, I must say, our two producers, Darren Hassan and Adam Chapman, who've had quite a weekend. They were down at Llandau on Friday, and they had an absolute monster drive up the M6 on Friday night. So big respect to them and everything that they've done this weekend on your Alpha Live platform. Big thanks, as I say, to Chris Simpson, James Askins and Robert Sadler for their camera work today. Thank you to all the staff here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club, all the marshals, John Hoyle, Amelia Hoyle and all the team running race control and the competition here this weekend. Has been absolutely fantastic, and we will be back for the next stream of Super 1 on the 1st of May at Glan-Y-Gors. Absolutely fantastic to be going to Glan-Y-Gors. It's one of my favourite circuits in the country, and we will be there for, as I say, the Sunday round on the 1st of May. Round 3 will be on the 30th of April, the day before, on the Saturday. Do get your entries in for that if you haven't done so already. We're going to wrap things up though here at Rowrah. Thank you very much. If you haven't already, do click that subscribe button and all that business for Alpha Live. If you enjoyed the commentary, at @MM on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube. Thank you very much for your support in the chat. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you on the 1st of May for the next Super 1 stream live from Glan-Y-Gors. Bye bye.